job now.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I was just saying, the history of Corona is not new. So, it is what it is on that. So it's gonna be a beautiful situation, man. You know what I'm saying?
You say it's gonna be a beautiful situation, man. I know it's just interesting. That's all I can tell you, bro.
And that's the excitement about it because the part that we don't know and things is yet to come. And that's the thing about living. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. So it's like,
Mm-mm.
I ain't, I think it's going to be a good thing. Alhamdulillah, as we say. Yeah, it's going to be a blessing, man. So,
Oh man, yo, that's wild, yo. Yeah, so that's an interesting. Like I think you were saying it earlier, yo. It opened the gate, right, for the pseudoisms. Now you bring back all the pseudos, the Dr. Sabi teachings, the whole
all,
9 yards, and it give them the who else you say? You the lady, what's the
Queen,
lady? Straight pseudo. She
Queen
wrote
of
the book
Four,
Black or
Queen,
something.
Queen of Four,
Yeah, they all
all
get in
these,
there.
all these
Yeah, they all
classical,
get
all these classical pseudos in the
in.
underground is gonna come,
Hmm.
and even the fake, herbologists and the fake,
Hmm.
doctors. Because here's the thing, again, outside of business affairs, this guy is not scientifically literate when it comes to biology and medicines. He's not. And with him putting Robert Kennedy in there, who's also anti-vaxxer, they're not going to get a lot of funding in that field. But one thing that's going to be beneficial is the people who are herbalists and fake doctors. They can stand out now, and people are worried about Medicaid or whatever and health. Some people may get whatever. I'm not saying what's going to happen because I think people just talking, especially when people kept bringing up Project 25, and we don't even know if that's for real. We just know that they are saying that some people that's around him in his cabinet, they agree with that. When they brought it up to him, he said he don't even know what the hell that is. Some of the views on there is whatever. So I don't like this. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out here who's just talking. So I just don't take things all face value when somebody say to put fear in people. But
Hmm.
one thing I would say is that when it comes to him dealing with business, I think that he's great in that, and I think that America is a business. It's a business, and I think it's pros and cons to everybody. And the pros to dealing with this, when it comes to contractual agreements, when it comes to contractual exchange, when it comes to our military, in the sense of weaponizing the military and having funding to advance in science in that area, when it comes to technology, when it comes to doing things with Ukraine. I mean, not Ukraine, but Russia. Just not Ukraine, but Russia, Ukraine, China, um, and certain things. I think it'd be cool, and also to bring the United States or whatever this country is when it comes to understanding the business aspect of having the jobs here and having the homegrown people here, because there's pros and cons to immigrants, and this country is built off immigrants, whether we was forced to be here or not. But the pros to it is who's going to work the jobs.
Would you say?
Going to say the pros. I mean, thing is about immigrants is who's going to work the jobs that a lot of us don't want to work, and a lot of people that's been here. So, but nobody wants to pluck the fruits. Nobody wants to work at the small McDonald's and all this stuff. Nobody wants to clean the floors or these jobs, this crappy jobs. A lot of American privileged citizens that's been here for generations don't want to do that. So the pros to the immigrants is let them in. Then we have to think about the Social Security. You know, a lot of these people, when I had what I've been studying, and I may be wrong, a lot of these foreign people that come in, this is the pro. I'm just saying, and it's cons to it too, but the pro, it pushes the drive for Social Security in the future for people to have it, because if you have privileged citizens who don't want to work it, the machine or the currency doesn't project the money or circulate like it's supposed to. So, in order for us to have a thriving economy, even though it does cut out the citizens that's been here who don't want to work the job in some angles, but a lot of these people work at the bottom in order to keep the machine going at the top, because in the future, 10 years, 30 years, 6 years, 8 years, 9 years, the Social Security bracket economically has to keep going if people depend on that when they get old. So with that being said, that's the pro to it. But the con is it cuts out the citizens that's been here. So All I can say is that it's going to be a fascinating, beautiful situation that comes, and I think that there's pros and cons to it all. And I have looked at the pros and I have looked at the cons. You know, but the con to it is that they are pseudo. This guy does not. He does not believe in vaccines. He does not believe in. He doesn't fully understand biology, and that's just not his field. And then he put this dude, the Kennedy dude in there that you debated. Now he in there online, so that lets you know that when it comes to that field of science, there will not be there's not going to be a lot of funding in that, and that can be a problem. You know.
Look, man, I ain't no conspiracy theorist and I don't think it's out of whack like that. But if you would have asked me 4 years ago during the onset of the pandemic, right? You would have asked me, do you think John F. Kennedy Jr. would be allowed in the damn White House? Okay. Not only allowed in the White House, but as the head person to make sure that America was healthy, probably would have cussed you out. Like, what? Get out of here. You lost your mind. You're wild out. No way possible, yo. So now, although I'm not panicking or tripping, right? To be honest with you, man, who the hell knows, bro? And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I can say, man. Anything is actually possible at this point, bro. Seriously, like, you wouldn't expect John F. Kennedy Jr., known pseudo, right, is on his Wikipedia page that he's a conspiracy theorist. Right there in the encyclopedias for you to see. His own family don't even take him serious. So I just think it already punishes a already marginalized community, a.e., the African American community, Black community. It punishes them with a barrage of facts, right? Misconceived notions that they already can't deal with. Because it's a fact, bro. Like, the intelligent people, right, voted for Kamala. When I say intelligent, I mean those that were really educated. A lot of the uneducated people voted for Trump. And we see the direct correlation right there. Pseudoisms is shrouded in ignorance and fear. So, man, boy, I tell you, boy, I don't even know. That's interesting. I see you, Nazir Lee. How you doing, bro? What's your take
What's
on
up?
it? Because we're going to get started. What's up? What you think
What's
about the
good, man?
pseudo?
What's good? What's good? Very interesting
What's up, man?
conversation.
Peace, peace, peace.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with you, Goldie? What's up to the panel? I can't see who all on here, but what's up to you two brothers, man?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting perspective you got in Goldie. Same with you, brother. Ankh. I think that's a very hot button topic. I think we'll be on here for a while discussing that by itself. If I jump in this, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not about to do it. So.
Oh, jump
Uh,
into it. So you don't think John F. Kennedy Jr. is a pseudo?
well,
The second?
specific to John F. Kennedy Jr., man, I think that or RFK, I think he has been through a lot of the secret society rituals that they take their young elite young men and young women through. If you listen to, have you are you familiar with this story, his background?
Man, I don't listen to that man, though, bro. He's
Okay, well
make up his
well,
conspiracy theorists.
he's been through um what he termed as like a lot of different rituals that these wealthy, elite, well-to-do
Mm-hmm.
families take their children through. And he kind of gives behind the scenes detailed information on that in
Mm-hmm.
some of his recent interviews when he was
Mm-hmm.
announced that he was running for president.
Mm-hmm.
Real shocking. You don't really hear too many of those Massachusetts or these kind of rich and powerful families' children speak out like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he does have some insight and some inside information. I think when it comes to mental health, because he basically was tortured and he went through a lot. So who better to kind of speak to mental health and different issues like that? But I mean, with any there's a yin and a yang to everything, bro. We live in the phase we're in right now is kind of anti-hero. It's kind of, like I think Trump ushered in, his presidency ushered in like a non-traditional way of looking at things. Like we let the court gesture become president. Think about that. You know what I mean? even though he was his own man, and in many ways he was self-made, in many ways he had help from his family, etc. But he was the funny guy. He was the charismatic guy, the guy that would come in a room with other powerful men and roast them, talk about them, talk shit. He was a playboy. You know what I mean? But we let the court gesture become president. So what do we expect? You get what I'm saying? Like he practiced a certain sense of delusion, but for him it's an alternate reality. Like he speaks things into existence. If you know anything about Roy Cohen, his mentor, you know what I mean? Whether it's true or not, he is going to create an alternate universe and speak it into existence and say, no, it's like this. Even if it's not. This is
So
the reality of
so
Donald Trump.
so that lets you know with this guy controlling the healthcare system, we're not going to get a lot of funding on a lot of things in the healthcare field, and that's a problem. And that's going to open the gates for pseudos to evolve. The fake medicine man, the herbalists, these people are going to thrive because and then there may not be any healthcare plans in the future. Then they
Exactly.
got control of. Then they got control of the whole Senate. And it may get so bad. Hopefully, within the next 2 years, people will switch up on the Senate because they just not. He's just not the president. He got all his guys in the Senate. So it's like we really have to be careful about what's
Yeah,
going
but
on.
it's
Again, I'm not saying everything about this guy is bad because again, when it comes to business affairs, when it comes to business, you need a business in order to network with these people all over the world globally. And America is the world is the world market at base. So it's like in order for you to deal with business affairs and contracts and different things, you got to have somebody that can stand on it for real, for real. But it's pros and cons to all of them, to be honest with you.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just
Yeah,
what it
because
is.
he never been a politician on the basic level, like at all. You know what I'm saying? He never been a politician. He don't have any military experience. When you were president, you were in charge of the military and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
mean, but shit, if you look at Kamala though, bro, she was she's in the law enforcement. You know what I mean, in San Francisco. But if you look at it, I mean, you've got representatives like Sexy Red, you've got Meg The Stallion, you got
no, I
the
don't care. I don't care about Kamal either. I don't care.
no,
I
I'm
don't care
saying
what
you
this
got
guy.
the degenerates though, as influencers for you, you know what I mean, for your run to get you in office. But these are the same people that y'all getting ready and have in the past condemned, getting ready to go after, getting ready to put in
I won't call
prison.
people. I won't call people degenerates. People just who they
No, no,
is,
no.
bro.
I'm saying like
I'm just
from
saying.
their
You know,
perspective, not mine, from their
Let me
perspective.
let me let me
I'm just
let
saying.
me
I'm just saying.
dive in.
I won't call people degenerates. Some people just know who they are. Like
Let
people
me
talk bad
dive
about
in.
Sexy Red. That's who she is. Like she
Let
can't
me
help who she
No,
dive
is.
I'm not.
in.
But look,
I got people
Gunner, I'm
like that in
not
my
saying
family.
me. I'm saying from their perspective, the women
Nah,
who
it
are
was
out
sounding
here
like your
loose.
perspective. That sounded like your perspective there. Hold on. I disagree with you, Nazir Lee.
Yeah, but I'm not. But no, no,
Let
no.
me
Wait,
fit.
I'm not
Not
calling
with
her a
that. Not.
degenerate. I'm
Hold on. I
saying from
disagree
their
with that.
perspective,
Hold
she
on.
represents everything that Planned Parenthood is around for. They're
Hold on
trying
for
to
a
make.
minute.
Go ahead. Go
Hold on
ahead.
for a minute. You
Go
just
ahead.
making wild. Yeah, I know why you said what you said earlier about John F. K. Yeah. So I throw things out there for a measuring stick. Not to call brothers out, not to do, but it's a measuring stick here for me. It's like a litmus test, right? So when you talked about John F. Kennedy Jr., the pseudo, right? You missed the key period component right here. Here's a conspiracy theorist. Forget about the anti-vaccine thing. Forget about the misinformation and disinformation around the COVID. Conspiracy theorists. You seem to think that this conspiracy theorist, which is the ultimate liar he is, was doing some kind of rituals with it. He's a liar. He makes things up as they go. You can't trust him. You can never actually trust conspiracy theorists because it's based off of foolery. So I would never take his word for anything. He actually cannot read, meaning comprehension of information. It takes you 3 minutes to make a determination on what fluoride is and how it works and what studies they did on it. It takes you 2 minutes to realize what vaccinations do. He's a quote unquote environmental lawyer. He's supposed to know what the environment is and the checks and balances right? He has a lens of conspiracy. And the fact that you would actually think that this man, that's wild for me. That's why I be sitting here listening sometime. I be like, come on, Nas, come on, yo. Yo,
Yeah,
you
Drew
can't
was on Joe
listen.
Well,
Rogan. He was on Joe
Do
Rogan
not align
podcast.
yourself with him.
that worked both ways,
Let
though,
me
bro.
finish. That don't
That
work
worked
both
both
ways.
ways.
No, that's not a both ways conversation. See, some things aren't both ways. Like I hear people say, there's a balance between science and religion. There's actually not. They're two separate human ideas. One is based off of belief without any data. You just believe it, and the other is based off of approximates. And based off how you understand what I just said, right? You'll think I'm saying that the approximates is not what it is.
Nah.
That's scientific.
I think you missing what I'm saying, bro.
I'm
I
not.
agree with you.
I quote
I
what you
agree with
said.
you.
You double
In the
talk.
field of science,
You
no. In
double
the
talk.
field of
You double
science,
talk.
bro,
You double talk.
he's not good for science.
Yep.
He's not
Well,
good for science.
well,
But
he's not good.
but
Hold
guess
on.
what?
The
Guess what?
field of health is
We
the
don't live
field
in
of
that
science,
reality
though,
anymore, bro.
Nazi.
We don't live in that reality
Nazi,
anymore. It's a
Nazir.
different reality
I
right
was
now.
quiet when
Trump,
you
bro,
talk.
listen,
I
look, do
didn't
you know
cut you.
what Trump is getting ready to do
I didn't
to
cut
people
you
like Alex
off.
Jones?
I didn't talk when you was
Okay,
talking.
go
I
ahead.
did like this on purpose.
Yeah, but you doing what Democrats typically do, and
I'm
that's
not
why
a
they dropped the
Democrat,
ball,
but
bro.
I'm
That's why
not.
they
Well,
dropped the ball. They missing the
I
trends.
don't know what dropping the ball and
They
all
missing the
that
trends. You
and
missing the
sexy
trends, bro.
red
He's getting ready
representing
to uplift
Planned
Alex Jones and all
Parenthood.
these
And I
platforms that
don't
they
know
call
about all
truth.
that. But what I didn't do was cut you off. I did
Okay,
like
you
this.
right about that. You right, my bad.
We have different opinions, and that's why you're on the show. Because you don't agree with everything I say. So all we have to do is just make our points. So he's a pseudo, he's proven to be that. He's the conspiracy theorist. He's proven to be that. Nothing he says makes no sense. 99% of the time, he's out of his mind to the point where he put $14 million into his wild escapades on a regular basis and name it the Children Health Defense. How the hell is you worrying about health and you talking about taking away vaccines? That's clear. That's a clear scam. How can you be concerned about the well-being and health of a nation if you're going to take away the thing that is so goddamn superior and work so damn well that everybody forget about it? That's how good it worked. What thing can you tell me that worked that well? Did it work so goddamn well? Did you forget about it? Vaccines. You don't even think about polio no more because of vaccinations. It ain't went nowhere. Coronavirus ain't went nowhere, but it's the level of vaccinations. Mumps, measles ain't went nowhere. Smallpox ain't went nowhere. It's the level of vaccinations in this particular country. If you go to other spaces in the world, yo, you can find it. They did a campaign around the world to eradicate smallpox. You think they just did that off a wild conspiracy? I'm not sitting here having that conversation. And oh, by the way, Sexy Red and them, just because a person is a rapper and talking reckless don't mean they fucking everybody. And just because you talk and shoot them up bang bang as a rapper don't mean you actually shooting people. It's called entertainment. Most rappers aren't that what they rap about. Most rock stars aren't what they rap about. See, we give everybody else the daggone smooth. Let me get, we understand that it's entertainment. When it comes to the black community, if you're a rapper, you got to be a drug dealer, shoot 'em up, bang, bang.
Tell that
It's
to these
not
DA Democrat.
true.
Tell that to these
None of that's
Democratic
not
DAs. Tell
true.
that to these
I was
Democratic DAs.
quiet and I let you talk.
Tell that to these
I
Democratic
let you
DAs,
talk
bro.
as long as you wanted to talk. I didn't interrupt you.
No, you didn't. You cut
I'm
me
not
off.
a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm simply a concerned citizen that is scientifically literate.
Nah. You caping
That's
hard.
it.
You
I've
caping
never
hard
voted in my
for
life.
the liberals,
I
bro. You
only
caping
voted one
hard.
time. Hey, bro, I only voted one time in my life. And that was 2 weeks ago, brother. So you can't get me with none of that. I don't lean to no side. I'm on the side of science. Right? I don't sit here and act like Kamala is something that she's not. What I do know is that's an intelligent woman of color. I do know that the people that are going against her, 1 minute she locking up all the black people, right? And next minute she letting all the criminals out. Make your mind up. The arguments they had made no sense. Man, I tell you what. Tell you what. Hold on. Tell you what we're going to do here. This is what we need to do. We need to start our show.
In the land of Kemet, wisdom flows like the Nile. Unlocking the meta, we study in style. Ancestors whisper as we listen with pride. In the heart of the city, ancient truths collide. No time for the fake, skepticism is real. Free the hard way. 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 I'm the God killer from these bottomless streets, dropping knowledge bombs as the history repeats. He goes evil wisdom, channeling the stars, might teaching on the block. Ancient wrongs turn right, the law keeps it gutter, rooted like a tree. Yeah, free the hard way. Free the hard way. Free the hard way. Free the hard way. Free the hard way.
Oh man, Black African Power family was good, was happening. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Y'all see to my right, man, I got people, water, and grains. You know what I'm saying? Look it up. People, Waters, and Grains, hardback edition. Look it up, Ray Reed. And I got the Rosetta Stone. Yeah. Take a snapshot of that, man. Look, man. Through the hard way, man. We got a powerful show. And Gozy, what's good, brother? Where you at? What it do? What it do? What it do? What it do, bro? What's up with you?
What's up with you, man? Peace and love to the panel. How y'all doing? Peace and love.
Man, peace and love. Yo, we in here, man. It's Through the hard way. Gullah Geechee, what's going on? What's up with you, brother? Through the hard way. What it do, bro?
What's good? What's good with it, fam? What's good with it? We finna get it in tonight, man. Talk about this. What's the topic? Talking about the racism
Yeah.
in the old school Egyptology.
Yeah. I mean, we get you know how we getting it in.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think those arguments still going on right now or whatever, but you know, we're gonna clear all of it up. You know?
We're gonna clear it out. Mr. Lee, what's good with you, brother? What it do? What it do?
What's good, bro? I hate I'm not in front of my computer. You know, I started this assignment, so I'm in the field right now.
Oh, that's good.
But you know, I'm gonna be listening in and chime in when I can here and there.
But I know you in the field supporting your family, though. Yeah, you always got something slick, yo. You have a very, very entrepreneur spirit that runs through your veins, brother. I already know.
Food, clothing, shelter, survival, bro. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Got you. Keep the hustle going, man. Y'all know what it is, man. You know how we do. We like to have that early discussion. Yeah, I mean, about some things to get y'all warmed up before we get into what our topic is, man. Man, anxieties about race and Egyptology and Egyptomania from 1890 to the 1960s, man. That panel discussion, man, we got a document that we're going to be using too. All right. The point I want to make here is that a lot of these conversations that we're actually having wasn't the conversations that the old school was actually having. I'm going to say it again, man. The conversations that we think we be having ain't even a fight, right? And this is the thing that make it that got me saying, man, everybody be playing, man. Like that, like the studying and all that, man. That ain't occurring like it needs to occur, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the just the way people put things together, man. It ain't fixed in the reality that we're gonna actually need, man. You know, we're gonna need a whole lot of people getting this thing right there. You know what I'm saying? You know, like Booker T. Washington and them did. What was their conversation around Egypt? W.D. Du Bois, right? What was their conversation about? All right. So was they talking about the Black Egyptians? Right? Was they trying to Blackanize them? what was they doing, man? We got some interesting people in the field itself prior to the field even being established that was actually, far more on point than where we find the people at now. Let me find this source for you real quick here. Let me see. Man, that's not the one. Hold on. Let me kind of get this straight, man. So now Vanessa Davies, you got people misusing her. We're gonna have to respond. We got people actually misusing the things that she was actually talking about, right? So let me share the screen here and just show you something real quick here, man. This source is for everybody, man, to get your read on, man. Get your thing together. Get your folder open. You through the hallway folder, man. You sit up the folder, man. Get it together, man. So here, Vanessa Davies, right? And so her thing is like this. Look, how Egyptologists removed ancient Egypt from Africa. You're going to have a lot of people mischaracterizing her stance all the time. They do it on purpose. All right. She's a scientifically literate person. You can tell on a conversation. If you think I'm lying to you, you would only have to go to an interview that the great Asahotep did on her. Right. And I'll play a little bit of that to show you how, if y'all trying to mischaracterize her, you're scamming. Right? Her whole portfolio is serious, and she brings to light people like W.E. Du Bois. All right, education and archaeology in Egypt. Right? It's a great lecture. Y'all can go in there and look at the lectures that she actually put up on these great heroes of ours, right? An untold story of Black intellectuals in Egyptology, right? Who she talked about? She talked about W. Du Bois, right? And the founder of Egyptian archaeology, Phineas Peachtree, right? And how Du Bois was opposed to a lot of his ideas. Booker T. Washington challenge for Egyptology, and African-centered research in the Nile Valley. Right? These are the things that we supposed to be dealing with. What about you got Amy Garvey? All right. All right. What was she talking about? All right. You also got Pauline Hopkins, literary Egyptology. What is she talking about? All right. Important. So y'all got the source, man. And what I'll tell you is those old school authors that I just presented to you, right? They wasn't fighting for the Black. They was actually fighting for the recognition of Egypt being known as an African civilization is what the fight was. It wasn't a fight for the Black thing. And so this lecture I'm gonna pull up by Miss Vanessa. Let me see if I hold on. Let me see if I can get this real quick. Hold on. I think I got this right here. Right here. Okay, let me make this a little big for y'all. Right here. All right.
But don't the two go hand in hand though?
No, they don't. Let's find out.
Okay.
So right, and that's a great question right here. Great question, bro. Great question. Do the two go hand in hand? You want to know, is Black synonymous? Is that what you want to do? Synonymous with?
Yeah, from an African American perspective, they were trying to give African Americans self-esteem to let them know,
Yes.
like,
Yes.
hey, you come from something, or there's a legacy of Black people being kings and queens over here in
Oh
a great,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Because
Absolutely.
you had books floating around. Like, who was the lady that wrote that book about the beautiful Ethiopian empire or something?
But Miss Houston?
Yeah, that book was out. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely had their eyes on Egypt. You know what I'm saying, for it
Mm-hmm.
being uh
Mm-hmm.
like all the rest of Africa. I don't think they had like a. I don't think we had unless they been over there. I don't think they had a very out. You know what I'm saying, viewpoint of what Egypt really was on the Black end either. You know what I'm saying?
You also had a lot of you also had a lot of Turkish, Middle Eastern merchants and traders and entrepreneurs coming to America networking with African Americans as well, and teaching them and telling them about what was going on over there in the Middle East, the great black civilizations, etc. Letting them know they had like contributions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You saw a lot of like with the
Mm-hmm.
Moorish Science Temple,
Mm-hmm.
Noble Jew Ali. You saw him around Turkish individuals. You saw you know, you saw a lot of those teachers of that day around individuals that uh were moving around the Middle East. Let's just say that, including Egypt.
Hmm. Hmm. So the question is, is uh Africa synonymous with black? What you think about that? What y'all think about that?
No, it ain't. I think some people oppose that, but it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I think there's a lot of people assume that because of a lot of it was due to the Bantu expansion. You know what I'm saying? The
Mm-hmm.
entire continent wouldn't even have that type of look. What they think of as black if it wasn't for the Bantu expansion. You know what I'm saying? To populate and expand. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause their population did rise, like you know what I'm saying, at a fast rate. And they became kind of like the face of Africa because they like the majority of Africa. You know, Niger Congo population is all the majority. You know what I'm saying on the continent.
So
But
yeah,
that's
it's
due to
not
expansion.
actually entirely synonymous with it, yo. Right.
I think
And not to mention, although the term black and Africa are often associated with each other, yo, but yeah, it wouldn't be like entirely
I
synonymous
think
with it at all.
hey,
Go ahead.
I wanted to say I think that some old school ways of thinking, because I think me and you talked about this as well. I don't like to only give so-called European or white people some the credit for being fully scientifically literate either, because a lot of them also believe that
They
black,
started
yeah,
it.
they started it, and a lot of them also
Started the
believe,
dumb shit.
and a lot of them also believe that black at one time was synonymous to being an African, and at sometimes it was a myth at one time from them saying the great white man of Africa, they was looking for him. I don't know if you heard about that story. So the
Oh
thing
yeah,
is,
yep.
so
They
my
look for
whole,
Prester John and all that
yeah, they was
shit.
looking for Prester John. So the whole thing is these Berbers and these lighter groups, and even Flinders Petrie, at one time, yeah, he'll say they're African, but then he'll turn around and talk about the invading race theory and all this other stuff because it wasn't, they couldn't fathom the idea of a non-black population living in Africa without being African. So now we have this beautiful thing called science and genetics, and it tells a beautiful, full, complex story to our continent. Just not the diversity within sub-Saharan Africa or what we call sub-Saharan Africa, even though they have the most diversity, but even the populations in North Africa, and it tells a story. So at one time, black in the older times was significant with being African. It was. It was. This is how people thought, but now we have a clear picture and we have a better understanding. And all our elders that you spoke of, they just wanted to talk about, like you said, and Brother Nazi said, they were saying that because they wanted to build up the self-esteem of black people. Because all we ever been taught since we've been kidnapped was we wasn't shit, subhumans, primitive race, nothing, and whatever. So when we hear about this great civilization on a continent that we knew that we descent from, we just didn't know a direct point at one time. We was, hey, this is what we did, this is what we did, this is what we did. We were at that time they was not scientifically literate. All they knew was that this was Africa. That's it. They didn't
That's it.
understand
That's
all
it.
that.
Yeah. Even before you know what I'm saying, people had the concept of Africa as the whole continent. Shoot, the places that they put extra Africa on, like, oh, them the Africans, them the last places that was called Africa. You know what I'm saying? Them some of the last places that was like identified as Africa, because originally, you know what I'm saying, 'cause we know that the original areas of Africa was North Africa.
The
You know what I'm
original,
saying?
the original, yeah, the original Africans was the Amazigh, the Berbers, the people in Tunis. They were the people of Afri, the people of dust, or the people without code. It was them, the Amazigh people, the Berbers.
Yeah, the Bani Afri is it's an actual tribe called the Bani Afri, the Sons of the Dust. You know what I'm saying? But even the word, because that's a Afroasiatic cognitive. So even that same cognitive comes from the term that the people in East Africa call themselves the Afar. That also means dust, but it's just due to common, you know what I'm saying, coming out the same language family.
Yeah, Martin Delaney, he was another one during that time that spoke about Egypt and its blackness. And during that time period, they viewed pretty much all those pioneers or elders or great black influencers, educated black men at that time. I think Delaney was some kind of general or sergeant in the army or something like that. I forget, but they viewed Africa as a monolith. You know what I mean? Like, we're African Americans, or we came over here in the slave trade, and we're all one. No matter, even though we're in the diaspora, we're all one. It's a monolith. They didn't separate it. Kind of like how you do, huh? When you look at the continent, even today, you view it as we're all one, right? You don't separate East Africans from West Africans. As you stated that plenty of times. Um,
No, you made that up, yo.
No, he do. We do that.
Yeah, you
We
just
do
made that
that,
shit up
bro.
on purpose.
and
We
You're
do that,
crazy.
bro.
and the continental
That's fine. That was a
and
good one, yo.
and also
I
we were
tried.
he said I tried. He said I tried. In a continental sense,
No, boy.
in a continental sense, it's whatever, but there's a bunch of diversity there, and we have to speak on the diversity of the continent that we come from. See, the beautiful thing about the African American Creole person, because we did go through creolization in the New World, and I know some people don't like that word. We represent we represent multiple population groups. We don't come from a single group in Western Central Africa. You have ancestors from Senegal. You have ancestors from Mali. You have ancestors from Nigeria. You have ancestors from Cameroon, Benin, and all that creates this new situation. So the African American within itself, based off its inception in the New World, is Pan Africanism because you come from a combination of different groups. So the best banner for an African American to have is black because you come from the largest banner of black people within what they call sub-Saharan Africa, different groups of black. It don't matter if our story is based off. It didn't matter if we was Yoruba. It didn't matter if we was Igbo. It didn't matter if we was Fulani. It didn't matter if we was Warlord, Mandinka. None of that shit. What we were called and classified as because we looked the way we look was black. And
Yeah,
what you come
even in the name, even in the anthropological name that they call the culture, they call it Niger Congo.
that's it.
So it's black in the name, Niger. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
means black.
and Niger means black, or Western Sudanese. Sudanese means black. So what I'm saying is that when you come in the New World and you come from these different groups of people who's so-called sub-Saharan African, you come from these different groups of people within this portion of the continent. All that matter was your blackness because that's all you was recognized as in your inception in the New World, opposed to the majority who was non-black. So your whole banner and your whole identity in a new world based off the system that was created, right, from a majority of people that were not you. Because when it comes to the new world, when the United States fought for its independence and they fought against they fought against the UK and Britain and all that, whatever, and you start studying this portion of the world, it didn't matter if it was a Dutch man, it didn't matter if it was the German population going to Boston, it didn't matter if it was the Irish people going to different portions of the United States. What they knew was whiteness. And at one time, Italians and different groups of people, or even Jews, wasn't classified as white. I think until like after 1920 or 30. But at the end of the day, whiteness,
Yeah.
whiteness,
Motherfucking Italians when they wasn't even accepted as white until after they created Columbus Day and shit.
and that's what I'm saying. And they understood that it was an Italian that was the so-called founding father of the New World, who was working for Queen Isabella of Spain and all those Spanish conquistadors, who was all types of people, because a lot of the Spanish conquistadors was bastard children of Moroccan grandfathers who left them behind. That's why to this day, when you look at Latin Americans, a lot of the Puerto Ricans and our brothers and sisters, our cousins down there, some of these dudes got Berber blood or Amazigh blood. They be like 5% North African, 6% North African. They don't even know why. It's because in Spain, a lot of those Berbers left babies behind. And a lot of the
Yeah,
conquistadors
yeah.
that came, and a lot of the conquistadors that came with him, who came from insane asylums into the New World, they let all them out. If you wanted to be free, you got to go into the ports and
Them
start chopping
niggas.
the seas with them. Them motherfuckers
I
came
would
over
think.
here with Berber blood, bro,
I
already.
would say. I would say some of them. Shoot, some of the Spaniards had Berber blood in them before they came Spaniards, because a lot of them come from the Roman Empire anyway. The Romans been dealing with Amazics and Berbers for a
Yeah,
long time.
yeah, and also traces of that Senegalese blood that they have. A lot of that shit that the Hispanic people have is not from black slaves. A lot of those Amazigh people or the Berbers, especially during the Almovid Empire, when the Berbers or the Moors was up there, the Almoravids was recruiting people from near Mauritania and certain parts of northern Senegal. So they already had traces of that shit in them even though the majority of their
So,
genetics
so you
wasn't
had
that,
a so you
but
had
they
a
called them.
you had a Berber Caesar. You had a Berber what's his name? Severus. What's the one he was an
Septimius
Amazigh.
Septimius Servius.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
yes, yeah, so when you studied all this stuff, man, but going to this portion of the United States, all you was recognized as because of the situation and the position that we was put in. They didn't give a damn about the ethnic groups we come from. All they knew is that we were nigger, which means black, the black, Negro, whatever. And that's all you were. And this is why, to this day, we chose to create that as a banner to represent us in the new world because it had to be power, because that's what we was considered. This is what they considered us. So now there's so much confusion going on. When an African American back in that day thought about Africa, all he thought about was blackness because that's all he was taught. So even our inception comes out of pseudoism. Could you believe that? Because in reality, it
Yeah,
doesn't exist.
yeah, yeah. And you know what's crazy? The pseudoism came from educated men of that time. It didn't come from it didn't come from the lower classes or from the everyday American. This was the educated. This was W.E.B. Du Bois. This was the Martin Delaney's. This was
Mark Delaney them wasn't pseudo.
no, I'm saying what I'm saying is the people that were having these conversations were
He was
these
educated.
type of people. The
Yeah,
average
but he
black
was
person, bro,
educated.
the
They was
average
actually they was
the,
on par. They was on par because they was talking about the ordinary man. He was in Africa. They was reading Charles Darwin and
that's
worked
what I'm
out.
But,
saying.
but
The everyday black man and woman wasn't their concern.
That's
That's
always the
that's what I'm
case.
saying.
but
Yes,
yeah,
you're okay.
yeah, but the whole thing is that when we get to the base of pseudoism, I'm not gonna keep attacking my people and say that because we pseudos, it's our fault. This
Now
country,
we ain't
this
started.
no, no, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, we
This
didn't.
this this is what I'm saying. This country is based off old pseudotypic ideas.
Yes.
People that was not
Yeah.
scientifically literate. And what we did, we reacted. We created a lot of the concepts that we have out of response, out of reaction, and we hold on to it because of the rejection and different things that have occurred for the last 4 to 200 years with us. So our
Mhm,
whole response is out of reaction, creating this new idea of a banner that was created out of pseudoism, right?
mhm.
Because
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
start,
Yeah.
so in ultimate truth, we are all white, black, whatever you want to call us. We are all Africans. It doesn't matter what you look like. We are African ape. We are African species that developed within the continent of Africa. Human beings have not been separated long enough to even be bannered as a subspecies within our family. We are all Africans. You can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. And even the term African, if you want to take that away, we are still a unique species that developed on the continent that we know today as Africa. Now we getting caught up in the colorization of what people should be and shouldn't be. And all we are is an ape that functions based off the responses of our environment. That's why we look the way we look. That's just
Yeah.
it.
Even if you look at the discipline of anthropology, if you look up old anthropology was pseudo as hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, stuff take development and you know what I'm saying, all that. You know what I'm saying? Like the top, you know what I'm saying? You go back to the 1800s, look at the top anthropologists, he was definitely a pseudo.
Shit, and shit. If you look at the images from back then, oh my goodness, like the Bugs Bunny cartoon, how they had the Africans with the big lips and the
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
But bro, look at some of the older pictures of how the conquistadors was drawing the natives. And they was giving people, and this is why to this day, when these pseudos look at these old pictures, they say, oh, the natives was black. And they wasn't. Sometimes pictures was exaggerated because the people look so far different from them. And they depicted things like that. Even when you look at old depictions of Mansa Musa, some of these Europeans never experienced black populations fully. So they made Mansa Musa because the sense of royalty looked like what's the typical idea of royalty of whiteness in that portion of the world. They never even experienced a so-called blue black looking man as Mandinka having as much resources. So if you look at some pictures of him, they make him look like something that he wasn't. If you study Mansa Musa, his name was Mansa Musa. He comes from Sinjata Keta. That's a Mandinka name. He's Mandinka. You know what I'm saying? But they made him look like something totally different. And then we look at that and say,
Yeah,
we look at that and say, oh, he wasn't even this. Or a white person look at that and say, and they don't understand that people that made the picture never experienced or seen it. They just heard about his wealth and heard about it, and the idea of wealth to them was a white looking man.
yeah.
But
Look at some of the old medieval pictures of the Mongols. The Europeans to draw. They look like white people. They don't look like Asians. Asian.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of this shit, it was created by these people. Who created the thing called Egyptology? Ology means study of Egypt. And if you study the founding fathers of that, Rosetta Stone, Champollion, disciple, he was a French man, and these different people. Man, we got to go to the base of all this shit. So we are just a result of reaction. Our concepts that we have is a result of reaction, and we just respond. And we've been holding on to this black shit
Yeah.
because that's what we've been called for the last 400 years, only to have a place in society in the world. Not understanding that everybody, every human, every group of people played a role in humanity. Every group of people. It doesn't matter if it's the nigga in the Congo and
Yeah.
Cameroon or the Egyptian or the nigga in China. We are all responsible, and we all humanity played a role in what we know is human life and society. All of us.
Yeah,
All of
this
us.
is like it's like the Aboriginal Australians call themselves black fella. You know what I'm saying? It's because they was shit. They might as well, that's
Yeah.
what they accepted in. You know what I'm saying?
I, 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 I
They living out their colonial mentality. You know.
I think the African Americans, man, we're such an extreme outlier when you look at
Mhm.
all of the so-called Africans outside of the continent, whether that was a result of the slave trade or not. But let's just focus on those that allegedly are supposed to be as a result of the slave trade. When you look at the Haitians, they're not trying to get back to Africa. They're not trying to. You don't really hear. They're worried about and focused on Haiti, power to Haiti. They're worried about Haiti. When you look at the Jamaicans, it's the same thing, right? When you look at all of the other groups that allegedly have ties to the slave trade, they're worried about the countries and the political situation of the countries that they're in today. Now, fast forward to Project
It
2025,
depends on
right?
what Jamaicans you talking about, but on rosters, they definitely want to go back to Adam. They want to go to Shashamane, Ethiopia.
Yeah, but the
Yeah, yeah,
majority of them, though, the majority
Rockers,
of them are
the
worried
Rockers
about
do
the
want to go back to
political
Africa.
situation in their country, though, and
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
fix that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, but Nazi, you got to think about it though. The difference between us and our brothers of the other portions of the diaspora, the difference between us and them is that we are minority and we're surrounded by a majority of people that was never us, in the sense of looks. The majority of the United States are white. Black Americans have always been a minority. These people are on an island where they are the majority. So the focus should be based off the places that they live on. It should be based off them because that's what they see mainly at base.
Yeah.
That ain't what we see. You know,
Yeah.
They
we
kept
only
Well,
pumping.
well,
They kept pumping fresh. They kept pumping fresh Africans to the mind. You know what I'm saying?
okay. Well, let's look at Project 2025 and the alleged Project 2025, right? But we've always heard of those type of alleged agendas or conspiracy theories from Rex 84, the Project 2020.
No, that's not a conspiracy theory.
There's been so many, right? But one of the proposals, if you look at if anybody has read Project 2025, would be to get rid of basically imposing this guilt from slavery and the after effects of what happened and individuals' ancestors, and just abolishing all of that. No more talk of it, no more talking about it in schools. We're going to act like this never happened. And we're going to live in this new utopia where that type of talk, those type of conversations don't exist. So and that leads me to this question, you know, should we abandon and focus strictly on our political situation here and just abandon talk of Africa and the diaspora and all of that? Because I'm just saying, like, from a strategy perspective, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know if y'all kind of know where I'm going with it, but I'm just saying,
I mean,
like,
I
So we
mean, I mean, I
abandoned
mean,
what?
here's the thing though, Nazi. As an American, I'm talking about a person that was born. I don't know if you want to say that. I don't want to cut your wisdom. I just wanted to respond to him right quick.
Go ahead.
As an American, what does that continent have to do with the affairs of a nigga living in Detroit or a nigga living in the hood of Chicago or a person living in Memphis, Tennessee, or a person living in Texas, right? They
Nothing.
like our government. Like for example, they don't even like within that continent. You have different governments, different people doing different shit. They don't even. They're not even fully blossom as one thing. So the whole idea of Pan Africanism is a beautiful idea, but it's not a reality. For example, the shit that's going on in the Burkina Faso is not the same shit that's going on in Nigeria, right? The shit that's going on in Ghana, they have whole different political views of what's going on in Rwanda.
Yeah, whole different shit. Yeah.
So
This
so
is
when it comes to the African American or in this portion of the world, Our government affairs is based off the society that we live in and the people that's part of whatever. That shit over there don't matter. So in truth, the idea of it, yes, we come from Africa. We are Africans. Well, we are Africans of a new world. We are Creole. We went through a unique creolization. We have a new ethnic group. It's 40 million of us. As a single hand, within the Hispanic population, they make up 19%, but you have to deal with them in different set ethnic groups: Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Guatemalans, and all that. As a single ethnic group of minorities, we got a hell of a number single-handedly. With 40 million, 13, but that's beautiful. So what I'm saying is that as a new ethnic group in a new world, we have our own responses to what we got going on as part of the new world, which is being American. That's all that matters. The shit over there is beautiful, but it doesn't matter to a person that's going through things within our own personal communities. So what we need to focus on, we can tell our history, we can tell our story, but we've been separated from back home for 400 to 200 years because slaves were still being sent even after 1865. And as you go further south in this portion of North America, you find most of our brothers and sisters with the highest components of sub-Saharan African DNA, and you'll be amazed. But what I'm saying is the political affair that goes on, we need to focus on the communities that we live in. We need to focus on what's going on in our areas, and we need to be focused on that because that's what really matters. You got people that's here now that's drowning you out, and they really don't even give a damn about your story because that's the way America's built. It's a race. It's
Yeah.
either you're gonna get yourself in, get down, or lay down.
So so
That
so
shit don't matter.
so based on what you just said, it would appear that like uh foundational Black Americans, what was the other one?
That's
ADOS.
pseudo
It
movement.
it, it would it
That's
would
a pseudo
appear that
movement.
all of that it would
No,
appear
no,
that
that was a pseudo movement, the one you just mentioned.
okay, no problem. I'm saying
Yeah,
it would
not the
appear that
ADOS, not
it
the
would it,
ADOS.
it would appear based
That
on
was
what you
based in
just
logic
said
right there.
that
Mhm.
all of that is uh it's a distraction from the true
No,
focus,
no,
because
no, 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 no.
if we
It's
look
not a
at the
distraction, bro.
Africans who on
Mm-mm.
the African continent that participated in the slave trade, right? They
Mhm.
came out and gave an apology some years back. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I think three or four different countries:
Yeah,
Benin,
yeah. Ghana,
uh
Ghana.
different ones.
Yeah.
Even some of the European nations who participated with those countries that
That's
apologized, they also apologized as well. But guess
that'd be
what? None of those African countries said we're going to give you reparations, even though they,
it wouldn't even
some of
make
the
sense, Nazi.
no, no,
It wouldn't even,
just hear me out. That's why I'm getting. That's why I'm getting ready to go with it. Just hear me out. I'm saying, and that's why I'm saying is foundational Black Americans, ADOs. Is that a distraction from the true focus? Like, should the focus even be reparations?
To be honest
that's what
with
I'm
you, I'm gonna let Gullah go.
that's what I'm saying. That's what
Man,
I'm
let's
saying.
stay. We off the rails. We off the
Hold on,
rails.
listen,
Okay,
hold
my
on, listen,
bad, my bad.
hold on, listen to this real
We
quick.
off
Now,
the rails, yo. We off the
it'll be
rails. We off the rails, yo.
my
Go
bad.
ahead though. We off the
I was
rails.
gonna end with this. I
Fuck
was
off
gonna
the
say
goddamn
it'll
rails.
be senseless. It'll be senseless for all that anyway because our ancestors on the boats. You were both the victims and the victimizer. So some of our ancestors were slaving too. We just want because
Yeah,
got caught on the wrong side of the war. That's it.
And when it comes to reparation, the way this portion of the world is created, it's a dream. The civil rights movement, your sense of equality, you being able to drink from the same water fountain as everybody else, it kind of drowns that out. And they can play the game and say, I'm not the British that brought you here, or I'm not the ancient Spanish that brought you here. You know what I'm saying? You got to think some of these Europeans that's in power or white people in power now came after the Great Depression. So it's like
yeah,
my ancestors wasn't responsible for slavery. You know what I'm saying? They can play that game. I'm just
yeah,
saying, take it up with the
So,
British.
so there's some studying that has to happen to understand what Pan African uh, organizations actually did. And if you do a little more research, you'll find that at the onset, right, they was definitely pushing for scientific literacy. And we need to really learn the history of that, though, to get that straight. What I will say is that the ADOS is not a distraction. It's actually a codifying and bringing together of African Americans. And how dare you ever say, anybody ever say, that we should not fight for reparations? That's a bunch of bullshit, in my old humble opinion. You should always fight to get some of that, to recoup some of them funds. Even if you never think you're going to get it, teach generations upon generations to fight for the recoup, right? Because that's what we're in. We're in a financial struggle. And the financial struggle is based off of billions of dollars transferring hands and being the global market for a very, very long time. So they up. The gun was sounded. We started off at the line. Pow! They was gone. They held us back, right? They made billions of dollars. They formed a global economy off the backs of our ancestors. That's wild to me. So at no point should we ever stop fighting for that struggle. I don't think it's lofty. I think as more qualified tools and science come along, we'll be able to determine, you know, who should get what and who should not. But you should never not fight for that. That's ridiculous. Okay, it ain't like we can go fight the war again. It's ridiculous. But let's get back to this. All that is tied into this conversation. Great conversation. I've already dropped the link for anybody that think they can join into the conversation. So this is a respected organization right here. All right, I'm telling you right now. The American Research Center in Egypt. So it's actually an American research center in Egypt. Top notch, right? And one of the people that you got, Salon, on here. You also got Vanessa Davis. Y'all know who that is, right? So let me start right here. This is important. This is where the rubber meets the daggone road. I just want to move down to anxieties. Let's see right here. It's Lewis, okay. Bertina, he says anxieties. He's talking about this particular chapter. He says anxieties about race in Egyptology and Egyptomania in 1890 to 1960. That's in the title. Now watch this. This is important. It says, despite ideals in scientific and scholarly objectivity, both Egyptologists and non-specialists often projected their own racial anxieties onto ancient Egypt. Is this not what we're going through over these last few years? That's exactly what we're going through. It's a recurrent attempts to prove that ancient Egyptians were white or black. For example, reveal more about modern societies than about ancient Egypt. See, that's what we've been trying to tell y'all, but y'all refuse to listen. I'm going to say this again real slow. The recurrent attempts to prove that ancient Egyptians were white or black, for example, reveal more about modern societies than about ancient Egypt. It reveals the things that African Americans have been through. And I say it's colonialism to the tune of billions of dollars is what we went through. And we're on this side of it. And we're trying to talk about an ancient population, right? That goes for white people too, right? Trying to talk about an ancient population projecting their own mentality on the indigenous situation. And that's why we got this show right here, because we want to give you Egypt through the eyes of the indigenous people. And y'all hate that. Now watch this. Today's panel will discuss the history of how such debates have played out amongst Western and modern Egyptian scholars, artists, writers, right? And how interpretations of ancient Egypt are intertwined with personal values. Ain't that what we fighting for? See, when we bring the anthropology, the genetics and all that, we get cussed out for that. Y'all are anti-black. No, we're not. We're taking our own personal opinion and values out of it. Now, watch this. Before I introduce the panelists, for those of you who are new to the art, we are a private, nonprofit organization whose mission is to support research on all aspects of Egyptian history and culture, foster a broader knowledge about Egypt amongst, watch this, the general public, and support for Egyptian American cultural ties. All right. So they're not just trying to throw away the modern Egyptians like y'all be trying to, right? They trying to make a point here. And y'all got the link to the paper. Read the daggone paper. I'm gonna be taking excerpts out the paper on what they're talking about. And I tell you what, if you're grounded in scientific literacy, you'll get a better understanding of what it is. You won't just be making them wild comments you be making about how you think they this and how they think you that. You don't have to. Science has the answer to the daggone puzzle, right? Gives you a great understanding of who these ancient indigenous population was, right? Anybody want to add something to that?
Oh yeah, and it's crazy how you know what I'm saying, people are people that they'll push off on the modern Egyptians being Arabs and all that. And even during this time period, uh indigenous Egyptians had a protest against Arabization. They call it
Yeah, Pharaonism.
yeah, Pharaonism, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you
Yeah,
really
that's
had really Egyptians.
I just heard I listened to Joe Budden yesterday. Listened to a little bit of it, but he had Doctor God dang it what's his name, Doctor Umar on there, and he kind of said the same thing when they got on the subject about Egypt, that it was Arabs in the land now, and these weren't the indigenous groups that, you know what I mean. So that's kind of being pervaded and pushed in mainstream a lot.
And what did Dr. Porkchop say?
That's what he said. That's what he said. He said those are Arabs.
And that's the problem with old school Afrocentric teachers. That's the
Yeah, he
problem.
lied. He said Fidel Castro was an Italian. Fidel Castro ain't no Italian. His family, he has
They
a
was
family that
they
come
was
from like
they was they was Irish and Portuguese descent or something like that. I think one
yeah,
side
no,
was
no, no,
Irish.
no, no, no. No, they come from the Canary Islands. He got
Yeah,
family from
yeah,
the
yeah,
Canary
yeah.
Islands.
Not
Yeah.
him. You're right, Gullah. No, Fidel Castro had family that came from the Canary Islands, but the other guy that people use his picture everywhere, who
Oh
helped
yeah,
fight.
yeah, yeah. You're right. Yeah,
Check the
Oh,
bear.
Che
Yeah,
Guevara.
yeah,
Yeah.
that dude. That was
yeah,
a
Hmm
yeah.
that was
Shelley,
that,
but yeah,
that was a white man, bro. People don't want to accept it, but that was a white man. But his family, he had one side of the family came from Ireland, and the other part was from Latin America. But the bottom line, it doesn't matter. The point is, yeah, the dude is pushing old Afrocentricity when he see these lighter skinned groups. They're not African, they're invaders. That's what he's pushing. Culturally, the modern Egyptians are Arab. They speak Egyptian Arabic, but they're not ethnically from Saudi Arabia. They're not Arabs in that sense. They're part of the Arab world. They're part of the Arab League, but they're not Arabs. They're Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? That's like me saying, because we speak English, are we Anglos? All of us on here? No, we're not Anglos. We're not English. I'm sure we got some components of that in us, but we're not that.
yeah. Even like how you say we're not English and all that. Like even like the variety of English that we speak has a grammar of Niger Congo, and that's the same thing in Egypt. Even the grammar of the Arabic they speak, it makes it their version of Arabic
That's
unique
why they call it
because
Egyptian Arabic.
yeah, it still got the indigenous Egyptian language in it. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
And that's what's crazy, Gullah. Us and them, even though we're different from different parts of the world, we went through the same shit, and we kind of suffer from the same identity thing going on. I'm talking about with the African American and the way the modern Egyptians function. We're very similar. In a sense of certain things, like they have their own grammar of Arabic, we got our own grammar of English. AAVE, African American Vernacular English. They got their own
hmm
thing going. So it's very
hmm
crazy. It's beautiful.
This is
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
like and then too like West Africa was Arabized. Like why they don't look like Arabs? You know what I'm saying? It did like they try to say Egypt
So
Egypt look
so
like
hold on
Arab,
for a
but
minute.
it's Arabized.
Hold on for a minute. So I dropped the link, right? Y'all know what type of show this is. This has become a show of fear. People fear to get up on this panel. Fear to get up on this panel. Let me do this real quick. Okay. 221. He say racism and bias is already baked into the discipline. It's a data for too long. So if racism, right, and bias is already baked into the discipline, right, then what tool is best qualified to get that out? Let's talk about that, ladies and gentlemen. And there will be no arrows in the chat. Arrows get all shot down around here because we high level altitude bombers will blow the arrows out the chat. Just try it. Throw some arrows in there. We welcome the people, we welcome the discourse, but the arrows will not be allowed because arrows that are shooting at high altitude bombers will come back and kill you, the person that shot the arrows up in the air. Shoot them straight up in the air, they come right back and get you. So let's discuss the racism and bias, right? That's already baked into the discipline, all right, for too long. What tool do y'all suggest be used to get that out of that? What do y'all think? Go ahead.
Oh shoot, biology. You know what I'm saying?
Science, huh?
Everything science in general,
Yeah,
archaeology,
science.
We
anthropology,
need, yeah, we need all
uh,
that. Biology, anthropology, archaeology, genetics, all of that. We need all
Genetics,
of that.
archaeogenetics. You know, they got a like cross section now
Yep.
where they're mixing like the dental components, the dental morphology, the craniology,
Craniometrics,
yeah,
all
all of
of that.
that. And if you look at what Usay and Salvatore are doing right now, they're basically sending everybody back to the drawing board. You know what I mean? With some of these findings that some of these interpretations that they're discovering, even with the dental, like to say that the mesio, and I don't want to go on the deep end, but to say that the Mesolithic Nubians were migrants is deep. You know what I'm saying? Like that has a lot of implications in the future going
But
forward when these other guys produce these articles going forward, because
hey, hey,
you're going to have to consider that when you write an article now.
so let me ask you a question. The panel a question. I see the brother Bantu in there, and it's like he's very
No, well, they
again.
should just hit the link though. I don't understand why they scared to have an
I mean,
intelligent
I mean, I mean,
conversation, yo.
I mean, they
This
just
is craziest
they,
thing to me, bro. They go somewhere else where the shit is goofball,
yeah, they want to
right?
go
When
with
you get a chance to express level of your understanding of scientific ideas and concepts, we
hmm
rather just not participate. But go ahead,
yeah.
Gozy,
I was
because I'm
gonna
gonna
say
show
yeah,
that statement that was made. I wanna disprove that statement.
yeah. It's very ignorant. I mean, he talked about how SLC 245. Yes, it came from populations that back migrated, but did it come by force? Did they rape into the population? No, they didn't. It's the indigenous people who were selecting those type of women with the mutation for thousands of years. Just not that. Because somebody's slightly abmixed or they have some later integration, we're going to deny them from being African. I mean, African American or the Africans of the diaspora are not 100% Nigerian, Yoruba, none of those other groups. You got some British, some Irish, or some Scottish, or some Dutch in you. It's in you. You got black man that's walking
Yeah,
around here. You got black man that's walking around here that's 80% sub-Saharan Africa, but they Y chromosome go back to Europe. They straight R1B
yeah.
M269.
When it come to Latin America, down to now the Africans to Latin America, that's kind of how you got to look at Egypt. Egypt formation was a similar human ethnic connection. How you saying where you can look at Latin America today. You know what I'm saying? You got a
It definitely
different
was.
you got different ethnic groups, and you have different mixes and in betweens and a different overlapping cultural entanglement. You know what I'm saying?
You know one thing I like about certain Latin American countries like Puerto Rico, the Boricua people will tell you they come from three groups. They're going to talk about their Taino ancestors, their Spanish ancestors, and their African ancestors. You know, everybody else get caught up in that, but they embrace all three. They represent the
Yeah,
population of them.
Cuba too. Cuba, especially the African side.
So
You know what I'm
so
saying? It be dudes with blue eyes from Cuba. You know what I'm saying? You got African Cuban, black Cubans too. I got Afro Cuban ancestry myself. But
mhm.
it be dudes with blue eyes in Cuba talking about some they head is Ogun. You know what I'm saying?
They practice Santeria. Yeah, they practice the Ifa.
You know what's
Yeah, and African Americans range too. All African Americans are 70% Negro. Yo, they range. Just
crazy?
Bantu and they range. And so I don't know why people want to have genetic discussions, but then don't use the findings of genetic
I,
discussions. I find this to be wild. You would have to actually introduce a conspiracy into the conversation. So for all those who is talking about genetics, you don't want to listen to the genetic findings. I find that to be wild.
hey, Unc, I wanted to say this
It's
to
the
the
wildest
Bantu
thing
brother.
ever.
Hey,
Go
Unc,
ahead.
I want to say this to the Bantu brother. I said some of us. I said some of us are 80 to 90% sub-Saharan, but your Y chromosome could still go back to the UK. Rick Kittles is like 86% sub-Saharan African. His Y chromosome matches with people in the UK. He's R1B M269. That was my point.
No, he went
So
over his head. Yo, he doesn't understand that. You can tell he doesn't actually study genetics at all. He's just talking. He's chatty in the patty. Would
yeah,
never hit that link and had a conversation around that. Would never do that. That's too hard. Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be too hard to actually do that. I want to find and show you the scientific article real fast. Let's see. Hold on.
hey, is that Patah? Is that the same Patah that used to be with the squad back in the day? That's in the chat.
Yeah, he's still around. He's just scared to hit the
Okay,
chat these days. He's
okay.
afraid to hit the channel
Yeah,
panel
I
these
was
days.
wondering because he used to be somewhat sensible 5-6 years ago when I don't know now, but I'm just saying I'm just saying.
But Todd's in the transitional phase, like he know. He's like, oh, but he can't. You know what I'm saying? Like you know how you get in that phase, right?
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what's
he
weird?
trying.
I'm
He
looking for
good
the
peoples
source
though.
now. I got
He
the
good
source on
people.
my computer, but it talk about the language phylum, how it showed how these Afro-Asiatic speakers, and I know Ngozi and Gullah can speak to that, but how they kind of push their way into the Nile. That's like it's not only just like a genetic thing. It's also you can also show migration and movement in other ways as well. So if you look at the language phylum, how the Afro-Asiatic just takes over the Nile Valley, and I got a source that speaks to it. How they pushed a lot of the Nilo-Saharans and possibly the Niger Congo, Lebret wares out of the valley. Um, but that that's saying a lot right there, just because that language phylum kind of took over the valley, man. That's saying a lot. I'm gonna find the source though.
I want to say the entire valley, but like even when they
I'd
when
like to read
they
this.
migrate in, they just mix into the population.
Let me
You know what
bring
I'm
a
saying? Like
scientific. Let me. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah, but
Gullah.
the Egyptian language phylum falls under what?
yeah, it's Afro-Asiatic. But I'm
Okay,
Afro-Asiatic.
that
saying,
but that's
but
what
Starts
I'm
the,
with
the
that.
saying.
river, but
So if
that
you
Nile
look
River
at
so big, it's so
if you
big
look
that ain't. I'm just
no,
saying
I
the
know
river
they didn't.
so.
I know they didn't take it. I'm complete. I'm saying you're still gonna have groups in different places or whatever.
What you
They
saying? Hold on. What you
but
saying? Nazi. What you
But I'm
saying?
saying I'm saying that to say
That what?
that
That
these
what?
individuals are
Hmm?
saying that Egypt was black or African, and I don't know what they're trying to say, what they mean by that. Do they
Right.
mean they were sub-Saharan Africans? Is that
Yes,
what they're
that's what
trying
they're
to
trying
say?
to say. They're trying to
Okay,
say that
okay, but
because they
look at the
because they
language
hold on
phylum.
because they follow because they no but because they follow the racism. That's why the beginning of our discourse was formed around how wild professional pseudoscientific Europeans, right, fostered this whole thing that we had to fight, right?
Yeah.
So they made you think that if you was sub-Saharan African,
Okay.
right, that you was like subhuman. First it was all Africans, then it was the West, and then it was the sub-Saharan African, was all not really humans,
So
right?
why don't these Niger Congo speakers dominate the valley then?
Mm,
That's the question I have to them.
mm, no, man. But we put too much value on sub-Saharan Africa, yo. Way too much value. So right here, y'all know the Shooter Man article, right? The ancient Egyptian mummy genome suggests an increased sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Rome periods. It's a scientific article. And in this scientific article, which nobody actually read, they played with it and they got mad with some of the genetics findings in one particular part of the Nile. It says trans-Saharan slave trade may have been particularly important as it moved between 6 to 7 million sub-Saharan African slaves in North Africa over a span of 1,250 years. It says reaching this high point in the 19th century. However, we note that all our genetic data was obtained from a single site in the Middle Egypt and may not be representative of all of ancient Egypt. It is possible that the population in the south of Egypt were more closely related to those of Nubia and had higher sub-Saharan African genetic component. In which case, the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan ancestry after the Roman period might only be particularly valid and have to be nuanced. Throughout the pharaonic history, there was intense interaction between Egypt and Nubia, ranging from trade to conquest to colonialism, and there is compelling evidence for ethnic complexity within the households, with Egyptian men marrying Nubian women and vice versa. Clearly, more genetic studies on ancient human remains from southern Egypt and Sudan are needed before apodictic statements can be made. Look up the damn word apodictic, like final statements. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, this is what it is. And you all took it as if this particular scientific paper was making an apodictic statement. No, you never read the whole damn thing. And you never not only not read the whole thing, you never read the scientific papers that was in response to this particular scientific paper. I say all this to make this point right here, right? That science has the best answers, right? In genetics, the up-to-date studies, and sticking to models that was there for you, like Charles Darwin, right? Who actually clarified how all humans are humans. You know what I'm saying? Like all Homo sapiens have the intelligence marker, not based off the fact that you found us in a period of being, some of us being in the hunter-gatherer state, some of us is being in different whether it's Bronze Age, whatever you thought you found us at, we still have the same mental faculties as anybody on planet Earth, right? So I don't know what people be talking about here, right? If you're gonna fight racism, please don't fight racism with goddamn racism. Makes no sense to me, bro. It'll put you right back sounding crazy as they were sounding when they said it. Wild. 221, what's on your mind? Welcome to the show, Through the Hallway, man, where we exact intelligence and we do not cut each other off. It's the only thing get you kicked off. You do not have to agree with us, right? But don't cut people off. What's up, brother?
Peace, peace to the panel.
All right, we're gonna try it again, ain't we? Let's go.
Peace, bro.
Jam, what's up, bro?
What's on your mind?
Jumped done. Man, I think you kind of mistook my statement a little bit. I think it was in response to something that was said, but it was really saying that because of the fact that racism and bias has been projected onto the discipline and the data for so long, it's just gonna take a while, I think, for like.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. No, I actually agree with your statement.
Yeah.
And that's and my response was, what do we do to change that? What tools do we use? And I thought we said, and then you put another statement in there. But finish your point though.
No, you right on point, and I think that's it really. You know, I think aside from like the hard sciences, the different diverse hard sciences, it's really just as more people get access, you know, to the scientific field, diverse opinions, and you know, things go through that process. That's how the field changes. You know what I mean? I think it's just gonna take time.
Mm-hmm. I agree. We got a comment from the chat. It said, "Get out and do some groundwork instead of." I guess he gave groundwork. I guess instead of regurgitating every white man's source. Yeah, man, you're ignorant, bro. I have to say it. I just have to say that because I didn't know that white people was the only people that did science. You confused me with that. That's a confusing statement. We you know what I'm saying? Like, look here, look. Let me show y'all something here. See, y'all don't actually get what to get with y'all. Sometimes, man, we have to take our time here, right? Take your time. Hold on. I'm gonna show you a person in early Egypt, early, who was saying y'all tripping. Right here. Here's the source. Right here. Look. See this? Hold on, Gozy. See this lady right here? Pauline Hopkins. All right. All right. Look, who is this lady? Right? What were some of her ideas? Okay. All right. Like other African Americans in the 18th and early 19th centuries, Pauline Hopkins engaged with the history of the Nile Valley before the discipline of Egyptology was firmly established in the sphere of higher education in the U.S. Yeah, why don't y'all look her up? See what she was saying. So we've never actually been left out. And you know, when people say that and make this kind of comments, I get a little bit perturbed. Science is not a white endeavor. It's not a black endeavor. It's actually a human endeavor, having nothing to do with your skin color. But go ahead, Ngozi.
Yeah,
I'm going to send you something because that wasn't just those just wasn't the only people that was dealing with Egyptology. I'm going to send you a guy who was dealing with Egyptology during the time of Sheikh Polion, who was from Louisiana, a black man. I'm going to send it to you right now. Hold on. Right now.
Yeah, most scholars too. To that brother that said that, most of these scholars are basing a lot of their work off surveys that others have done
Hey,
that have actually dug in the
I
ground.
got
Most of
it.
these scholars aren't digging in the ground, bro. Just so you know, they're just basing their work off of other surveys of individuals who have dug in the ground. And a lot of us, because of our level of access to some of these faculties, would not be allowed to go inside and study certain skulls that are in like the British Museum and different stuff like that. So if that's what you mean, you know what I mean? Like
I
come
mean,
on, bro.
but not no Nazi. Listen, there's a lot of people out here who's purposely pseudos and they're comfortable with their pseudoism. And when you're comfortable with your pseudoism, when you're comfortable in it, you're gonna say things like that. You don't do the groundwork. And you
Okay,
know what's
all right.
crazy? What's telling about them type of people? They literally see the white man as superior because they say you sound like them and you're mimicking them. It's not, you're wrong. So if you deal with them and listen to their words, subconsciously they feel that these people are superior. They feel like it's not good enough for a black man to be able to read and understand what he reads and then repeat it. So he's going to say you're regurgitating, knowing damn well they don't do groundwork, knowing damn well they never been out the country, knowing damn well they never did none of this shit, but it's cool to say that they're indigenous or this other stuff. So you just got to let people be and let them feel comfortable in their pseudoism. Seriously.
So here's
I
another
do
statement.
I
He
do
said,
agree
get
with
like
what
Jabari. Hold on, get like Jabari and go to the sites. Look and do your own stuff. Now listen,
But
hold on,
Jabari don't speak the language. He's a pseudo. He's
hold
a
on, hold on.
comfortable pseudo.
Hold on, let me say
So
this.
he thinks Jabari digging in the
Yes.
ground.
Yeah, yeah,
well,
hold
let me
on,
play
hold
let
on. Come on, let me, and I'm gonna let y'all go. Let me say this. This has been the issue, right? And this is why I stopped messing with a lot of people. Because they lead the audience to think like Jabari. Jabari is not an archaeologist, right? He's not an Egyptologist. He adds nothing to the field study at all. Right now, we may listen to him, right? But the field's not paying that no mind at all. It means nothing. It has not went through the rigor in that particular field, right? So although he may be a African American historian, he's not an ancient Egyptian nothing. He's just talking through the eyes of black algae. But y'all can go ahead, make y'all
Yeah,
points.
I mean, you brothers. I don't know if a lot of you guys have been around this community long enough. You probably caught the tail end of Brother Polite, and you probably didn't get to see the early or the middle Brother Polite. But if you remember doing one of the debates, I think the second debate of Kemet on trial, he actually went to Egypt and paid one of the people who show you around. You know what I mean? And to take you on like one of the field trips so you can see some of the relics and stuff like that. Now, just because I'm standing in front of a relic on a vacation and I'm pointing up to some of the relics, a lot of people give validation to that as if, oh, he's at the site. You know what I mean? Like Ashwa Kurese have done that for years. He goes on these Egyptian expeditions where he take actually people to these sites and they look at a lot of the monuments and the relics. But that's not archaeology, okay? Just so the audience, so you can know. You know what I mean? That's not archaeology. That's not anthropology. That's not doing field work. That's just like going to the museum. It's no different, okay?
Yeah, matter of fact, what he did was he went to a particular tomb wall and smashed it. I actually bought the facsimile. That's a direct copy from the original.
Yeah.
And he just went to the tomb to make sure to validate that the tomb was actually there, yo. So he didn't do a dig, he didn't do none of that. That
No.
wasn't even the point of him going there.
And
And yes, I see the guy that you wanted me to look up in Gozi.
mm-hmm,
His name is what was Norbert?
mm-hmm. Yes, sir. He was from
Here you
Louisiana.
go. Here you
Yep.
go. He's a Creole. He's a scientist. He's actually the first inventor who was widely considered to be the earliest chemical engineers. All right, noted for pioneering the invention of multiple effect. What's this evaporator? I think like processing sugars and stuff like that. I think he also has something to do with that, as I recall. Let me see if I can kind of go back and find that. But y'all seeing right here. There you go. Yeah, so we ain't sitting around just you don't gotta like the whole white people thing is just wild to say that, yo. That's crazy to put us in that to do that to us. He's one of the early chemical engineer, bro. Like, what do we? I think people are afraid of science. So I think that's really what it is.
I, yeah, I think that the
people are,
beautiful
but it
I
thing.
kind of
think
come
it
back
is.
to kind of what I was saying though, because like if I play devil's advocate a little bit, I think what people are picking up on, which is kind of a valid critique, is the lack of representation that they see sometimes in these spaces, right? And like Unc said, like science don't see color for real. Science is methods It's formulas, it's straight up, hardcore data. But at the same time, to practice science, it does take a budget, it does take access, and things of that nature. And the unfortunate thing is that that's why I agree with you on the fear thing, because people, instead of diving into it, you know what I mean, and diving into the data to see what they, I think that's what the difference is. A lot of times with the older generation, they just dived into the information. But a lot of times, I think in this generation, a lot of people just stay very surface and are content with that.
So
Um,
no, go ahead. Go ahead, Zoo.
but yeah, I think that's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? But I think we just got to help people get over that hump and go into just dive into it. You know.
You're right. You're right.
Zuda, Zuda,
You said it. You said it. They surface level with it, and that's what a lot of these arguments. That's why they go left, because you have individuals like you was having a conversation. I think a couple weeks ago. On the brother hadn't even heard of soy Kiata. It's like, how can I have a conversation with you and you don't even know certain individuals in the field or what type of work they've done or none of that? You know what I mean?
Let's go through the comments. It says that's why these dudes run from Sarnetta channel. All right. Another one, Shezmu say, I challenge this panel to go to Smash Rockwell's or Jonathan Owens show and let's choose it up. It say then we can go back on the skeptics and see what it do. How about that?
I refuse to go on
Okay.
any of them pseudo slapstick channels,
Yeah,
bro.
we ain't
I'm
doing
good
all
on the
that.
slapstick.
And this is even better right here. This one says,
Smash channel and
it
see
says
what.
so nobody really subscribes to this bullshit information because none of these dudes do archaeology to back their claims. Well, then none of the channels I just mentioned do archaeology. None of the channels I just mentioned bring forth archaeology
Hey,
but
hey,
us.
here's the thing.
hey,
Here's
wait. See, they don't know. See, I'm an outsider, right? I'm just coming back around these brothers, right? But a lot of y'all don't know that back in the day, Sa Neter came to get them to validate his shit. When it came to when them debates started stepping up, when especially after SETI got took down, and it needed to be like of evolving, or brothers needed to step up from the Kemetic side. Sa came and got y'all. Came and got you, Aunt. Came and got you and the squad,
Hey,
right?
hey, but you know what, though, Nazi, to add on to what you're saying, these guys that's talking there's a cognitive dissonance going on. If you don't agree with us, if you don't like what we're saying, leave. There's no point of you, like, why are you torturing yourself only to, like, when we say stuff, you turn around and then you just want to talk shit instead of just getting on a panel. If you're not gonna get on a panel to show your disagreements and explain why, if you don't agree with us, just leave. Go to the places where you feel comfortable at, where you can live in beautiful lives. Beautiful lives make y'all feel good. Y'all want to do that? Just be over there. That's just what it is. Evidently, y'all don't believe shit we say. Y'all not going to agree with anything we say. So if you don't agree and you feel like we're not whatever you think we are not, leave. Why are you on here listening? What's the point of you being here? Why are
Well,
you
you know
torturing
what?
yourself?
You know what goes. I think it's important because I like when people type out and we can see where their mind is. He say surface level is when you have zero primaries, right? But you have been doing this for 20 years. I still challenge you to do your own ABCs in front of everyone. So he's thinking that if you can read the meta nature, right, that somehow gives you an advantage over the other disciplines. So I'm letting you know right now, the hardest thing to do is to put what you deciphered into or what you think you're reading into its proper cultural context. See, this is the main point that none of y'all understand. So if you're saying, so an example of this would be, watch this. Say I'm fluent in English, which we all are, right? And we're talking to a group of people who really ain't, right? And they say, who can't read English, but we can. And I read this thing, the text says that my sister is fine as a motherfucker. Or she, no, my sister is fine as wine and she fat to death. You know what I'm saying? She just got out the car that was flying. All right. And then I translate that to say that my sister, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my blood sister. I translate, that's my sister, right? Died, right? Because she was overweight, right? And it caused her to die, you know, like fat to death, but she was overweight and she died. You know what I'm saying? And the car she was in was flying and it crashed, and that's why she was dying. Now, how did I put that in its proper context? I translated it, but I didn't put it in its proper cultural context. Because what should have been said was that the woman was beautiful, her shape was voluptuous and fine, you know what I'm saying? And the car that she got out of, yo, was a high level, you know what I'm saying, fashionable car. See, that's the proper translation. Do y'all get that? That y'all will never understand. And until y'all be able to understand what I just said, you'll never get the conversation when a person break out some damn text and start talking crazy, saying anything. Crazy. I sit back and be like that.
Hey, but you know what's crazy is that it really shows that these people don't really understand the argument, because nobody's saying that the ancient Egyptians were not Africans. They were they were completely Africans. And what we're trying to say and what we're trying to promote is to show the world the diversity of the continent that we come from. And we're saying that the modern people there now are Northeast Africans, regardless to what you think they should look like. That's all we're saying. You guys are trying to take it away from them and say that they're a bunch of invaders. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think we got to make space for disagreements also, because on one end, I could really blame a lot of Western scholarship for ignoring a lot of good scholarship that's coming from and you know they admit it themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Your thing went out. Like, who is knowing what though? I don't see that. I don't see that actually happening in the field. I see when you go from, watch this, when you go from Pauline Hopkins to now, yo, I think they doing a great job these days, yo. I think now these younger Egyptologists, yo, these Nubianologists, right? No matter what color they are, I think now, yo, I think they doing a great job, yo, and they kind of for me and what I know, and see, I might see it different, yo. You know what I'm saying? Just to hear them say the things they saying now, I never thought in my lifetime that I would get the experts to do that, just to hear that. And that's, you know what I'm saying?
Real,
that's
real. But that's kind of we kind of saying the same thing for real, because at the end of the day, you know, like they doing some stuff that like they way ahead of like our previous generations. But compared to the sea that's out there, it's still minimal. Especially because Egyptology is so vast. You got linguistics, you got archaeology, you got all these different kinds of different things that interplay with one another. But
no, hold on. You make a great point, and I swear you make a great point. Because look, bro, let me help you foster that point. So you still got Middle Eastern studies talking about Egypt, right? Ain't that crazy?
Right, yeah.
Right? You still got to go to a separate, you can go into a museum, yo, and you go to a separate part called Egypt and then have another part called Africa, right? Ain't that crazy?
Right.
It shouldn't be that way.
Right.
That makes no sense. Right, that when you're talking about Egypt, it should be in the African section, not the Middle Eastern section. Right. When you Middle Eastern studies, right, should not actually include Egypt. That should be included in the African studies. But guess what?
Or at least more interplay.
Right. Most of them ain't there, but you do have the younger scholars that are there now. As a matter of fact, I could pull up a book. It's a book called Middle Eastern Studies, and he said, yeah, it ain't there yet because. Hell, this book is called Middle Eastern Studies.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
You remember that video
I showed you?
Huh? I remember that video I showed you the little Egyptian children. I wanted you to play that so the audience can say what these people are. These little African children up north. Could you play that?
Yes, let me get that. So I wondered, are we familiar with Northeast Africa? And I always put emphasis on Northeast Africa, right? And how they look, right? A Northeast African is going to look different from a person, say, in like all the way over in
Uh-huh.
West Africa.
Yeah,
Look different. Do they supposed to look different? They supposed to look different.
absolutely.
There's a biological
Perhaps.
natural phenomenon going on. No, it ain't even a perhaps. Like they don't have the same interplay with what I'm saying, with different diverse biologies as that Northeast population look though. Zane.
Yeah.
I
It's like
mean,
a person. It's like a
yeah,
person from South. A person from South Asia don't look like a person from East Asia. You know,
it's different.
it's
It's
different. Huh?
supposed to be that.
It's
I
a
think we get
continent.
mixed up in
I
It's
that.
think
a
it
whole
is. I
continent.
definitely think it's differences, but I think sometimes, like,
But my thing is, why would a man? Why would a man
if
from?
it's diverse, it can't just be diverse in the Asian way.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's more diversity. There's more diversity in so-called sub-Saharan
I
Africa than
know.
populations in North. And here's my thing. Why would a man from Cameroon look like a man from Alexandria or a man from Luxor?
Well,
He
it
shouldn't.
depends what you mean by look like.
So what
If
I'm
we're
saying
saying
is,
that, they gotta have like,
hold on. No, this is what I'm trying to say. When we think about people in Cameroon, even though they can look different because there's also differences amongst the populations in Cameroon if you look at their faces. But when it comes to like the commonality of what we feel that the overall idea image of what a Cameroonian look like, there's a stance on that. You get what I'm trying to say? So why would the stance of the Cameroonian look like the average stance consistently in Egypt? It doesn't make sense. Or there's a
Egypt
different.
didn't necessarily have the same ecology over time, and
Of
if
course
we're
not.
talking about populations that are in the Sahel,
Of course.
Of
you
course
know,
not. Of course not. That's the point. That's the
He
principle.
said
That's what I'm
Cameroon.
saying.
Cameroon after Sahel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they got some answers from the Sahel.
yeah,
Not
I'm
from
just
the Sahel.
talking
Yeah,
general.
yeah. They have some ancestry from the Sahel because the reason why you speak Niger Congo languages is because it comes from Sahelian populations at base. Let's just be truthful. But there's drift. There's different things that occurred. There's different climate zones. There's different foods, different things coming in compared to a person in Upper and Lower Egypt. And even amongst those
Yeah.
people, they can look different. You know
Even
what
when you
I'm saying?
look at, even you go off the basis of the early Afroasiatic groups, like the Multi-Amadic groups, compared to the groups that became the Niger-Godolphian speakers, they emerged in more the Niger-Godolphian speakers, which the ancestors of the Niger Congo speakers, they emerged in more savanna lowland regions. You know what I'm saying? Afroasiatic speakers are multi-type humans that became the ancestors of most Afroasiatic speakers. They was in highland regions, montane, mountain montane, even in the Ethiopian region, you know what I'm saying, highlands, it's sub-Saharan Africa, but the terrain and the climate is different compared to other regions. It's a conceptual region. It's on the mountains, so some of the regions is cooler, and it's a little more similar to the Middle East. That's why
No,
it's
that's
the
a
only
fact.
place. It's the only place in sub-Saharan Africa where you can still grow wheat and barley at because of that weather
Exactly.
system similar to them other
So the
regions up north.
altitude
Exactly.
so high.
And I also like to bring this up. This guy Bantu has a mental issue. Just because you have some, just because you have some, just because you have some. Here's the thing. Just because you have
Gozzy
Y'all
some,
gonna shoot
crazy.
at the if Gozzy do one thing, he gonna
just
shoot at
because,
the chat.
no, I'm just saying, just because you have some West Asian ancestral mixture, what does that mean? What's the problem? Even if you take away that, the people in northern portions of the continent still look distinct from the population south of the Sahara. I mean, they drifted away from these people when you start with the Assyrians going on 159,000 years ago. They was isolate from populations there, and they did not even develop a lot of the later derived mutations that populations that stayed consistently in those equatorial zones picked up on and differentiated in. So what I'm saying is that the populations in the north are the populations that Eurasians diverge from. The Eurasians diverge, they split through the Sinai area. From the Sinai, they hit the Levant as the Emirate groups. As the Emirate groups, they become the Libertine Agrigetians and the Arhametian population. Then they spread all through the west of Eurasia. So what I'm saying is that the population group that these people split from were ancestral North Africans anyway. So what is the problem? What I don't understand what's the issue with them having mixing
Exactly.
with West Asians.
Exactly. Even when we had that show when we was talking about I think what's the dude name? Orthotech X, whatever his name was gonna He was telling us
Double X.
or the East Africans related to the Eurasians. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But then too, you look at the mitochondria, there they are definitely because L3 is the mother of everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So let
Absolutely.
me, you know what I like to do? I like to give my experience of what I went through and when I had to deal with uh some older minds, some younger minds, right? And I just, don't hate me, hate the game. I just was lucky to be able to talk to a lot of the elders, right? Was lucky to be able to talk to Ngozi and Gullah and them. Like that conversation I had with them all the time was a great conversation just to hear how, one Gozy, which you was 23, Gozy, 22. How old was you, Gozy?
I think I was
About
22. 22.
22, right? I got a chance to hear you all the time, right? And then Gullah came in younger than you, which was crazy. A couple years later, right? Younger, and just those different. So I'm being the oldest on the squad, and then Hassan, all them, right? And then I got to connect with y'all, and then I got to sit with James Smalls and sit with some of the elders, and I could actually see this shit do like this, yo. I could see the range of shit. I could see it. Like I was positioned in a spot most y'all don't even respect. Niggas listening right now, y'all don't respect how lucky I got, bro. Maybe not luck, right? They say there's no such thing as luck, is when preparation, I'm saying, meets a goddamn opportunity. So I had the opportunity. I was prepared to be able to hear that shit that the elders was saying, and I was prepared to hear that shit that then Gullah them niggas was saying. Y'all don't even understand, right? We've been having this conversation damn near 20 years now. I done heard it. I done heard to sit with Leonard Jeffries, right?
Yeah.
And hear that. Reggie. I done heard Reggie. Niggas think Reggie's an idiot. He's actually not. He's just trying to play some kind of comfortable space where out of everybody right now still living and breathing, this nigga then stood up there and got a chance to have a mic, whether y'all like that, Dr. Ben or not, to have a mic, you know what I'm saying, and then pass that motherfucker to Dr. Ben, and Dr. Ben get up and rock the mic. Y'all might not like nothing that man say, yo. But dog, I'm just saying, so the people I've been around, just the position I've been in, yo. So when I hear a statement like, well, the new Egyptology, when I hear white people say, like the older generation of Egyptologists, yo, they still tweaking. That we ain't thinking like that no more. I'd had an expert come on here and say, yo, we thought, we say most of the stuff they were saying was ridiculous. I can play it right now. He said that was ridiculous. You don't hold us to that standard. You don't even think like that. And then when I hear young Egyptologists say, yo, yeah, it's still a lot of that around, right? There's still a lot of that around. But now, you know what I'm saying, we don't think that way. We don't think that way. So I see it. You know what I mean? 221 make a great point. He said, yo, but it's not everywhere yet. Of course not, because it's slow to move, baby. The field is slow to move. That's how science moves slow sometimes for its own good. I get it. But at least I get that.
Just like in Europe, you read European and Germans, they still using the old, it might be up to date, but they still use words like Negro and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Still do. It's getting out of there though.
Like Semitic and all that.
Yep. That's not there no more, yo. But I tell you what, they're not gonna never move to. They're not gonna go back. And I hate to say it. If you fight against a group of people that was talking about the Egyptians as white boys and Caucasians, do you think them same group of people that's changed their viewpoint and understand what Africa is and what indigenous is, you think they're gonna let you run and say the Egyptians is black people now? You're gonna end up in the same space with the people that said they was white. And it's a hard pill to swallow. And my overall reaching point was this, that I heard people resistant to what Ngozi was saying, right? I heard people resistant to what Gullah was saying. I heard it. I was there. I was the intermediary. I had to be like, keep the both sides apart. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was that guy that had to, pushing against, sitting down, letting Jeffries. I got an elder right now. I'm not even going to say his name. Top-notch elder. I'm not going to say his name, though. And, he there. We having good conversations, but it's some points he just can't see. So I'm trying to talk to him because I don't want to be a person as I grow older. I don't want to be an elder that there's going to be a point that I just can't see. I feel like that I'm scientifically literate enough where I can relinquish some of my old points based off old data. That's what I'm working on for me. I don't expect everybody else to do it, but I've been able to see the push and pull on both sides. And when they clash, so the whole shit fell apart. I kept them apart as long as I could, right? And it was time for me to make my shift to go with the younger crowd. I had to do it. That's why you see through the hallway. This represents my ability to coexist with the younger generation, dog. That's what this show is about. To be able to talk about all matters dealing with science, right? And have empathy for those who can't. So a lot of y'all in the chat, right? I got empathy for y'all. I just do. But anyway, anybody want to add that? Where you at?
Your props. You got a long history in the community. Like I always say, when I came in, people were still wearing red capes to sign of the studios, man. Trying to have the crowd fly to another dimension. You feel me? But I'm gonna still say Afro-Asiatic is still pseudo.
That's fine. I ain't gonna argue with you on that.
Hey, can I ask a question? Because I've been following this a little bit, and I'm still don't know. I'm confused about what y'all have been arguing about. So are y'all saying Egypt is not black? Just to be clear, it's not black.
Gullah Gozi, I want to answer that.
We're saying that they are Africans. We don't. The color. That's not.
But they're not like phenotypically Negroes.
They're not. They're African. Hold on. They're Northeast Africans, and they look like what a Northeast African should look like.
So those people there, they are the people. Y'all are saying those are not the invaders.
Those people that you see there that reign.
Hold up! Don't jump. Wait, Gozi. Hold on. Wait, everybody stop. I ain't gonna let you do it, Lex. I like the first part of your question, right? So let us answer the first part of your question before you run to the modern people and confuse the whole thing. So he said, are they Negroes? Well, we know the Negroes was in West Africa. That's what they first seen as a Negro. Do I got this right or wrong? Tell me.
Absolutely. Correct.
Right? So the answer to that question, like Gozi said, no, they wouldn't have looked like the Negroes. They wouldn't have had to. Because that's in a whole different.
They had Negro looking peoples up there, man.
Maybe so. Yeah, hold on, wait. I'm not speaking to absolutes. Listen, no, I'm not. But you get my point, though. When Europeans came into West Africa, they called them. They was the Negroes, right? And then when they went to say Northeast Africa, right? They kind of tried to classify them differently, didn't they?
So let's talk about that history.
Go ahead. And then we get to the modern population next. Well, go ahead.
So when the Arabs come in 641 AD, they differentiated Mizir, which is Egypt, and Bilal el Sudan, which is what's labeled that starts with the populations in North Sudan and Nubia. Bilal el Sudan had a specific look. Mizir had a different look. So what I'm trying to say is, in this portion of Africa, they would have not been the typical understanding or banner of what other people call Negro or Negroid in phenotype. They look like the population group that's been there, and they range from your color Lex to even Mediterranean olive light. It's been like that. You can see that on the glyphs from red and brown.
Can I throw a caveat into that?
Yeah, a lot of the ones that were darker look kind of like how like Horners or the Somali look today. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of those upper Egyptians look like anyway. That's the old original.
So they were basically Arabs then.
No Arabs yet.
But you got to remember though, it's a nuance too, because Upper Egypt they didn't cut that off. That was all the way in Upper Egypt for real. That wasn't all the way down. And on top of that, they might not have called it Bilal el Sudan politically because they took it over, right? But in their religious works, they put the Egyptians and the Coptics and the all along with all the other blacks that they came into contact with.
So before the Arabs came in 641 AD, there wasn't this problem because Egypt already took over a lot of territories in North Sudan. Remember, they expanded their borders. So in some portions of South Sudan was Egyptian territory. So to not include them as part of Egyptian territory, especially in classical ancient times, that's a problem. But in the newer times, when these people come in and they see what's obvious, they delineated them too. They called this land Mizir, and they looked at the other people and said, Bilal el Sudan. And when it comes to the color coordinates of different people south, there has always been a difference. Even when they look at the people in Ethiopia or Ethiopian, the Greeks, they describe what they've seen. When they look at the Bilal el Sudan, they describe what they've seen. When the Portuguese came in and looked at the population in Cameroon or Angola, they describe what they've seen. Negro. Negro meant black. Even in medieval time in Arab Crusades, there was a difference between a regular Amazigh Berber or a person that's Amazigh, and later on they came up with these things called blackamoor. Even though anybody that was a Muslim could have been called a Moor, whether he was a light-skinned Berber, swarthy-skinned Arab, or a blue black Senegalese person. If you
I
was a
think
Muslim, you would have
to really understand that color code right there, you got to kind of take into account the Garamantians,
Oh yeah,
because
we know about the German.
they were
You can,
another group that they say were mixed, but they were definitely especially closer you get to the Roman era,
Yeah, the Garamantians was a
on the dark
confederation.
side.
they
It
was
was
a
the
confederate. They was a
Garamantians
confederate.
was a confederation. It was a confederation that was ran by
All right, I
Arabs.
think y'all are
Arabs,
kind of going.
Hold on, before you go, Lex, I
not
want to
Arabs,
say
but
this.
Berber and Amazigh.
Yeah, I wanted to say this too. And the descendants of the modern the Garamantes today would be the Tabu and the Tariqs, the Tariq Amazic and the
Yeah.
Tabu people.
Well, they used to think that the descendants of the Tuareg was of the not the Tuareg of the Garamantes was the Tuareg, but I
It's
just
both.
read that they find that the Tuareg are more closely related to the Beja, and
No,
that
Nah, bro.
they have an expansion actually that's
it's
closer to
it's
like 2,000
if
3,000
you
years.
look up if you go to what's her name's site and look at the citation, I think her name is Mizra, starts with an M. She talked about the skulls of the Garamantes. They had two groups there. They had one that looked Mediterranean, because that's when they talk about a person with aquiline and narrow features,
Come on,
that's what they're
Amazigh
talking
people.
about.
Yeah.
And they had another group of people that look like what they classify as the morphological
The
pan-Africanism,
Nilo-Saharan look.
Nilo-Pan.
Their
That's the
closest
Tabu.
Some of them
comparison
have
is
lip,
the
some of them have
Nubians
lip
though.
plates too. Look, some of
Their
them have lip
their
plates. That's how
closest.
some of
I
the
got
lip
Yeah, they
plates
had
back
lip
in the day.
plates.
I
It's
just
the
had that.
Tabu
I just
people.
had that
It's the
article up
Tabu
for real
people.
because I got a whole thing on them.
Nah, the Tariq, bro. The Tariq would not be related to no Beja people, bro. Beja are Cushitic people. They would
No,
not.
and
They
not at
had
all.
no.
Only in
Nah,
some
bro.
layers.
People would not have
Only in some
migrated
layers.
to
You
those
got to
cities.
argue with the source on that, or you could tell me something when I pull up the source. Then
Okay,
Yeah,
You
what
must
well,
be
source
talking
you
okay.
gonna
about.
pull up? Hold on,
Well,
what you saying?
your source probably talking about proxies anyway. A lot of it should be proxy. You can't look at it as
Let's
like
let's
absolute.
keep it back where we at.
Yeah,
I think
Lex wanted to say something.
Lex wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna go ahead and confirm when I talk about when the term Negro and what group of Africans was that term applied to, I would like to bring a source in on that for y'all. But go ahead, Lex. We want to stay where you at. Go ahead, brother.
All right, so from I just finished reading Sheikh Anti Diop's African Origin of Civilization,
Good book. Go
and
ahead.
so and Dr. Ben's Black Men and Now and his family, because I wanted to go back and check on what the elders were saying in terms of what is being said today, and obviously y'all disagree with what a lot of the elders had to say, but I learned that the Egyptians came from the south
False
up
nerves.
to
Oh,
now.
No, that's
So
no.
y'all saying that part?
They don't come from one different
it's
direction.
yeah,
it's
yeah,
still
yeah.
true. It's
Okay,
still true. It's just
Yeah, it's
not
not. Yeah,
complete.
yeah, it's not complete.
Not a
okay,
pharaonic,
okay.
I like the way
not a
you said that.
pharaonic,
2-1. Hey, 221. I like the way you said that.
Appreciate that.
I like the
not a
way you said
pharaonic
that.
kingship style come from the sacral kingship and the divinity that came out of Nilo-Saharan populations from the south.
Okay.
That did, but that spread it amongst different ethnic groups and cultural groups
Now, are
as a
y'all
stream.
familiar with what Sheikh Anti Diop said about the red and the black colors on the wall?
Yeah, go ahead, talk to us.
Well, he showed. I actually have it open now, but he
All
showed
right.
like you know how
What
some
page?
people say they were like the Egyptians predicted themselves red and the Nubians black. And he showed different pictures in the book where the Egyptians were depicted just like the Nubians, and sometimes they was depicted red. But he said that the red was a royal red, a symbolic red. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not. I'm really just trying to learn and understand.
I
What
have
the
to read the
elders.
source to know what he really talking about.
Yeah, what page, yo?
Those colors were
outdated.
Well,
symbolic.
let me find it. But he basically
Yeah, what
said
chat?
that when the Egyptians depicted themselves as red, that was He said it was a royal. It was symbolic. You know what I'm saying? But
But
I don't know.
most of their colors, brother Lex, would have been symbolic. Like for example, black would have represented immortality for the high quality of fertility. It was very special to them, and red represent life to them. So all of the colors that they use was very symbolic, and it had powerful meanings. That's the world that they lived
Said
in.
red represented what?
Red represent life to the Egyptians, which is blood.
Nah,
And
red represented more like the desert.
no.
I
In
think
some angles, no. Listen, descent, yes, represents red, but also red also represent life or blood to them. You know, they can have more than one meaning for one thing. You can look that up. Look up what did the color red mean to the ancient Egyptians.
So
no, I'm
where
with
did
you on
the
that. I'm with you
Egyptian?
on that, but yeah, I think, but in the context he was asking for, I think,
So if they didn't come from the south, now I know there was like a back migration into Africa. I'm
Absolute.
saying, 'cause when did those people? But that was like
No,
50,000
we ain't say
years.
that, Lex. We said they some came from the south, some came from
The
the
west of the
Sahara,
desert.
some came from the Middle Eastern area. That's what we saying.
Yeah, some came from the Red Sea Hills.
Yeah, they was different polys along the Nile. Like we know now
Okay.
that they didn't just come from one area and been there for thousands of years. And then we know that was the
I'm actually
population never
rock
left.
with y'all on this. I mean, from
Mhm.
my studies, I'm not an
Mhm.
expert, but Egypt was like America to
Yeah,
Africa.
yeah.
So there was, and
There you
see,
go,
this is
Lex.
the point that I'm saying that Sheikh Anti Diop, I just think his work is unmatched still because Sheikh Anti Diop points out, because I heard y'all talking to like smashing him about Egypt being like Mediterranean or African
Nah,
or
not me.
whatever. But
That's
Sheikh,
the misconception when you talking about Mediterranean race, but Africa has its port of the Mediterranean itself.
right. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is Sheikh Anti Diop shows the cultural connections with the South and other people. Like everything in Egypt, Sheikh Anti Diop showed in another African culture. Can you do that with like the other cultures?
No, say it again.
Like,
So
for instance, like he'll show like
in a
Egyptian dress
general sense,
code
no.
certain, and then he can show
Mhm.
like the um say like the I don't know, some people in the South wearing the same type of.
But you got to be careful with that because Egypt gets its ingredients from certain African groups. You know what I'm saying? Just like Egypt, like I said, some of the pharaonic culture come from Nilo-Saharan culture. Nilo-Saharan groups spread in different directions, even different groups. So certain other groups might overlap with Nilo-Saharan culture, even though it might come from a different Nilo-Saharan groups that didn't, so that had contact, that didn't have contact with Egyptians, but they still carried their particular cultural signatures overlapping other different African groups other than Egyptians. So you
here's
might
another.
have some Nilo-Saharan ingredients, in West Africa for us like certain divinity and certain styles and customs. They got introduced to them groups, but just like the Egyptians got introduced to the Egyptians. But it might be two different groups or two
So
different
what
branches
ingredients
of that.
could
So
you
so
give to
so even
people
so
outside of Africa?
oh, hold on, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
go there.
you you
Hold
you
on, hold
allowed
on,
escape pass.
hold on,
Y'all
hold on,
letting
hold
him
on.
y'all letting him
No,
y'all
no, no,
allowed
no, no,
escape
no,
chat.
no, no. Hold on. I'm finna respond to Lex on something because I wanted to bring. This is where Nazi Lee comes in at, and people got to follow it. It's very important when he speak of the ablations. The ablation at earliest point starts in Morocco with the Ibero-Maroons 30,000 years ago. It has its latest point.
Hey, bro, it actually didn't
You
start
gotta let
there,
him
bro.
finish,
Hold on,
man.
hold on,
You
hold on,
got
hold
to
on, hold
let
on,
the
hold on, hold on.
man
I read the
finish.
whole thing.
Let me finish.
You
Let me
gotta let
It
finish.
him
started
finish, man.
in the
So,
late class thing.
Hey,
It
Gullah,
started in
Gullah,
the early
Gullah.
class.
Can you hear me, Gullah?
Gullah,
Gullah.
let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. So
You
what I'm
gotta let
saying
people
is,
finish, yo. Come on, man.
what
That's
I'm
the
saying is,
rule. We ain't good. You
what
know what
I'm
I mean?
saying
Go ahead.
is that the oldest place that you find it first, right? According to Nazi Lou sent me something. It starts with these Ibero-Marusian temperate group, and we know the Ibero-Marusian culture starts 30,000 years. But you find it again with the Ohelo 2. And Ohelo 2 is around the Levant 19,000 years ago. So some portions of the Levant, especially in earlier times, in the late Epiopaleolithic or the late Epipleistocene time period, all the way to the Neolithic, even they have pre-North African elements that's influencing them. Even the way the pre-Natufian groups starting at 12,000 years, burying them, the death mass and burying the people in a house. You can see that happening in fission between when they go backwards and forth from the Helwan phase with those flint tools from the Levant to the Sinai in Egypt. So it's been going on a very long time. So North Africa and the Levant has been influencing each other for a very long time, especially when the brother Nazi talked about the ablation thing. I don't know if you want to speak on that, and then Gullah can say what he was just saying. But go ahead.
No,
After that.
okay, but we some more Nazi go next.
Either one
Yeah.
of y'all. I mean, you can say what you were
No,
saying.
no, I was
Go
saying
ahead.
I actually looked at that video like 3 different times, to make sure the ablation didn't actually start with them. That's just the late Pliocene, what I'm saying, where they found in that time period. And they and the Iberian Rougeans passed the customs to, what I'm saying, the Middle East, like to that,
That's
eastern
what I
route
just
or whatever.
that's what I was just
Yeah,
saying, Gullah.
but like the ablation period, what I'm saying, that's like it, like they even said like the Iberian Marusians adopted it from somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They probably
yeah, yeah.
adopted it from some type of they probably adopted from, some of the, what I'm saying,
Tyrians,
Africans or some of the
later
African groups that
the later
migrated up there
Tyrians.
from the south. Because they said that those cultures, the ablation culture go back in humanity, period. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
but
Those customs go back like older than even that. You know what I'm
so
saying?
this
They
is
was just talking about in that video, just
Wow.
talking about
We're
when
just
the
talking about the.
earliest, they was
hold
just talking
on.
about when it started in their particular group in the
Right,
late
right.
Pliocene period.
Right, but this is the point though, Gullah. I just explained that the people that build Maroons, they turned around and passed it to the people in the Levant. But what you said also is key. They were the people earlier prior before, the only people that was there prior before when the Zuzana came in and mixed with them were the Tyrian people. And the Tyrian people were descent
Yeah.
from who? Ancestral East Africans. So you see the base root of what's going on. It could be very old. So yeah, that's dope.
Yeah. But then you see an evolution of it. Like everything goes back. Like the bow and arrow goes back. But then you get to a point where you have the Onanian point spread from
All
West
right, we're going
Central
to pause.
Sahara
Go
and
ahead,
go
pause.
over to ancient Egypt, and that speaks
We're
to
going
what
to
the
pause.
brother Les Vortex was talking about these cultural
We're going to
practices that are in the Western
pause.
desert of Egypt, that are in the Sudan, and then eventually make their way off into ancient Egypt. But see, this is the information that's Dr. Sheikh Anna Diop and others didn't have during those
At the
time
time, yep.
periods.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We've got science now that speaks directly to the dynamics, the cultural dynamics that are going on in the Nile Valley. It says that during the Neolithic period, you had Natufian-like groups come into the Nile Valley and become the Neolithic Nubians, meaning they made up a high percentage of those groups that were in the Nile Valley in the Sudan specifically during that period. And then if you look at the groups that are in the Western Desert, you have I want to say it maybe around a 35% um in terms of the percentage groups from the Niger Congo. I believe these are Niger Congo speakers that are practicing this libret and Ablasian cultures in the Western Desert because they come from the West Central Sahara. So, I mean, we can argue that all day long. I'm not being specific or, rooted in my belief about the Niger Congo speakers. That's neither here nor there.
And what
But
and
I'm
what
just saying
time
that
period though? And what not that time period you talking about?
we're talking about from a time period of when the Onanian speakers, by the time they make it to the Western Desert of ancient Egypt, we talking like
Yeah, you would
6,000.
have
So
been.
we talking about late Mesolithic.
Then you might be talking about the some of the Cadofian populations. Then you be talking about
Yeah,
they
we
could
we, ta-
the
we talking
Cadofi
about we
the
talking about
Cadofian
late
people.
late Mesolithic. So when Sheikh Anta Diop says these groups come from the south, what groups are we talking about? Are we talking about the Natufian-like people? What groups are we talking about?
He
Are we
talking about
talking
the
about?
Cushites.
Okay,
Well,
but when you say that, bro,
they get quasi because them Kushite people
yeah,
was
yeah,
they
yeah.
wasn't.
That's a generalized term to just speak to groups in
Well,
specific
I think I
areas.
found it, Unc. If you want me to share it and show
All
So
you.
right, yeah.
you gotta go back to the drawing board, bro, and be specific. What culture from the south came up north? What group? We got archaeological identifiable cultures. We got Mesolithic Nubians. You got Wadi Halfa. You got Tushka. You got Al Qaeda. You got Jebel Sahaba. That's four archaeological
See. All right,
identifiable
ho,
groups.
ho. We gotta stop right there. We went
When
far.
you get
Ho,
to the
ho, ho, ho,
Neolithic
ho.
phase, you got groups. So y'all gotta name these groups.
Hold
Y'all
on,
gotta be
but them,
specific.
hold on, Nas. But some of them archaeological groups, you know what I'm saying? They just named them, they just labeled an archaeological group, but they could represent, you know what I'm saying, a major,
several different.
several major African cultures, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you have some of them
But
could have
when
been
you be
Cushitic groups,
specific, we can
some of
deal
them could
with
have been
that group though.
Nile-Saharians, but they still could have that name, like you know what I'm saying?
So I just wanted
Reason. Go ahead. Go ahead.
to show what some of what he was showing, because Sheikh Anta Diop went into a lot of the different groups and but here, like if you see here, he says this Negro depicted by himself compared with this Egyptian statuary, the same physical features but no contrast with peasant prisoners in figure 23. This is a difference of class, not of race, right? So then if you go down, he shows, and this is what I was talking about. A lot of people, like the Hebrews, used to show this to say, see, the Nubians and the Egyptians were different,
Them ain't even
and
them ain't even the same type of African. Them
Yeah,
Nilo-Saharians that you're looking at
these
right there.
but
Africans that migrate to the valley way
but
later.
but this is
Them
what he says.
Nilo-Saharians and that head that you showed at the top, that's a Yoruba statue. You know what I'm saying? For Oba.
It come from the Nuck.
Right, but
But go ahead.
right. So he's showing this picture, but he's saying this depiction is not even like the actual. Some of it is not like what the people look like. Some of it is like symbolic. See what I'm saying? He says so.
Distinction in
The,
class, not a distinction.
the black
Yeah.
peasant prisoners on the tomb of Pharaoh Horemheb. Note the differences from the urban type in the previous figure. This peasant type appears in African urban centers only after transplantation of rural elements bearing the signs of hard country life. So what has been misinterpreted as a racial difference is in reality only class distinction between the city aristocrat and the wrinkled peasant with rough hands who had become less common in Egypt, where farming was not so difficult as in Nubia. Then he shows stuff like this.
That's a real
And he's
distinction.
right.
Like,
That's a
He's
real
right on that.
distinction.
He's right on that. We've been talking about that for the last 3-4 shows. We've been speaking about the Western Desert, how those groups became marginalized, that were in the rural areas as
Oh
opposed to
yeah.
the urban
mm.
revolution that was going on along the river. We've been speaking to that.
Then when you look at this, he's showing, I guess, like
Yeah, he
the
playing right there.
cultural.
Yeah, he
Is
playing.
this pseudo? Because he's saying Egyptian
That's a
Christians.
wig. All right, hold on. Move it
It's
back.
part pseudo
Move it
because he's
back.
trying to
Hold on.
compare. It's
A
part
wig.
pseudo.
Hold on. Hold. Stop. First of
Yeah,
all,
that's
that right there on the Egyptian is a damn wig. Let's get that. We need to get that straight. And we can just get that straight, yo. We can move forward as a people. It's a
Okay.
wig, man. We gotta know it's a wig. We gotta stop
It
that.
is a wig, but it is a
It's
similar style though with the side
yeah, it's just
and what you gotta know
see,
is
no, we should go back with the wigs again. See,
hairstyles in these
Nubian
Oh yeah, they
wig.
got
societies
the yeah they
have
got
a lot of meaning.
some of the wigs they got the style from
What about
Nubians.
the white
Yeah, he's
wigs though?
saying the Egyptian wigs
Kim
correspond to the
Heard.
Djimbi and Djia of the Senegalese married women.
No, I ain't no Senate. No, I ain't no
yeah,
Senate.
y'all gotta
No.
Man,
remember something
you don't
about
know nothing about that, bro.
They
y'all
Hold
wouldn't
on,
gotta
know.
let me
They
remember
stop.
wouldn't even know who up
Freeze.
around.
Everybody freeze. Let me get back to this.
y'all gotta remember something about
Hold on, man.
Baba Joke.
You
He was
can't even
Senegalese.
say that if you
Yeah, it's Senegalese, yo. Hold on, let me do this. Let me. I ain't
Yeah,
mad at
I'm
that.
from,
Hold on, we not listen. We needed Diop to do that. I like the book,
yeah, I grew
right?
up with a lot of
I
Senegalese.
like
Too. I'm
the
from
book,
St.
yo.
Louis. We got the most
So
Senegalese
this is the
population in the United States.
look. So when the question is when the term Negro was first applied, what part of Africa was it first applied to? That's a great question right there, right? And I'm telling you right now that in our mind has been shaped and formed to the point where by racism, white supremacy, and we continue to think as slaves, because that's what you do. You just download shit to the slaves, yo, right? And you mockingbird that shit. You just keep saying it. So based off of their ignorance of Africa, because they called it the dark continent. Why? Because it was not explored, right? And they was ignorant of the diversity of its people. Let me show you right here how they applied this term based off their ignorance. Now watch this. It say the term Negro was historically applied by Europeans in the 16th century to describe Black African population, particularly those from West Africa. Derived from the Latin word niger, meaning black. It says it was primarily used by the Portuguese and Spanish explorers. See, they're exploring, right? And traders who encountered African people along the Atlantic coast, right, of West Africa. And we know why, because they couldn't even get past certain islands to even get down to that area. When they finally did it, see, we think they were sharper than they was. They ain't had the sailing to even get past the daggone tides that was pushing them back to the damn island. When they finally got there and started exploring, right, this is what they came up with. It said initially, it said this term was largely geographical use to distinguish the people living in the sub-Saharan region from lighter skinned populations in North Africa. See, they ain't know nothing about the variation. It say which were closer to the Mediterranean world and more familiar, right, to Europeans through trade and with contact. It says as European colonialism expanded, see, as explained, the term Negro became a generalized racial label applied across, listen to it, applied across much of sub-Saharan Africa. This usage was primarily centered on West Africa due to the Atlantic trade, which brought many people from that region to the Americas. Over time, the term became racialized and was used to enforce social hierarchies and stereotypes, especially in the Americas and Europe. Today, Negro is largely outdated and considered offensive, as it reflects the history of colonialism and racial discrimination. Scholars now focus on more specific ethnic, cultural, and geographical descriptions when referring to. Now, let me show you a map. I want to show you the map, and this is going to really get y'all. Hold on. Let me get this. I want to show you a Negro land. I think this is
why you going out? I was gonna say Nigeria is also insult because it means nigger land. Literally.
Yeah. Hold on, everybody. Let me finish my point. I'm cooking with hot grease. Here you go. This is Negro land. Do y'all see? It
was expanded.
It's a British map.
There you go. The European map of West Africa. This is in 1736, y'all. Included is the archaic mapping designation Negro land. There you go. Make it bigger for y'all. That's Negro land.
So what are we saying?
I just wanted to make my point. I just want to show y'all. I think this is good for our conversation, so y'all can see, how that thing was applied, how it stretched out, and how it did not account the variations in different African populations. And they just was saying, shit, y'all, if y'all don't look like this, y'all not African no more.
Yeah.
See? And that's what we, and I'm trying to make the point and the connection here for us. This is what I had to fight out of my mind. But once I got there, then everybody argued with me. See, I recognize a North African is just as African as the South African. It's just as African as the Negro land African. It's just as African as the Central African. There's no one way to be African, but it took time fighting against both sides. I fought against both sides, the elders and the youngins. I was fighting and I absorbed all that shit, and I used science to determine who was more close and who was more accurate.
So those
I had the best of both worlds.
They wasn't racist. They was right? Because
no, they was wrong and right. They was pseudosciences. They wouldn't even had the right idea.
They had like the Hermetic hypothesis.
Wrong.
How's that kind of different? Because
that's why they were
pseudo though. Lex.
Because they're still not white and not white people.
But Lex, here's the thing. The reason why the
let him finish. Gotta let him get it out. We want to hear it. Go ahead, Lex.
Go ahead, Lex.
Go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, but their early racism was saying basically that North Africa was not the sub-Saharan Negro and that the sub-Saharan Negro didn't build anything. So I'm just saying what y'all are saying kind of takes us back there. kind of.
So
No,
so
what
so
we're
let
saying is
Exactly.
that they
North, when they
refused to
came
think that
in,
they
they
was
saw a bunch of
Africans
figures that they
altogether.
assumed were Negro.
so
Yeah,
Lex,
that they
here's the
separated
thing.
the shit was crazy.
Yeah, not what
So
it's
Lex,
saying.
here's the thing. They were
You know what I'm
wrong when it
saying?
comes to a Hamito race invasion because nobody from outside invaded to produce anything. You see what I'm saying? Nobody from outside even gave them the language phylum or the language family that they spoke. The language that they spoke developed right there in that portion of the continent, and nobody came in and invaded. It's the people of those areas that invaded. I mean, the people of those areas that created that civilization that we know as Egypt. I'm talking about when you go into Egypt and you go into the Nakata 1, 2, and 3, and then you go to the Badarians and you go to the Tajans. It's those population groups that made up that portion of Africa that built that civilization, not a invading race.
But
Some people
North
that came in and
Africa,
did it.
it wasn't always like Muslim and Arab. Yeah, y'all are. It
No, no,
sound.
no, no. We're not
We're
talking
not
about
saying
Muslims and
Muslim
Arabs.
Arab.
We're not
Yeah,
talking
I
They
about
get
came
what
Muslims
in
and
you're
Arabs.
later.
saying.
Even before the Muslims and Arab came, you still had Amazigh people there, yo. Like you
And
been had
So
back
that didn't
migrations coming
have.
in from the Middle East in different ways,
so
from Basel regions
yes,
to the Coptic component that came into the
yes.
middle Heliocene period. You've
But
been
y'all
even
are saying
Semitic,
the Arab invasions.
even proto-Semitic itself come out of North Africa.
The
Yep.
Arab
From the
invasions didn't
Heritians.
affect the population though,
Well,
in terms
It
of the
it's
way
it
they
No,
affect
look.
it, 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 it
They,
affect hold on,
they
hold on,
saying
hold
they
on,
no
look
hold
ideas
exactly
about
the
that.
bro.
same.
They related groups anyway, bro. They are
on. Yeah,
So
yeah,
they
even the Arabs got E3B markers, bro. They already related before
well,
they even
they
came
could
back in.
they cousins anyway,
so
somewhere down the
North
line.
Africa looked the same today as it did 2,000
No,
years ago.
no, no.
Nah.
So that's
What
what
do
I'm
you mean?
saying. The Arabs did change the phenotype of that region.
Well, it depends
Yeah,
because some of the
yes, but
hold on, because some of the Arabs were much darker than a lot of people in North Africa. People don't
Mm-hmm.
want to acknowledge that.
some.
Yeah,
Some
the
Arabs
Arabs, like the Arabs, like East Africa had East African mixed in them anyway.
they were some of them were darker
Well,
than a
so
lot of
now
the.
we
I mean,
see that Africa.
Bilal was a damn hornet.
so here's another thing too, Gullah. Let me just add on. When the Amazigh came, I mean, when the Arabs came in 641 AD, and then when they went into the rest of North Africa in 690, a lot of the Berbers were much lighter than the Arabs, much lighter. People
Oh
don't
yeah,
want to
yeah,
accept that.
yeah. Some of them live in mountains, like especially ones live in the Rift Mountains. Them dudes light as hell.
So
So
the
Egypt
point the
was a light-skinned civilization.
No, that's what I was
Nah.
trying to explain.
Moderate. They
Uh-uh.
But
had
I'm
No,
trying
when
moderate.
to.
the Arabs came
They
in,
had
when the
range.
Arabs came in, and
They had
they
moderate
called
skin tone. It
Bilal
wasn't.
as
It
Too
wasn't
many
Arab, they
light.
times. I
stopped.
can't hear nothing, yo. I can't hear nothing.
Hold on.
They
Hold on.
stopped at the
I'm
mark of
trying,
this talking
I'm
Hold
shit.
trying
on.
to
Hold
point
on.
out.
Kenway. It wasn't like no Scandinavians in there, but it was moderate skin tone. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
hold on.
Okay.
They wasn't. They wasn't no dark
Y'all,
skinned niggas like no damn
hey, y'all,
Nigerian.
hey, y'all got to
Who?
know the history. Y'all got to know the history of
Who,
Lex.
the
This is my
Egyptians?
brother. Lex is funny. Lex, he trying to be
Yeah,
funny.
Lex been fight. Trying to tell y'all niggas,
No,
man.
no,
Like,
he funny though. He said what y'all saying.
No, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out, man. Like Egypt
hey,
was a
let me do this for
light.
y'all, Lex. Look,
Nah,
here you go,
I
Lex.
get what y'all saying though.
They had moderate
Look,
skin tone. Yeah.
Because I've
everybody
been
stop for
watching
a
this
minute.
argument, so I'm just trying to
I
catch
know.
up.
Here you go. Look, and I know you
They
gonna
not,
jump into it,
they
Lex,
not
since you're out. Listen, here go the map.
in the
Do
chronology.
y'all see Arabia right there? Everybody know what Arabia is, right? I
Yeah.
know y'all do. Look at the map, yo. So you want to talk about skin color? Look at the skin color. Here you go. Look. There you go. Look at Arabia.
All
All
right, you
right.
getting the
And let's
ammo.
go back. And let's go back. Let's go back
Hold
before the
on.
pre-Arab.
Hold on. Here, I'm gonna switch here. Look, in case y'all didn't know. That's Arabia. All right. Damn. That is Arabia. Y'all see Arabia, right? There you go. Now I'm gonna put look. Boom. See? See?
Like
You got a range of
Neapolitan
skin
ice
color
cream.
in
Look like
Arabia.
Neapolitan ice cream,
If
yo.
we use that logic, then people out in them Olmec lands
Hey, look like
pathetic.
Neapolitan ice
Yeah,
cream, yo.
hold on. Whoa, stop. Hey, you just said it. In them Olmec lands. Look at the skin color. That's my point. See? That's why it's invalid to look at a person and tell them what and tell you and you say what continent they came from. Like originally, like when you see the Mesoamerica, look at you got people that are darkly complected. It's a
Hey,
biological response to the radiation that we are surrounded, UVA and UV rays, y'all.
hey, look at this
In the
though.
context of
I want
ancient
everybody to look
Egypt,
at this.
though,
I
if
want
you
Okay,
everybody to
if
let's
look at
you
this.
bring it
dark
to the
if you
context of
dark
ancient
skin if
Egypt.
Hey,
you dark skinned
21.
African in ancient Egypt,
Hey Zoo,
And
yeah,
even more if you got
of
Negroid
course,
features.
Zoo.
I'm not expecting you to come from
Hey Zoo, hey
India,
Zoo, hey Zoo,
Saudi
of course.
Arabia.
No,
Hey,
I'm not expecting that.
Hey, Uncle Zoo, of course you're right. Of course, when you go south, it was dark, but I want people to pay attention. And this, my brother Lex, I want you to look at this. Look at the top of the Mediterranean portion of the continent, near the Mediterranean Sea. Do you see how light those people were? And look at how dark the Arabs was. So a lot of the
Yeah.
Arabs were already darker skinned compared to people in the further north of the continent. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
you are.
why?
You
But
dark
why was that though?
because of the sun. Because of
All right, so
radiation.
y'all's beef is basically modern black people want to act like Egypt was like Wesley Snipe and
Yeah.
Yeah, it
LeBron
doesn't even make.
James running
Yeah, it
around.
don't even make sense.
It
It
don't make
wouldn't even
sense.
make.
Y'all are
It
saying they're
wouldn't make
not
sense. Yeah, it
okay.
wouldn't make sense. It doesn't. And my thing is, they don't have to look like Wesley Snipes to be indigenous African. That's my other point. Just like you do not watch this. You got the Caucasus, Asia, right? Caucasus Mountains. These people are Asians. You got people in the subcontinent of India. These people are Asians. You got the Japanese are Asians. You got the Koreans are Asians. They're all Asians. Now,
And
which one of them are the
Adam and Eve
real
too.
Asians?
And the Adam and Eve people too, the people in Adam and Eve, the Adam
Adamese
and Eve
Island too.
Yeah,
Which one of these are
Lebanese,
real Asians? It's
Melanesian,
crazy.
Melanesians, all them Asians.
It doesn't. I'm saying it doesn't. It doesn't fly. And then when you fight against wild white people, I get that. But now since we're thoroughly integrated in science, right? We just need the opportunity to do it.
Hey,
Like Zan said, we need the opportunity. You know what
hey,
I'm
Yeah, when we
saying?
get when we get to when we get to Africa, everybody turn to Smurfs. It's Smurf land in Africa, I guess.
exactly. Here's another thing, and everybody on the panel. How far is Mongolia from Russia? You
Not
see how
far.
drastically, you see how drastically different they look, but
Right.
yet and
Look,
still,
look, right. We can pull up a map. Come on,
I think
y'all.
Africa still has its own
Hmm.
unique history though, and its own unique circumstances as well.
I mean,
Everywhere got its own unique.
All continents do.
Exactly. That's why it's
Right.
Africa.
Does the
Yeah.
but Zoo,
social
Yeah.
does
Hmm?
the social political um implications have any bearing on what we say? Because like the Arabs in Egypt, or the people in Egypt, are they claiming to be Africans, or are they saying we're Arabs and we're the ones who built Egypt? Because
This
there's
goes
like a social political and like cultural pride that comes along with all this historical stuff. You know what I mean? What is
so
it in
so
our
so
interest to
this goes
say? I'm just saying, what is it in our interest to say that Egypt wasn't black?
Wasn't no, we don't no. We say they're
It has
indigenous
no
Africans.
political interest for us.
So yeah, so yeah, but in this conference that I brought up here, anxiety about race and Egyptology and Egyptomania, right? So the elders was trying to connect because they literally erased our history out. So they use history, they use Egypt as to prove that Africans did have a history, and not only did they have a history, right, that they actually authored in civilization. So that was their connection for us. They wasn't saying that we was Egyptians. At no point are we ever Egyptians.
Right.
That wasn't their point. Their point was to prove that Africa, that first of all, you taking Egypt from Africa, which is ridiculous. The second point is you acting like that just because you're African, yeah, I'm saying, and brown colored or dark colored, that all of a sudden you just dumb as a doorknob. None of that was true. Charles Darwin proved that none of that was true, whether you agree with it or not, right? Based off him circumnavigating the globe, he actually showed that even if you ran across a hunter-gatherer tribe who still was in that stage of hunting and gathering grains and stuff, right? If you was to teach them your language, right, they could learn the same things that you had. He proved that because he did scientific experiments. He verified it. He never even came to America because he didn't appreciate the slave, because he understood that. As a matter of fact, most y'all couldn't even have done what he did because he was in a position, right? He argued with the captain of a boat. And he was like, yo, stop hitting that slave like that. Stop hitting that man like that. And he was like, what? That's a slave. You treat him like you want to. He was like, don't touch him no more. And the
Yeah,
captain of the ship
y'all
said,
don't
we're
know
going to put
he
you
come
off
from
the damn boat.
the dude come
This
from an
man,
abolitionist family, yo. They don't even know
so
that.
let me finish my point. This man was in the middle of nowhere, yo. How many of y'all I might not have said nothing to the captain until he got back. Then I banged him in his mouth. I wouldn't have said nothing out
What are
there.
you talking about?
No, I don't want to argue with you over that.
No, I wanted to know who you was talking about, man.
I was talking about Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin got in a fight with the captain of the captain.
But I want to
boat.
ask you, like, Greece is a classical European civilization.
Yes.
Europeans gather a lot of pride off of Greece and being a foundation of Western civilization. They don't really get into, well, you know, because all Greeks are not the same. So my question is, okay, Egypt kind of became the classical African civilization.
It is.
That black people drew, you know, some cultural, you know, like you said, the elders use it to restore some cultural pride. So, all right, take Egypt away from black people. What do we have to be proud of now in terms of history and civilization? Are we just in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, but that's not taking them. Hold on. I reject. Hold on. I reject. Right. I'm never acquiescing to a faulty premise. What's the faulty premise? That because you don't call them black, all of a sudden you've taken it away from us. I reject that faulty premise. That's a faulty premise for me.
Okay.
Let me answer this. Let me just say this. If we was to play that game, which I don't play that game, because Egypt is part of classical African civilization.
It is.
What I want to say,
Hey, Gullah, mute out.
If we play that game, we have Nubia, we have Shanghai, we have Mali, we have the ancient Nook. We have a whole lot of stuff that belongs
to South Africa. We got Northeast Africa.
We got a whole lot of stuff. You know, you got the ancient Nook civilization, you got the Shanghai, you got Tinchechit, you got all types of stuff that belongs to what's labeled as the black population. Without Egypt, and Nubia is also
it's on par with Egypt. But I'm saying, I'm not doing that though.
Egypt was part of it too, though.
Right. I'm not. I'm saying is, oh yeah, if you take Egypt away, you ain't did nothing slick. You took away some pyramids. You know what? People act like. Hold on, man. Let me get this straight. I would like to really make this point, yo. This the part that really get me. Let me do this, because people act like Egypt did every damn thing. That's not true. That's not reality, right? So, while the Egyptians knew some things, right, there were other things that they did not have. Let me show you some of the things they did not have. Hold on, because y'all think they had every damn thing.
One of them was the 365-day calendar, though.
Yeah, yo, you jumped in. Relax yourself, yo. They ain't had no 365. You messed that up. You just kind of messed that up, yo. We did. Hold on. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that they didn't have. Like, hold on. Yo, go ahead, Goldie. Somebody add something to that. You want to say something?
How you been, brother?
I've been wonderful, man. Alhamdulillah,
Goldie inspired me to get into biology, man.
That's my boy. Like I say, me and Lex, we've been knowing each other for a while. We had debates, we talk. Black people don't know Lex been around for about since what? Nicky Love days, huh?
Yeah.
He's been around a long time. So he's also he don't agree with evolution. I think you do now. I think you agree with microevolution now, right? But not macro still, right?
No,
I agree with evolution.
You know, you always trying to give stuff away
to a certain point, but I believe that it was guided. That's where I'm at.
But I wanted to say the brother is intelligent. You know, like he asks intelligent questions. So when the audience hear him, I want y'all to understand he's an intelligent brother. You know what I'm saying?
Has anybody listened to a lecture about Egypt lately?
No, not from you. No. Let me say this. Here's my point. I'm gonna give you a turn. I'm gonna give you a turn. I would like to say that the Hyksos, right? I mean, my fault. That the Egyptians, right? To understand what a ship keel was, right? Okay, like that. You know what a ship's keel is, right? That increases the stability, right, and facilitating and expanding trade networks, right? So a ship keel, I'm saying they didn't have that. That was introduced to that. Also the horse and chariot, right? Composite bows, all right? Advanced bronze weaponry, okay? That enhanced the Egyptian military capacity. That was brought in, right? Y'all know that the Hittite chariot, they had to rework the shit. So it was a lot of things, and they built this is before the damn. They built the pyramids first, and still, you know what I'm saying, had to get technology of a ship kill. So if you make the statement, well, they could build a pyramid, but they couldn't do that, huh? No, they couldn't. Just because you can build a pyramid don't mean you got top-notch shipping. Like, I don't know why people think just because you can build a pyramid, you can do every damn thing.
Yeah,
That's just nonsense, man. It's like y'all don't understand technology and y'all be playing with me. Don't play with me. Go play with somebody else. So you can build a pyramid and not have a goddamn horse and chariot.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though. Them boys near the Black Sea, you know what I'm saying? Them Hittites who was related to the Yemnaya,
See, people
for the chariot, them dudes they was beasts, bro. They was beasts, bro, with their weaponry. And the Egyptians, when they came in a war, they stood no chance when it came to people from near that area. You know what I'm saying? It's just a fact.
Yeah, they were more warlike, yeah.
Assyrians.
The
They
Syrians,
had the better metals. They used that iron. They had them iron weapons. The Egyptians still fighting with the stone weapons.
Yeah,
Did I make that up?
The Persians brought in the
No, they had the copper. No, Egyptians still had the copper with the bronze and the copper. They
make that up. So they didn't have everything. They did not. Get tired of that, man. And
who said the Egyptians had everything?
I'm gonna save this. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna let you go. I would like to say this. And I saved this till now. Mind you, just gonna keep listen. I don't, for the record, I do not mind you putting arrows in there. Not at all, but I'm shooting them out the chat, though. I'm just letting y'all know. I don't mind, but I'm not having it. So everybody always talking about this invasion and invasions, and that's why they was that, right? And this, that, and the other. So do y'all, I'm gonna ask the panel, right? 1500 BCE, right? In these periods, right? When it's supposed to have been like in the intermediate periods and stuff like that. Do y'all say that's the invaders? Or is that still an indigenous population?
What, the Hyksos?
Well, the Hyksos was well, that's no, I'm just saying in general, people try to talk about an invasion that, but that was like one of the most prosperous times. A lot of innovation went in that time period. In the periods where y'all be claiming was
what's your question again?
Are you saying that innovation makes it not an invasion?
No, I'm saying that no. People like you wanted to get to it earlier, and I wanted to hash out this portion of the conversation, right? I wanted to get to it now. That people will talk about the invasions and how it changed the whole population and how these people was no longer this, that, and the other. But a lot of innovation was going on in those time periods that people are mischaracterizing as like an invasion came in and displaced the whole population. That's just not true. There's no evidence of that.
Are you referring to the intermediate periods or invasion period?
Not the medieval period.
I don't know about displaced. That sounds kind of drastic.
Well,
yeah, drastic,
they
right?
don't necessarily have to displace. I mean, it's just cultural. You know, just like a group of people can go on someone's land and take over, and not just with total brute force. They can do it culturally. They can do it politically.
Yep.
I think a lot of the invasions were like the Hyksos invasion was a lot more political than warfare, like from what I studied. So
yeah.
Hey, when you study Egypt though, like when you study the colonization, not to cut you off, Lex. I'm sorry if I cut you off, you can finish.
Nah, you good.
I was gonna say when you study like colonizations, like for example, when the British came over here, we still speak English based off what they did. Our infrastructure was based off what they did. When you go into Latin America, their infrastructure is still based off Spain, and they still speak that language. When it comes to Egypt, you don't find another language outside of the language that they spoke. And a lot of the zoo type and a lot of the customs and a lot of the stuff that they practice, it still belongs to them. So like when people say that they're colonizers, what is, or for example, when you go to Nigeria major language is British. The British did colonize them. Yet and still, because of the population was so large, they didn't really leave a strong genetic signature like they did in the New World over here. Or like they even did in the Caribbean. Most of the island in Jamaica is still predominantly black, but they still are part of the United Kingdom or the British territory, right? But when it comes to Egypt, you don't see that. You see, even
well, that's where we get into different perspectives, right? because there are still scholars that have followed up on some of Diop's work, and they have shown that there are evidences that point to things that support some of the oral tradition, that there were movements from Northeast Africa to West Africa.
What part of West Africa though?
What part of West Africa? I mean, if you talking about, if you talking
what time
like
period?
Zoo, if you talking about Chad
through
speaks in
different time periods.
right. But hold on, Zoo. Let me just say this: if you're speaking about Chad, King, you're right because the Chadic language is Afro-Asiatic, and that's portion that's part of Central Africa going west.
We agree.
Right.
So I agree with you on Chadic.
We'll say Western Africa for that one. But I'm talking about more like 500 BC, that type of time.
No, I can't find
between 1000 BC
and then too, a lot of them narratives was created in the Arabic region. A lot of them Africans writing that stuff off because they want to be enslaved by Arabs, so they try to make up that they come from the east and some damn where.
And
let's just keep it real, man.
That would make sense. That would make sense if Pharaoh wasn't the most evil person on the planet. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell y'all why people are rejecting your message.
To some Islamic fundamentalists is not the best look.
I already know why they rejecting them
because they hearing you chicken eating watermelon niggas didn't build no pyramids. That's basically what's like you niggas ain't like y'all. Sorry niggas, y'all niggas didn't build no pyramids. Like y'all niggas ain't shit. That's what people because that's why I brought up the Egypt thing because Egypt has been a way for like black people to like do something for their self-esteem, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying what y'all are saying.
See, that's why I don't like that. That's why I don't like that argument.
True.
I don't mean to cut you off, but people been saying this kind of the whole night. Like the elders been saying this stuff to bring up our spirits. When we talk about things in that nature, it almost sounds like they was making stuff up.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
You know, assuage, but you get what I'm saying though, because it gets to come off like that. And when you get people like Diop and some of the people that are following him now, and even some of the white scholars that are commenting on some of the scholarship,
right? They saying the information now. People in the field right now is giving up that real information, and y'all not looking at it. And I don't know how y'all not looking at it, but giving talking points about what's going on.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm going to respond to Lex, and
I want to show this. I got a source up though.
Okay, okay.
Let me just look at the source. Where you at 221? You see the source, right?
I see it.
All right. And with that source, I would like to read something out the source. Now, y'all see the name of the book, right? The name of the book was, let me go back there again so we get the name of the book. The name of the book is Ancient Near Eastern History and Culture. All right. I see that, right? And I said something earlier. All right. Go back to here. Now, this is the book. We're on page 162. Okay. It says, it is true that Egyptologists have been slow to acknowledge the African elements of Egyptian civilization. In many academic works, Egypt is presented as in Africa, but not of Africa. Egypt is thus thought of as a Near Eastern society isolated from the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. Let's say read Black Africa. This book too is guilty of this because it discusses Egypt in its Near Eastern context. When one looks more closely, the African nature of early Egypt becomes evident. New research, especially in Nubia, argues that Egyptian civilization and Nubian civilization developed from the same roots and continued to influence each other in manifold ways. For one thing, the Sahara Desert did not form a formidable barrier with the south and west until its full desertification.
My man.
At the end of the 3rd millennium BCE. Second, Egypt maintained close economic and political ties with Nubia and other communities in Africa throughout its history. Perhaps even closer cultural connections than with the greater Near Eastern world. Goes on to say, in this view, Egypt is essentially an African culture that developed many ties to the Mediterranean and the rest of the Near East over a course of its history. It follows that ancient Egyptians are the same original population group as the Nubians and other Saharan populations, with some genetic input from Arabia, the Levant, North Africa, and Indo-European groups who are known to have settled in Egypt during a long history. This is borne out by studies of cranial measurements to determine biological relationships between populations. One such recent study connected the pre-dynastic Egyptians are closely aligned with Nubian populations rather than samples from the Levant. On the other hand, genetic studies of modern North African populations generally suggest a mixed influx of Near Eastern populations during Neolithic periods and earlier. I ain't gonna keep reading that, but I just wanted to show you where the scholarship
that's great
is.
information right there.
Hold on, that's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
no. Y'all don't want to read.
That's
No,
I've
no,
been
irrelevant
reading the
hold on,
same
about
shit.
that don't line up with what y'all are saying, bro.
Yes, it is. It's exactly what we say.
Hold on, Lex, you gotta hear what he. Hold
It
on, Lex,
don't line up with some
hold on,
people on
hold
this
on,
It
panel
is.
saying.
hold on, Lex, you gotta hear what he just said though. It said that, and it also said a West Asian or Middle Eastern genetic influx has been there since Neolithic. They're not denying that element, and that's what we're saying. Mixture has been going on with people in that Middle Eastern area with the indigenous people for a very long time.
the
That's
thing
what
is,
we're
They
you
saying.
lump
have to
they
be
lump all
erased,
that together.
to think that mean white during
It's an
that
No,
time
no, no,
influx,
no, no, no,
though.
period.
no. But I wanted to
That's
respond to
the
Lex
case.
comment. I want to respond to Lex comment when they say chicken and watermelon eating. But here's the thing, Lex, we have to be
You
able to
went back
respond.
to that.
No, we have to be able to respond to them because the mayonnaise eating Northern Europeans had nothing to do with classical civilization. The British,
Right.
the French, the Irish, the German, they had nothing to do with the Mediterranean world when it come to Rome and Greece. So if they play
Y'all
that
said the
game,
man.
you got to talk about them. How they was painting
But
themselves
just
blue.
like the people that claim Egypt right now didn't
Hold on.
claim it till
Listen,
1920.
hold on, listen, let me finish. We have to be able to talk about them in the North. They painted themselves blue. They had no right neither. So when they say that, you got to be able to reverse it. If a British person is telling you that, or a German person is telling you that, ask them if they had writing in 4,000 years ago or 2,000 BC. They didn't. And it's them, these people that's mainly saying that stupid shit.
This is
Not
an excuse.
Yeah,
This is
and
some
I'm gonna
type
be
of
I'm,
race. This,
I'm
this
gonna
is this
speak for
is this
myself.
is an
Go ahead, Devin.
this is some type of racist excuse. It ain't, two wrongs don't make a right, yo.
yeah,
Right,
man, it's
right.
Yeah,
crazy.
that's why
But
I'm
what
saying
I'm
I'm gonna
saying,
speak for myself though. For me, I don't really look at that when I'm talking about what I'm talking about as far as the connections. That's why I say like we gotta be careful when we call some of the elders pseudo, because you know it's their works that we're looking at. We're not looking at really their person, you know what I'm saying? And some information passes, some doesn't, right? And some of
But
the
pseudo,
information
but you gotta get out of pseudo. Pseudo ain't a personal thing. Some people like
Hold on.
some stuff that pseudo today was looked at as be serious one point in time. They ain't nothing to be serious. Like they ain't nothing to be taken personal. Just because we say it as a slang in this little community we do. In the science world, pseudo ain't no personal damn thing.
It ain't personal. So hold
That's
on. Let me
why
finish.
yeah,
but
because
then
I
you have
just
Hold
people
on.
that think that
summarized this article.
Hold on for a minute.
A lot of
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna finish. See, y'all agree with the book. Now watch this. So, was Egypt black? Most of the people asking this question today are Africans and African Americans who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves
see.
and other members of their own race. However, the question assumes two premises that are partially false. The first is that there existed or there once existed a biological distinction of pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined. Second, the questioners generally believe that there is a link between what they regard as race and cultural achievements. Science has shown that both premises are incorrect. And it goes on to say modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variations in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past. In today's Egypt, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the Delta to almost blue-black near the Nile sources in the South. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians look more Middle Eastern and others look more like Sudanese or Ethiopians of today. And some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair, hair texture, nose size, and other physical, hold on, man, it jumped. And other Middle Eastern and other physical characteristics often employed in determining race can vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negro traits in a statue of Khufu or in the images of Queen Ta. Sub-Saharan black ancestry was always an element in Egyptians' genetic history. That does not mean that the Egyptians were black in the way that African Americans identify themselves today. It also doesn't mean that the Egyptians was white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors in Hollywood and films. The modern black and white distinction is a construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to the ancient Egyptians. The best we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic cultural ties linking it to other African cultures, to itself and west, and Mediterranean Near Eastern cultures to its north. And that's our stance. At least I know that's my stance.
Yeah, because like when you look at
It don't even agree with what it said initially.
Hold on, let me say this real quick.
It don't even agree with what it said initially. Initially, it said something totally different. Then it want to give a political. Shut up. Then it want to give a political answer.
Hold on, let me speak real quick, bro. Hey, it's like the same thing. Like,
crazy,
not to be funny though. Like the same thing. Like we look at like people from Latin America. You know what I'm saying, or like a Puerto Rican or Cuban. You know what I'm saying, that especially when it's mixed, like some mulatto and or you know what I'm saying, a mixed mestizo or whatever. You will see like the different mixtures. Like you'll see some that like he has Spaniard features, but you will see him some with a big African nose or big lips or something. That you see the different mixture of the you know what I'm saying, different component of the different component. You know what I mean, bro? A tropical a nose that that's belonging to the fucking tropics, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see the mixture affinities. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing you see in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You see the mixed affinities. So of course you will see, you know what I'm saying, from the different lineage mixing up and stuff. You'll see different, different affinities, mixtures and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I was going to ask you, could you play that video of the modern Egyptian children and ask the panel what they think these people are?
Yeah, I want to talk about that article a little though, man. There's some problems there,
No, actually not. You got to read the whole thing. I just kind of, I didn't want
just
to read
from that
shit.
because.
Okay, talk to me.
All right. So in the beginning, they're basically saying that it's African culture, and they even said the elements come from Africa, not outside. Then they go on to say that basically the Egyptians and Nubians come from the same stock of people. And then they go on saying, with all of that being said, it talks about the influx that happened during the Neolithic period and that. And so, and then when it comes down to the issue of black, it's basically saying, oh no, but they wasn't black, but in the sense that we call ourselves black today.
Right, correct.
But I see a little problem because
they said element, Lex. They said they described the black as an element.
Yeah, different elements. Yeah.
Yeah, but
then you had different type of Nubians too. Like the Egyptians would be more something to the.
Now I don't agree. Whole way, Lex. I don't agree. I don't agree with what they just said. I'm saying they said the way we call ourselves black today wouldn't apply to them. I'm agreeing with that. I don't gotta change that.
Right.
So what you don't agree with then?
Hold on.
It won't.
Go ahead, Lex.
it won't the way we call ourselves black today. No, it wouldn't have the same political meaning.
Is Kamala black?
In
Hold
terms
on, is
of
Kamala black?
but in terms of description,
She could be
Kamala
black, but she's not African American.
Hold
That's
on.
two
Was
different
Kamala black?
No.
See, so you got it, Lex. With that answer, you got it. There you go.
No, I mean I get it, but I don't think the author was being totally honest because
what? How he got it? How he got it? Help! How he got it?
Hold on.
So got it, yo, because you ain't no way to be. You can't tell who black.
And Lex might not think that she actually has sub-Saharan African ancestry.
But that ain't what we say. Hold on, let me finish. That's not what when we say a person black, because we just look at their motherfucking ass, yo. Y'all gotta stop that, yo. So when you look at Kamala, if you didn't know nothing about that lady black background, yo, if she showed up at your house because your grandfather was dating her some shit, y'all say that's a damn black woman. Y'all would not even question that. But that's why we say somebody black is up the eyeball test.
But notice it only comes to that when it comes to Egypt, though.
Good point.
Because if you ask, this is what I'm saying. Where I see this.
That's not true. It happened in the election. It just happened, Lex. They just did it to the lady.
Modern.
Hold on. So is she black or not?
Hold on.
Yeah, according to American standards, yeah.
Hold on. Are the Nubians black?
Yeah, one drop, nigga. Yeah.
Are the Nubians black? Nobody. Yes, they are. This one.
Hold on. How the Nubians not black though? How Kamala black but the Nubians not black? What are you doing?
What I'm trying to say is that I don't get no argument
based on American standards.
White scholars.
Based on American standards, everybody African is black.
That is a dumb statement based on American standards.
Hold on, so the Nubians.
I mean, when we asking that question, you basically asking it off of American standards.
Yeah,
no, that was not the question. That wasn't the question though.
What's the question? The question is
was Kamala Harris black? You said yeah. And then hold on and Gozy, let me finish. And then no. I'm talking to Unc right now. And then he said the Nubians are not black.
I mean, that's Unc opinion. But let me just ask you something.
That's why I'm asking Unc a question.
Let me just say this though before you go in. You, brother, that good guy. You cannot agree with Miss Cooney when she said modern Egyptians would have been black from American standard, but then just turn around and say when he said it's American standard, you said you don't agree with that, but you agree with Miss Cooney.
That is a different conversation. Hold on. Right now, we're talking about Kamala Harris and we're talking about the Nubians. Let's get that together,
Nubians, bro. Y'all listen. So the Nubians ain't black. Hold on. So who in Africa?
Hold on.
Hold on. Kamala Harris is black, but the Nubians are black.
It's weird.
Which Nubians you talking about, though?
It ain't weird. Hold on. Everybody get to make their stance. Let me just say what I'm saying. That people didn't turn black until colonial powers sailed to West Africa and called the shit Negro land. Then all of a sudden, niggas became that. That's what I'm saying.
We understand that's the man.
But you know you wrong though, right? You know you could be wrong.
Hold on. Am I wrong?
You could be wrong, right?
Wait. Everybody, am I wrong? Hold on. Stop. Am I wrong? Did those indigenous groups refer to their whole nation as black people?
They didn't have
nobody.
When they described as black, they would fit the description.
Hey, Lex,
we got to fit the description, though, Lex.
So you're wrong. There's people on the planet saying you're wrong.
Hey, some of them Nubians black.
We gotta do one at a time.
I gotta
ask you a question real quick.
I'm saying everybody do one at a time.
And Gozy, let me talk to real quick.
It ain't even gonna take me that long. I just want to answer his question.
All right, go ahead.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna answer Lex's question from my perspective. I heard Unc's perspective, and Unc from a pre-colonial time, he's right. They didn't call themselves that, but because I am a result to colonization and slavery, and I'm a result to that time. And if I put those glasses on from a today's standard, right? A Nubian or the Nubians, if I'm looking back in time because I have a colonized mind, yes, the Nubians would have been what's obviously black, and the Egyptians wouldn't because they had different looks. That's my answer.
All right, so, but that's why I said
definitely looked at them as black.
That's why I said there's a problem in the article, because in the article they're basically saying the Nubians and the Egyptians come from the same stock. But no one argues about what the Nubians are. If anyone says, "Oh, the Nubians are black," no, black, white, brown, nobody has a problem with that. But it seems we got to know that there's a little bit of an agenda with them in Egypt being black.
So
they spend a lot more time explaining stuff away. That's all I'm saying.
So here's the thing, though. This is the thing from my studies. Nubia is very complex because they were not homogenous. For example, I can send you the article, Lex, or in the whole audience. If you look up the Karma hair sample that they had, when they looked up the DNA of the hair sample of the Karmites, it was part Levantine and part Nilotic. So even though they were dark, they still was admixed. So, and we also know based off the craniometrics, based off modern studies that they have, the Nubian A group was distinct from the Nubian C group. So we have to be very careful when they say things related to the Nubians. I'm just saying from my studies because
he just said it was the same. He just said it was the same, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, y'all talk.
Hold on, yo. Let me just finish.
Yo, you gotta hold on, yo. Everybody gotta hold on. We need to hear what everybody is saying, yo.
Now I'm gonna say help it goes. I would say the A group and the C group are the same, but they will be distinct from the Kerma group. You know what I'm saying? Either pre-Kerma.
So we can't call no African black.
They would have been more Cushitic.
No.
So the C group had a little bit more.
Ugg messed that up.
That's what I'm saying. We can't call.
Hold on. Ugg messed that up. Keep it moving.
The C group would have had a little bit more Nilo-Saharan groups, so they diverged the Kerma.
Are the Nigerians
black? Let me say something about the article, yo. Let me say something about the article real quick. Let me say something about the article, yo.
Hold on, man. Everybody stop, man. Damn, let the man finish talk. If you're trying to talk on, we can't hear it, then we got another shit show. We don't do that around here.
I just let my man talk.
So, Mr. Rich, let the man talk, Mr. Rich.
I'm not gonna take long. If you look up the
he can take as long as his day. He can take as long as he wants to get his point. He teaching.
So
everybody else is throwing shit in there.
If we look up the Nubian A group, right? And like Gullah said, the Nubian C group, they had a little bit more influx of Nilotic people. But if you look up the Nubian A group and look up, you can go to Wiki and look at the citation and look at what they're described as. They were more closer to the Natufian-like populations. The Karma group, even like Gullah say, they was distinct, whatever. But the Karma group was still partly them, and they had a Levantine signature in them. It's just at a later time you find a larger influx of Nilotic people that started to come in later. So just because they're more, the Upper Egyptians and the Nubian A group were more closer, and they do have the same source from old Saharid populations, their predecessor roots that make up those Saharid populations, especially that Natufian layer that's been lingering around for a very long time.
Yeah.
That don't even make no sense.
Hold on. Let me back him up real quick.
Yo, we know who talking. We know who talking.
I can't jump in too.
Hold on. This three the harder way, yo. Come on, we gotta say something first. Then y'all niggas go.
That's how y'all doing it. All right.
Yeah, cause it's our show. That's how we do it.
Yo, Zoo, you know they pseudo.
I'm gonna back up from Gozy, like even though they had like Nilo-Saharan, you know what I'm saying, nucleus or whatever, you know what I'm saying, they would have been, a lot of them still would have been kind of like how the taboo people are today. You know what I'm saying? Nilo-Saharan, but they got, you know what I'm saying, a lot of different admixtures from different groups.
But they didn't stop mixing after that point though.
Yo, I need to ask me,
especially in Upper Egypt where we have the least DNA.
No, they not.
See, that's where. Okay.
Read the hallway. Y'all the greatest.
And my reason is because they don't consider themselves black. They only consider themselves black those who've been under the yoke of colonialism and those who decide to listen to African Americans and just go with that. But they tribal names.
Best of being the best without source.
Well, why are you saying that?
That's why I disagree with that though.
Even calling them people Nigerian is something new.
We understand the nationality thing, like black is
by Berbers, by other people, by Yemenites, by people on the
Nigeria means nigger land. Nigeria means black land, bro. Nigeria literally means nigger land. It was a name
he's saying they're not black. That's what I mean. Like
that's his opinion. He got his reasons why. That's
so if it's not a scientific class, if it's a social construct, if it's a social construct,
right? That's it.
Right. Then how in the hell can they be that? Then the thing is, y'all would have to prove that they themselves socially constructed an idea calling a whole damn nation a black nation.
No,
We talking about
man,
Nigerian people.
And goes he pull up a source for the
Man,
stuff
wait a
that he's
minute,
saying?
man. I'll tell you what.
Can anybody pull up a source for the stuff y'all saying?
Y'all think
Now
y'all
it's retarded.
black.
Everybody talking too fucking much. Now I'm getting frustrated. This is what we not doing. I did not throw y'all off the show. Now, if you leave because you just retarded, we cannot talk at the same time. We want to hear the show. What I said was that you would have to go to Nigeria, all these different places, look through their history, and see that they considered themselves that before colonialism. That's all you got to do. It's not hard, man.
I agree with
Damn,
that.
that's not hard.
That mixing up biology with sociology, yo.
Correct.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Make up reality. They both make up reality.
I'm not arguing that,
dog.
I'm not
like when we
arguing
say
that.
black, we understand that's a social.
Put the videos for you, go. Hold on.
But you gotta know the difference though. That, like when we say Nigeria, ain't really no Nigerian either. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So what are those people over there?
Like, what is going on? It ain't
Well,
no,
what are
it ain't no
That's a
Nigerian.
nationality, bro. You got Igbo, Yoruba,
Yes, you
Right,
can.
but they're not
groups, bro.
I got you, Mr. Rich. You gotta get your time, Rich. I got you, Mr.
Yo,
Rich.
the semantic game with the names. This is the same
That's
thing
not
that
semantic. That's not
the
semantic.
reason I'm saying it's semantic is because yes, we understand that black is a term that socially constructed term that African and Americans basically took on, but the term has other roots in describing other people before there was African Americans.
Exactly.
Prove it.
Right. So that's why they have so-called Black Africa. I mean, even they describe people as black. The Greeks described the Ethiopians as black. When even the racist scientists use the term Negroid and stuff like that to refer to certain people. So just because it is a socially constructed term, you're just saying that it cannot be applied to any other Africans on the planet.
You can apply it to Native Americans, then, yo. Can't you apply it to Native Americans? Yes, you can do. You can apply it.
I can agree with you, but then we have to say.
Then you got everybody else.
Hold on.
There
we can't even
are
use
some
the term
parameters for black.
What I'm saying is,
is it?
Hold on. We shouldn't even be using the term black. Then we have to
no.
apply
We
that
voted.
same
No,
logic.
we actually voted on it. That's
Hold on.
different. We voted on it.
No, we gotta apply that same logic to ourselves.
How? When we agreed to it? How? We actually agreed to it.
We agreed to a pseudo term. Either
so
way,
what?
because you agreed to
what?
it.
So what? We agreed to it.
We're not black. We're Americans. Right?
No, we said we say we African Americans and Black Americans. We agree to that.
African Americans, we are Alexis right. We are Americans.
But see, this is the
but our subset of American is African Americans because the majority of Americans is not us, and we are distinct from majority. So we are African Americans. That's what we are. That's a fact.
But Lex is not even arguing that. Lex is arguing that nobody's about to stop using those color terms, and they were using those color terms in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We U.S. Americans, yo.
Yes,
what I'm saying, if we're getting rid of pseudo terms and saying people are, misclassifying people based on lookership and these false names, then why is it only applying when we talk about Egypt? Why doesn't it apply to us? Why doesn't it apply?
Because they have agency. Your answer is because they have agency over their own lives. It's not up to us to tell them what to call themselves, and it's as simple as that. And I'm saying indigenous people have the right to classify. Before the Greeks came around and called them niggas black or whatever the hell they called them people already had a name for themselves. And I think that's important. Let their ancestors speak for themselves. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
If y'all don't get that, I don't know what to tell y'all.
I would say the Greeks
didn't necessarily an ethnic term. It's a social term. Why would we look for an ethnic term?
I got Nigerian friends though that I couldn't separate from Negro. I consider them black. I mean,
they are black. Nigerians call themselves black.
So here we go. I got the film for y'all. I want to play this. This is an Egyptian. They got some music. I want y'all to just let your eyes tell you. Is that an Egyptian right there? Yes or no?
Could be.
Could be a Mauritanian.
How will we know?
Damn Egyptian.
I mean, yeah. Wait till y'all see
Learn
the video.
identity an Egyptian look. Here you go. I'm gonna play it. I don't want to, cause they playing music. I don't want y'all to just. That's an Egyptian too.
That's a damn Asiatic.
Hell no.
Okay, I'm just let it rock.
He's an Egyptian too, bro.
It's gonna let it rock, yo. I'm gonna let it rock.
Just
look at it.
I'm playing with.
No, but the first person wasn't Egyptian, but the other, but he not. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah, he got the same DNA in him.
Egyptian if he was born in Egypt.
He about to.
No, man.
He's selling the F out
He's
that
not
rock.
from the original stock though.
So people like
He is. He got it in him, bro. They mixed.
So people
Somebody
like
about to
Wu
buy
Jia-
that rock
people
for
like Wu
$80.
Jia- Hold on, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question. So people like Wu Jia, and Brother Reggie, who got the same skin color as this dude, can say they African American, but this man can't be Egyptian. But
They
Wu
don't,
Jia
but they're just light. Come on,
Bro, this dude.
Reggie,
man, y'all
Hold on. If this dude,
look at his body type. Look at
nah,
his
he got the same body type as a Somalian.
Yep, the
If
same.
he was dark, if he was dark, if this dude was dark, you would say he looked like a Somalian, bro. If he was a shade of dark.
Yep.
Hold on, I got another video.
So where do we fit in?
Like, yo, can we say something about the article, yo? Can we say something about the article?
You definitely like an
Let
Egyptian.
play the next video. It ain't gonna take long. We just want to hear y'all.
What you mean? Where we fit in?
Look at
Y'all see these kids? Do y'all see these kids right here? Are they Egyptians? Look at them.
It's just like this is how Puerto Rico. This is how Puerto Rico look. Y'all say, oh, you know what I'm saying? They black and this whatever. They don't look like
Man, we need to just kill the whole race thing, bro. We're all just humans that look different. Because this shit is stupid, bro. Honestly, it makes no
Lex,
like.
See, Lex, this is
we're
what I
just
said.
humans, bro. Like,
People don't really understand what this race thing is, though, for real. Like, you don't really control who's black or not, for real, situations, interests, and the contrast of different prejudices is what creates.
I think Lex said it for what it is. Biologically, it's the truth, and that's how we should be thinking. This color race shit, it fucked us up, and we.
I agree, but that's not about to change. That's not about to change the fact that people are still going to be using color descriptors, and some people are going to use them in a negative way.
It should.
Everybody in Africa got their own look, bro.
It should be one box.
When you're in North Africa, this is what you see. When you in Nigeria, you're gonna see something else. Like you're gonna see different type of looking kids.
If you want to go the scientific route, I'm just saying that there should be a push. You know how you like fill out paperwork and it wants you to. It should be one box that says human.
Yep, I agree.
Right?
Yeah, for real.
That's it.
Can we go back to the article for a second?
That cuts people off from using race in a political way, because you know what I'm saying?
It's always political. That's the point, though. Politics is always a reality.
I don't believe in race.
You see what I'm saying?
You know, woman, what is he?
I'm not saying. Can you go back to the article?
I'm promoting the interests of people who have my like interest, though.
But you know what politics really is, though? You know what politics really is, bro? Politics is the same thing when chimpanzees vote who gets to eat the meat and who don't get to eat the meat. Same shit.
Which article you want me to go back to? The book?
The book you have mentioned, right? I just want to say something about the what the person who wrote said in it. You know what I'm saying? They said the reason why people are saying that the ancient Egyptians are not the modern is because of this Egyptomania and all that shit, right? You know what I'm saying? You know when it said that? And that's kind of right then showing you.
Different article. But go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but that's the article I'm talking about. It kind of show you right then the bias in it, because what we're trying to do is uncover the lies, right?
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of lies that's been told. So that article you just had up, now if we bring up the pop affiliator, right? Remember that little thing, the pop affiliator?
Yeah, that bullshit, that trash. Yeah, with the
genetic. So that's bullshit. So what you talking about?
When it comes to them saying that,
you got any evidence and shit like that, yo?
Yes, we went back and forth for that months ago.
You in the lab too, right? You in the lab too?
So DNA tribes was bogus, and the other calculator was bogus.
Yo, man, no. Now we
So
talking about the probability. Why everything is bullshit except your shit though?
No, I'm
Why
not saying
everything?
that.
Why every scientist, everybody else is bullshit except you?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, bro, because I'm not the absolute. I'm just saying for us, if we want to be scientifically literate, and I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm saying we have to be able to fully understand what we're saying before we say it. If you
What's the probability, yo?
hold on, listen.
I mean, what's the probability? It don't need to be like beating around the bush. What's the probability?
I'm trying to answer your question. Let me just say something. The calculators that's used.
Hold on,
Listen. Can I answer the question? I want to say something. When people try to bring up DNA tribes, and they try to use those 8 STRs that say that the ancient Egyptians were sub-Saharan, and they don't even know what tools was used, that becomes a problem. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Wait. Can you bring up the probability, please?
You talking about DNA tribes?
Yeah,
the probability is the same thing the Hawaski guy had used. Remember he used the probability?
Yes, he did.
Whatever his name is,
to determine diseases. It was based off diseases and pathogens.
Yo, man, we ain't talking about all that.
We actually did a whole show on that, though, yo.
And that is what? Undisputable, yo. That shit showed it.
No. What happened was come on, listen. What happened was that was like what, 20 years ago? How long ago was that?
22 years ago. 22 years ago.
It's just outdated. Yo, they didn't have enough samples. It wasn't.
Is the information true?
Yeah, even Soy did the same thing, and he said you're gonna get different results every time. He said they do have hold on, bro. They do have sub-Saharan affinities, but other affinities as well.
Yeah, they do. Nobody's denying that.
Affinities, but the majority of the DNA was what? The majority. We're not talking about 2% or 3%.
Don't make me put. Do you want me to put up the DNA chart?
Y'all gonna make me join the Aboriginal community, man.
yo, I'm Gullah, yo. I'm a Gullah. You know what I'm saying? I'm Gullah. We still speak some of the Wolof language, yo. So. I'm black, yo. I'm black.
We just gotta be. We better than that now. We're not using DNA tribes. We want to have a full understanding of this. And I'm not saying I know everything, because I don't. I'm learning too, and I enjoy it.
So Rick Kittles is wrong.
Yes.
This guy is wrong.
No,
everybody is wrong.
No, Rick Kittle's not wrong.
No, yo, it goes to say he's full of shit. It goes to say he's full of shit, yo.
I don't think Rick Kittle's full of shit. No, I didn't say that. He didn't say.
But I'm saying everybody is wrong except his information, and I just want to see some of it. This groundbreaking,
DNA tribes. I want to read it, and that's what I like to do. So I'm gonna ask you right now before I read it. Do you agree with DNA tribes? Yes or no?
I'm not talking about DNA tribes. I'm not talking about that.
I'm talking about the populator. They use that. I'm saying, do you agree with DNA tribes? Yes or no? Lock you into it right now. Do you agree with it? Yes or no?
I'll plead the fifth.
These waters are really murky because black
I plead the fifth. Go ahead.
Black people are very diverse in us, even like black people in America.
Yeah.
Like we got for everything on the walls of Egypt, and we got a person that can cover that amongst the black race.
Have you done your DNA test?
We don't all look like.
That's because our African components, all our African components come from Western Central Africa, though, bro. We get mixed with other different European.
Wait. What do you mix with,
Gullah? It's murky when you bring the biology in like that, because
what do you mix with, yo?
Native American.
They make up.
Now, how much percent of Native Americans you got, yo?
I'm like 88% Western Central African, bro.
Wait. How much Native Americans you got, yo?
I only got like 1%.
1%, homie.
What are you talking about?
You straight African. You know what I'm saying? You
drunk?
No.
You coming here drunk,
I'm just saying, you straight African. You mentioned Native American. 1%.
You ain't no straight African, bro. You was not no straight African, bro.
Who say straight? I ain't say straight nothing. I'm just saying, yo, if you 88%, goddamn, what are you? You're more African than anything else.
What are you talking? What are you arguing though? What are you arguing about? I don't even. You just yelling. All you heard just.
I'm just saying that you're saying that 1%. When I said what you are and what you mix with, you went with Native American 1%. So you put so much emphasis on this 1%.
He wasn't doing that, bro.
And that's what you do in the study of Africa.
Bro, I wasn't even
Yeah,
talking
go ahead.
to you or about you or nothing towards you, bro. What the
Who
hell are you
said? I
talking
mean,
about?
that ain't even what we talking about, yo. You,
Yeah,
Bro,
man,
this
come on.
our show,
y'all
bro. I
got a
don't even, bro,
miscommunication
you don't
going
run
on,
this
man.
show, dog. I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, we
I just
mixed.
heard noise.
Y'all mixing
Yeah,
it up.
now you confused. It's all good.
Hey,
Y'all
but I
mixing it
agree. I
up.
don't think Egypt was black. Like I think Egypt was a mixed bag of nuts. Period. When you really look at it, I believe it was dominated by Negroids, though. I mean,
So
but
what's a Negroid then?
Yeah, what's the
I
nigga?
mean,
Besides what
I'm
they said it
talking
was.
about niggas that look like I'm talking about black people.
Mm,
Nah,
I
bro.
mean, you can't deny that the black element of Egypt. I can't say that they were
Yeah, it
all
was.
black. They were mixed,
But
but
the African component was mostly
they were
East African.
definitely African
Was an
descent.
East African
And
component. You don't look like an East African, bro. They African, but you don't look like an East African.
Yeah, but a
You
mix
don't
all
look
of
like
East
a mix
you
of
Africans
don't
don't
East
look like
African,
you don't
East
look
Kenyan,
like
Africans.
you don't look like
Eurotype.
Emperor Ali Selassie, Lex.
Yeah, but
Actually, I think I resemble him a
if a
little. Look at
East
my picture.
African Maasai type mixed with somebody from Eritrea, they'll look just like Lex for real.
Yeah,
Nah,
there's
he
people.
don't
That's
look
what I'm
shit like
saying.
no Eritrean, bro. You got to stop lying.
Yeah, bro.
Hold
They
on,
look
which
just
yeah.
like
ones? See, that's man.
Yeah, which one? See?
It's because even if you go
Mhm.
to South Africa, you have like the Habesha, and then you got the
You know Habesha.
you
You said
then,
South Africa.
then you have
Habesha people are in the Horn, in the Highland, Horn, in the Highlands
they're in
of the
Ethiopia,
Horn,
bro.
bro. You said
In
South
Ethiopia,
Africa though. Yeah, the Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is not considered South Africa. South Africa.
No, that's East. That's Northeast Africa. That's the
Okay,
southern part.
well,
That's the southern part of Northeast
in
Africa.
East Africa, you have the Habesha people, and then you have the Omo people. The Omo people,
You talking
uh,
about Omo Valley?
the
The Omo people are Afro-Asiatic people too, but they
damn,
mix.
bro.
You got Nilo-Saharan down there too, but you got some that are
What I'm
they just the
saying
basal.
that
They just
there's the
basal
people
virgins.
there,
They just
right?
basal version of Afro-Asiatics with a little bit less admixture, bro.
So what question are you answering right now? Because I wasn't really I was just trying to say that when you go to Ethiopia, you have the Habesha, which is these light skinned people. You know what I'm saying? And they got a class system there. Then you have the uh the people with the plate in their lips. What do you call them?
Yeah, them Nilo-Saharan groups. Them like
No, they're the original people though.
them.
Before
No, they
them,
not. No,
but
they
yes,
not.
they
Them
are.
No,
people.
Before
no,
No,
those
they
no.
not. They came
You
Habesha
in from
talking about
people,
look?
Sudan, bro.
bro.
Nilo-Saharan migrated to
Hold on,
Southern
bro. Hold
Ethiopia from
on,
Sudan, bro.
bro.
They migrated there from
Those
Southern
Habesha
Sudan.
people,
The
the
Omo
Arabs
people.
invaded that from the mountains, bro. The Turks came into Ethiopia.
What you talking about, man?
That's how you get the Habesha mixture.
No, it's not. Habesha people been like that for Habesha
No,
just
they
mean
haven't. How do you know
yes
that,
they
bro?
have,
It was
bro.
so.
Bro, the
Bro, I can
Habesha, bro,
show you the
hold on,
invasion
bro.
from the Arabs. So
Bro,
why
the
don't they
Habesha
look
people,
like the Omo people?
bro,
And why do they have a
listen,
class
hold on,
system?
listen. If you would shut up and fucking listen, dog.
Man, we
The-
come on. Let's
Bro,
calm it down.
the Habesha people was formed by them mixing with the Sabians, the Southern Arabians, bro. 2,000 years ago. The Mott and all that. They was even before then. They was
Okay,
mixed with Basel. They was mixed with Basel Eurasians. Like you had even the Kashid
that's what I just said,
cut
bro.
on because Habesha people originally were or Kashitic people, the Aga people who mixed with Sabians. But even when they was the Aga people, they was already mixed with Basel Eurasian type people anyway. So I already had that like that reddish skin tone. You know what I'm saying? Some had curly the wavy hair. You know, so for a long time, and then they mixed with the Sabians, and that's when their language became Ethio-Semitic because it's a mixture of the Cushitic languages mixed with them Southern Arabian languages, which not to be confused with modern Arabian. Southern Arabian languages are different. They had a whole different classes, Semitic languages. Migrate. They was in the Southern Arabian Peninsula before Arabic and all that stuff was even formed. You know what I'm saying? That's where they came
Invaders
from.
came
Diop
in
talks
there
about the
though, bro.
They
cultural
not
history.
invaders though.
Arab invaders.
They not invaders though because the Aga people formed kingdoms amongst Southern Arabia and
Y'all
those
here to
areas.
protect the Eurasians.
Like
So the
it ain't
Eurasians,
no it wasn't no conqueror type of thing.
the
Like they
Asiatics didn't invade nowhere. Everything, nothing was an invasion.
say everything in invasion though. You trying to make it like that. No,
So
some people genuinely have a relationship sometimes. Everybody ain't everything in invasion.
it wasn't a general relationship, or they wouldn't have a caste system.
I'm talking about amongst the
Bro, you
people,
don't
and
know it,
I'm talking about
bro.
amongst the people that reach
They
you and the
have a
people that
caste. brother, they have a caste system. So we know it was an invasion. Why are these people at the top of society? They have a caste system. Just like they got in India. What are you talking about?
I'm
That
talking
they
about
didn't come with
I'm talking
no
about for
nice,
the Aga people
bro.
Hey,
and
though,
the
Lex, you gotta
Sabians when
kind of
they
take that
formed.
though. At the
The
same
caste
time,
system come in later, bro. You talking about when they started invading other different people. Some of the people was people that was related to them anyway. Like the Roma people is Cushitic cousins to the Habesha people, and they invaded them. They look just like them.
So you're saying the Arabs didn't invade there?
they did at a later time though.
Right.
It wasn't, but it wasn't really an invasion. You talking about Southern Arabians?
No, it was.
Or you
It
talking
was.
about Arabs, like Muslim Arabs?
It doesn't have to be considered an invasion. But
Why
Yeah,
did
still,
why
you,
did why do
it's
they
still,
have
it's
a
still
why do
why
they
Diab
have
talks about
like the
cultural
people,
unity.
like the
Right
people
brother?
now,
of
we're
Why
the
do they
talking
have
Habesha,
a
about
like
the
the
caste system?
details of
hold
phenotype.
Why
on,
do
hold
they have
on,
a
like
caste
All
system?
these populations share
yeah,
culture.
like the union between the Eritreans, the early Eritreans and the Sabians. There was a intermarriage political move between both groups. There wasn't no invasion. You know what I'm saying? They formed one group out of two different groups.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. I'm looking for the so I'm gonna show you how they invaded through those
You talking about
highways.
later? You talking about later after the fact? Oxum and all that was formed. I know what you're talking about, bro. You talking
Um,
about after you talking about Oxum and all that? Yeah, they conquered other groups.
bro,
They was an
y'all are
empire.
trying to make these light-skinned, curly-haired people natural Africans. Stop it, bro. No, they're not.
Nah.
I'm not saying that they wasn't there, but you trying to make it look like these people
What's a
didn't get
natural
there.
African, yo?
Yo, I'm
What's a
saying,
natural
It
African?
wasn't the only
y'all are
folks
trying
there
to
though,
make it
Hold
Lex.
on
look
for a
like
minute. What's a natural African, yo? What's a natural African?
I'm talking about the original inhabitants of the land.
Okay, what's an original? What's an original?
I'm saying that they wasn't.
He think
That they
everybody look like
wasn't.
he think everybody in Africa is a Smurf and everybody look like Bantus. Africa
No,
ain't
I'm just.
Smurf, bro. Ain't Smurf land, bro. It's not Smurf land.
It's.
Oh,
I mean,
everybody look the
so
same. I get the joke.
no. I'm saying that
Everybody look like gray muddy putties. Everybody the same and
you're
shit.
muddying the
Yeah,
waters.
got you.
You're going a little too far with the Asiatic, pro-Asiatic stuff. Like they were
No,
these
what you
people that
mean
was
pro-Asiatic?
always
What you
there.
mean?
They were. Africa's been
Talking
getting
about, bro.
invaded for the last 3,000
It wasn't
years.
no invasions though, bro.
That's how
People just
those
mixed.
people got over there. That's how the
Bro, you think,
mixtures happened.
bro,
And
people
I'm
have
not
sex,
saying there
bro. You know,
wasn't no
people just have
Africans that wasn't
you know,
different
humans,
phenotypically,
humans
but
like to
brother,
have
what I'm
sex,
saying
right?
to you is
You know,
that
humans like to have sex with each other,
you
right? That,
cannot
right?
wipe out the history of the invasion and abuse of Africa, no matter how hard you try to be scientific or scholarly or whatever. We know it's recorded, bro. They've been
Every
invading
They were
Africa for thousands of years.
sometimes people
invaders
just
though,
have
Lex. They
sex,
were
bro.
definitely
Sometimes they don't
invaders though,
conquer
Lex.
or no political things. Some people just have
Yo,
sex and they
why
mix
you
up with
want to
stuff.
get rid of that? It's like, who are you working for? Why do you want to try to get people
Oh
off the hook?
man.
That's like saying,
About that, ain't nobody on
that's
no
like,
hook, bro. We
that's
talking about the
almost like when
nuances.
people say you wasn't the only people
All right,
enslaved.
yeah, let's
I don't,
calm the
you see what I'm
conversation
saying?
down.
Like, bro, you trying to act
Ain't
like
even white
people
people,
was
bro.
not
Them dudes got African DNA too. The same East
who,
African DNA that the people that they so called conquered.
who,
They was fucking cousin people, bro.
who, who
People from
has,
Asia,
It don't
East,
really matter. The
Western
Arabs
Asia.
got
what is
there and
that?
treated everybody way. So like, I mean,
Yo, the Asians have not been the friends of Africa. I don't know why you're trying to act like that
You switching
What
the
are
relationship.
you talking about,
conversation
bro?
now, yo.
All
Now
right.
you talking crazy.
Let's
Now
pull up some
you sound
John
like
Henry Clark, man.
some old
Yeah. You bet. We ain't even
DVD or
having
something,
John
bro.
Henry Clark.
So you telling me
You sound like some old pseudo
no?
Afrocentric
You
DVD.
sound
Now
like you
I
sound
don't like
like
this
a
Op,
silver
conversation
edition,
op,
right now.
op,
bro.
op.
You're getting real
a lot
coonish,
of
bro. Y'all
Afrocentric
trying
gotta
to
be
act like the
clear.
relationship that Africa had with the rest of the world was all fine and dandy, and you want to just airbrush that history and say, "Oh no, these people were already there. There's no black this and black." That's kind of weird, bro. Like not that,
No,
and then you gonna tell
you trying to
the
put
elders didn't know what they was
you
talking
being
about.
you
John
being
Henry Clark
anachronistic
taught us
though,
the
bro.
relationship that Africa had with the world for the last 3,000 years
You
has been
sure?
one of invader and
You
master
sure?
slave relationship. They never came to Africa as friends. That is a fact. And you gonna come here and telling me because you read a couple that didn't happen.
Wait.
Come on, bro. Like that's just
Africans invaded each other, bro. Like, what are you talking?
So
Humans
what?
invaded humans.
So what?
Humans invaded humans, though, bro.
You can't frame it like everybody that came into Africa just subdued Africa as soon as they came in.
We're not talking about the Africans.
That's doing too much, bro.
We're not talking about the Africans.
Humans invaded. Humans invaded. Kermit invaded Egypt. Kermit invaded Egypt. And they from Sudan.
Bro, what is the point?
Humans invade humans, bro. Like, what you?
No,
it ain't
you're
no.
caping.
You putting Africa in this bubble that don't exist.
Right, show me the colonies.
And this is humans just being humans, bro.
Show me
it ain't no bubble. Ain't no Smurf
human. No Africans have been acting like Show me the African colonies around the world, bro. Show me all this show me all the invasion and
bro. I just told you. I just told you about one. I just Aksum ruled over Sabia, bro.
Tell me about one. Tell me where is the Nigerian colony in Asia?
What?
Where is the Cameroonian colony in Japan? Where are people that's being subject to African culture?
Bro, you ever heard? Hold on. Why I gotta be outside the continent? It don't always gotta be some global stuff like groups in Nigeria cocking other groups.
Nah, bro.
You had empires, bro. The Oyo Empire conquered other groups that wasn't them.
So what's your point?
Here's my point. Let me show a picture. You agree this is an Egyptian, am I correct?
No,
Lex?
that's the Amu. I know that. That's the Amu.
Okay. So you see how dark this man is, though?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't. Oh, okay. So you can't see that?
No, you don't look that phenotype. That's a Hyksos. That's a Asiatic.
Relation to what?
I know it is. Pull up that glyph. That is gonna be.
Yo, look how dark that man is, yo. What you mean?
It don't matter how dark he is. Look at his hair.
How dark he is. Make your mind up, Lex.
He's not even that dark.
You know the term.
Come on, yo.
I'm not talking about complexion only.
No, what do you listen, bro? You're
That's
under
not an Egyptian right there.
Someone definitely practice Egyptian culture, which made him Egyptian.
That dude is either from the Amo people.
No, that is. Listen, I'm trying to tell you that this type was in the Delta, and they lived as Egyptians. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
No,
there's no color.
Those are not Egyptians.
No, bro. Hold on, Lex. What do Proto-Semitic language come from, yo?
I know that's a Hyksos.
Huh? What do Proto-Semitic language come from?
Proto-Semitic?
Yeah, what do the ancestors of them people language family come from?
I don't believe in anything called a Semitic language.
Well, whatever. We can call it bananas. Whatever them language, it's a language that they got a name and a coinage to it, and it's a reality. Whatever you want to call it, we're just gonna call it Semitic, but it's a language that these people speak, and it's a family of them languages, and that are related. That's the phenomenon, and that language or that proto language comes out of the damn Fayum, comes out of North Africa in the first place.
What language is that?
The Semitic languages, bro. You know what Semitic languages are? What languages are labeled as Semitic?
I'm asking you. You said it comes
Aramaic,
out of
Hebrew, Arabic, all them different languages. Assyrian.
I'm asking you what language you said it came. What language you said it came out of North Africa? What language?
Proto-Semitic.
What language is that?
Different views and shit. I mean, what's the
point? The Proto-Semitic language family, bro.
Proto-Semitic is not a language, bro.
Bro, it's an ancestral language. It's an ancestral language that they coined. Listen, what I'm saying, bro. It don't have a particular. It's an ancestral language. It's based off of linguistics.
No, bro. I know a little something about linguistics. You either talk.
No, you don't.
You talk about Proto-Semitic. You talking?
Yeah, it's the ancestral language of all Semitic languages, bro. Comes out of North Africa, bro.
No, it don't.
Yes, it do. Look it up.
Either you're talking about Canaanite, you're talking about Aramaic, because those languages come out of the Phoenician.
I'm talking about the ancestral. I'm talking about the ancestor. The proto language comes out of North Africa, bro. Before it split from its
language.
Hold on, before it split. No, listen, bro. Before it split from its
Canaanites, bro.
No, bro. Shut up, bro. Before it split from its related languages, this most close related language is Egyptian language, Amazigh language, and Chadic. Before them languages split, they came out of North Africa, bro. The proto language of the Canaanite language, all that shit comes out of North Africa, come out of the Fayum. That's the most. That's the linguistic consensus of today. Consensus of today.
Right,
the proto language comes out of North Africa, bro.
Okay, what's your point?
I'm just saying. You saying that people have no connections to Africa? They ain't just out. People been born back and forth for a long time, bro.
I said who didn't have connections to Africa?
Middle Eastern.
All right. So I said I don't.
These people been moving back and forth for a long ass time, bro. Even the language family that they speak comes from an African language anyway. It's It's come out of the Afro-Asiatic language family.
All right. So first of all, there's no such thing as Afro-Asiatic, sir.
It is, bro.
Let me get you right for a second.
It's a group of languages that are related.
You're mad arrogant and you're not having a conversation. So let me get you right.
You're being mad pseudo. You're being mad pseudo. If you say no Afro-Asiatic language, you mad pseudo at this point.
Afro-Asiatic comes from the word Hamito-Semitic. All right?
No, it don't. No, it don't. No, Greenberg.
How much you want to bet?
Greenberg tried to overthrow the old racist concept.
I can hear you, yo.
Let me pull it up.
Nazir, you still on here?
Yeah.
I got a lot of work to do.
Let me pull this.
You got a lot of work to do.
Look up Joseph Greenberg, yo. He created Afro-Asiatic.
Hey, yo, hold on. I'm not.
Yeah, and he created it to replace Hamito-Semitic.
No,
that was the term that was being used.
Hold on for a minute. I'm done with this conversation, yo. I'm not arguing over an established language family because you would have to change evolution and all that shit to say that it ain't right. We've been through this road.
No, because it's
yeah. Lex, seriously, take your time, bro. You smarter than this. If you want to say that Afro-Asiatic is not right, then you would have to change how population genetics. Hold on, you would have to change how we understand how populations migrate back and forth. You would win the Nobel Prize, yo.
Indeed.
Maybe I will.
Definitely have to look at migrations, but
I don't see it. I don't see
have to throw everything
all right, listen, bro.
Away,
I know y'all listen, and maybe we'll have to change all of that, and that's why they don't.
No, bro,
hold on, wait, bro.
Nah, that's
let me.
Schematics.
That sounds like a
the Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah.
Afro-Asiatic languages, sometimes called Afrasian, also known as Hamito-Semitic or Semito-Hamitic. Now, what I'm trying to explain to y'all is when it was called Hamito-Semitic, why was it called Hamito-Semitic at the time? Because we were living in a Christianized world. And
we call it Afro-Asiatic now because the language family is simultaneously in Africa and Asia.
Y'all got it, bro.
Hold on. Let's hear your point. Let's hear Lex's point. Because
I'm good, man.
Go ahead. No,
thank you, bro.
Say what you were saying, bro. We're listening.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not listening to that. Not do me like that today.
I kind of think that I can't talk for him, but what I feel that
you're about to talk for him.
What I was going to say is, in a Christian era, when they said Hamito-Semitic, that's why we said earlier. If Lex would have heard the earlier show, a lot of the earlier scholars were pseudo, right? So when they use terms like that, yes, that was pseudo Hamito-Semitic because of the biblical narrative. Back then, trash. So then you had other people that come in that upgraded that information and took that away, right? That's what happened. So there is no Hamito-Semitic. Now you have the newer term Afrasian, before that Afro-Asiatic. Now you can call the language whatever you want to call it. Like Brother Gullah said, you can call it bananas or whatever. But we do know that people that speak this specific language share a lot of affinities linguistically with people in specific areas. So when you study the Semitic language, or what they classify as Semitic languages like Arabic, Hebrew, Akkadian, Aramaic, Amharic, you find a connection with the Cushitic languages like Somali, Oromo. You find a syntax and cognates, the Amazigh languages, the Egyptian language. And the closest thing to Egyptian language that we have today is spoken in Coptic. And all of those people share a lot of syntax and cognates together. So you can call the banner whatever
No,
you
I
want to call
understand
it.
that. They understand, but what we
A
was
lot of that is
discussing, what
topological.
God damn.
Go ahead, Lex.
What we was discussing is the picture Ankh showed. That's how this came up, right? And he tried to say that was an Egyptian. That
No,
is
I
not
didn't. No, I didn't, bro.
You didn't say that was an Egyptian?
No, I asked you what it was.
And
Damn.
you said it was an
I didn't say
Egyptian,
it was.
bro.
I said that the Hyksos is actually a group of those types of people. I said lived in the Delta. You had Asiatics living in the Delta forever, and some lived as Egyptians, and some lived. That's what I said.
That part. You butchering that part.
I'm not butchering that part. I don't want to
Bro,
argue
that's
with
how
y'all,
we got.
man.
Hold on, that's how we
Listen,
got.
I don't care. Listen, hold on. Let me get this straight. First of all, I'm not listening to y'all. None of y'all ain't spent $5 on a book dealing with the Hyksos. So since we all novice, I'm at least listen to a novice that read a book on the subject.
Not you. I'm saying Lex saying that it's not an Egyptian. I'm saying, why are you saying that?
Yeah, what makes a person Egyptian, Lex? You would first have to know that. I bet you don't know what makes a person Egyptian.
I know that the Hyksos are not Egyptians because the Hyksos came into that land.
And guess what? And guess what, Lex?
Slow migration over time.
Hold on, Lex. If you want to say that they were not like an immigrant comes here and becomes
I don't want to hear all that.
but
no,
they are not. But they are
hey,
not.
Lex, hold on for a minute. Lex, I want you to know that you can't have this conversation like you tell us if you don't know what the hell makes a person an Egyptian. Come on, Gullah. Come on, Gullah. Hold on. Come on, Lex. What makes a person an Egyptian, yo? I'm listening. If you don't know, say, bro, I don't really know. I ain't thought of that yet.
It would be a few things.
Okay, I'm done.
One thing that made a
I'm
person
just done.
Egyptian.
So what's the few things? What's the few things?
It would be their culture. It'll be where they was born, first of all.
Nope.
It would be their culture. It would be their mores and forays.
You going off outdated information, Lex.
Lex. That ain't what you make you Egyptian, yo. Matter of fact,
you going off an invasion theory, bro. That invasion theory, that shit is outdated, bro.
No, it ain't. I'm not going on no invasion theory.
Nope.
The fact is that the Hyksos, even if we want to say they wasn't invaded, let's just say they walked in and was welcome.
They're not
like everybody else did.
Bro,
why y'all trying
made a distinction
hold on. The whole
Hicks
thing is
not gonna
worse
go
up
there.
Yeah, but that's a lifestyle. That's a lifestyle. That has nothing to do with.
Hold on,
They could have been naturalized citizens and still been treated like niggas.
Hold on, y'all. Hikakasu just mean foreign rulers. They didn't just call Asian people Hikakasu. They called Nubian. People that's not from that.
That's a tribe.
Okay.
But they call. Hold on, though, bro. They call the Nahisi and they call the Nubians. They call them people Hikakasu too.
They sure did.
Yeah.
It is. It's foreign chief. Hold on. It's foreign chief. The word is not actually. It later on. It later on got placed on the people, but it's really not a people. Come on, Lex.
They have
Let me
their
just say
own
this,
politics in the desert, regions. They practice a certain
bro.
Listen, what I'm trying to make the point is that these people been migrating in that part of the valley forever, right? And I'm telling you that it wasn't no invasion. It wasn't that. These people migrated in, and then a group of Western Asian foreign chiefs came in and just organized them, right? And I'm saying they took control of that area. That's it.
Oh man.
That's the archaeologists. They took control of the trade because they right there, right? They come from Western Asia, but I'm saying some of them lived as Egyptians and some of them didn't.
That's an invasion.
I'm trying to tell you, yo.
An invasion doesn't. Whether you use
it wasn't an
gun,
invasion.
If you don't,
invasion.
Shoot, bro, if you come to someone's land and politically take over
Africans as an invasion.
They didn't politically take over nothing, yo. They had one area. They didn't take the whole valley. It's crazy.
All right, so if someone comes to America and takes over the southern states, that's not politically take. If you know what, bro,
you got you.
How? Listen, it's the wrong. Listen, no, listen. If a person came in, Look, let me show you something right here. Look, if it was this way, look, watch this, yo. Look.
Niggas trying to cape for the Hyksos, yo. Like this is.
You got
Hey man, y'all have
different
a good
you
night,
got different
man.
Hyksos.
Love
You
and
got different
peace.
Hyksos,
Y'all
man.
have a good night, man.
You got different Hyksos,
All
man.
right,
It's just
man.
not hip. You got using outdated information,
Appreciate you,
man.
bro. You out there? Yo, you back? Hey,
No,
hang around a little bit more, bro.
you kind of confused them too, though. When you say the Hyksos come in from Western Asia, that's
No, I
part
didn't.
true. That's part true.
Yeah, I say that I'm saying because you can look at some of the language. Some of them spoke right. It's a group. I'm saying chieftains, foreign chieftains. You know what I'm saying? They in Western Asia, yo, but people from Western Asia been
That's what I'm
traversing into the
saying. You
valley
can't,
forever, yo.
but you
Like, what are we
can't.
talking about?
Yeah,
Even
but
when you
that's the distinction between also biology and sociology. They might have been biological affinities, but socially, they looked at them as different. You know what I'm saying? And they could have
no,
been
they
Man, that's
naturalized citizens
not
as
true.
well. You know what I'm
they
saying? I'm
looked
just
at
saying
them as
it's
different.
nuanced.
They looked at
Y'all
them as
tripping,
different because it was the lifestyle. These were people who practiced a certain lifestyle. Africans were also
niggas.
labeled
Listen,
Hyksos. You
I'm
had the
out to dumb.
Magi
Y'all
who
know.
were called Hyksos. You had, even before the Magi were called Hyksos, you had an indigenous group of Africans
I'm gonna tell y'all
who
this.
were in the Levant who were called the Hyksos as well. They were back
Look,
and forth.
I'm gonna end it with this. Y'all better go ahead and let them damn Hiscos be who the hell they is. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna find yourself on the wrong side. It's gonna be a lot of shit they did
I
that
mean,
the
I hear what
Egyptians
you're
didn't
saying.
do. So you either gonna say they was
Come out though.
practice being Egyptians, right? Or practicing their Western Asian religion. Now they did both, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Right? The ones that did, the Egyptians accepted them as Egyptians, and the ones that didn't, they kicked their motherfucking ass out.
Oh,
Yeah,
Now,
oh
yeah.
man.
And
it's
they
not
religion,
hard.
and they religion
It
had
ain't like they had to
So
do a
they got
blockade. They
naturalized.
was right there.
Bro,
They was right there for the
everybody.
trade. They ain't
and
had to do
and
nothing
and
slick, yo.
and because
What
they
is you talking
related.
With the
about? They
immigration.
came in and
Hold on.
And they was related, huh?
they
And
practiced
they,
Egyptian.
I would say,
What
and by them being related, they religion had related roots anyway.
All
Related.
that.
it was
Yeah,
no
come on,
one
yo.
set religion. You acting like
Man,
Egypt
them
was a
Nah,
Egyptians
I
monolith.
ain't say
still
that.
right.
No, I'm saying we
No,
barely
we
know
ain't saying
Egyptian
no.
religion. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that, Nazi.
But if they accepted the Egyptian
I didn't say
ways
that.
and the
I
Egyptian
said some
religion,
practice
then they was
Egyptian religion and
Egyptian.
some practice Western Asian religion.
They
Whatever
can't
they
be
may be, that's what I'm
monolith.
saying, yo. That's what I'm saying. Right.
There
Cause
was
cause,
no
'cause-
one way to be an Egyptian, though.
yes, it was.
Some
Yes,
There
deities
it
was
in
no
was.
Egypt.
one way to
Some
be an
deities in
Egyptian.
Egypt came from Asia.
Nah, you
Some of the
made it
deities
up.
came from Asia. That's in Egypt.
Yep.
And some of the deities and some of the assemblage in Egypt, you know what I'm saying, Asiatic people adopted too. Like if you look at El, he got the damn Egyptian crown on.
Yeah, even the most xenophobic places still have ways to assimilate people into the culture. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even think that should be an argument for real life.
A 221. I see you've been studying up too. I just want to let you know. I hear it the whole day.
No way.
Even the whole day. So you hit the books though, yo. Be honest, yo.
You've been reading.
Always. That's
Yeah.
why
You
I
been
be
hit the
talking
book.
about what I'm talking about.
You're
Oh
not
man.
fighting as hard, but
This look
a
very
certain
outdated.
point.
Whatever this is, it look
I s-
outdated.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
goes he. He's not.
yeah, he
nah,
dipping now.
I made my stance clear. Afro-Asiatic still problematic, and there's evidence
Hold
showing that
on. Hold on.
what
Indo-European is still problematic. What are we saying here?
in what way? In what
Period.
way?
Period. There's holes in it. What are we saying?
Not in the same.
Yes, it is.
Indo-European is way more solid than
Nah,
Afro.
nope. No, it ain't. I'm
And,
just trying to tell you. Look it up.
in the linguistic field, a lot of that stuff is shaky. So I
Yeah,
mean,
it's shaky. So what
because
we saying?
yeah,
He just saying that because he in love with genetics.
no. You don't
No,
even
it's
look
the
it up. No,
Yeah,
truth.
look it
yeah,
up.
yeah,
Look it
yeah.
up. A
I
lot of the
see you
lane.
coming a mile away and goes.
Hey,
I'm
hold on.
trying to tell you, yo. I read the book. Yo, I read a
A
good
lot, a
ass
lot,
thing on
a
it.
lot,
Let
a
me
lot of
read
the
this
stuff that
though.
they
Let me
show
read
that
this though.
they
Two
self
two one. Let me read
model
this.
is based off of topological stuff. A lot of stuff they can't reconstruct, but it is like you said, they share common stuff. You feel me? But it just doesn't tell the whole story.
Let me read
That's
this.
the simplest way I could put it to you.
Let me read this. If you study fake news from ancient Egypt, you would consider the Hyksos as a band of nasty, marauding outsiders who invaded and then brutally ruled the Nile Delta until heroic kings expelled them. In fact, the Hyksos had no more diplomatic impact, contributing to the process in cultural, language, and military affairs, and even the introduction of iconic horses and chariots. The story of these two competing explanations reveal much about ancient Egypt and this mysterious group. It says, as the word Hyksos is simply the Greek version of the Egyptian title Hekakesut, meaning rulers of foreign lands or hill countries. While much is misunderstood, we know the Hyksos comprised a small group of Western Asian individuals who ruled northern Egypt, especially the Delta, during the Second Intermediate Period. These rulers were recorded as Egyptians' 15th dynasty in the Turin royal canon, the only known kings list that documents their existence. Goes on to say, for decades, the writings of Ptolemaic Egyptian historian Methanos influenced the popular and scholarly interpretation of the Hyksos. Preserved in Josephus Contra what's this Egyptian. First, Methanos presented the Hyksos as a barbaric horde invading of an obscure race who conquered Egypt by force, causing destruction and murdering or enslaving Egyptians. This account continued in Egyptian texts from the Second Intermediate Period to the New Kingdom. As Egyptology developed, years of debate over the extent of the destruction, the ethnicity of the Hyksos people transpired. It says only in more recent decades have the Hyksos been revealed as a small group of rulers. We know of 6, and not a population or ethnic group. See, I'm tired of playing with y'all. It say research led to this new image began in 1966 when Australian Academy of Science opened a still ongoing excavation at Tel Daba. Some people call it obvious. That's their capital, or ancient obvious, or I don't know. I can't read that.
Of ours.
I know that I'm talking about this Egyptian word. It says, and identified the sites as Hyksos capital. Along with nearby archaeological investigation, it became apparent that no sound evidence supported the invasion tale. Instead, the excavation at Tel Daba demonstrated that the immigrants from Southwest Asia, the Levant, had been relocating to the Eastern Nile Delta for centuries. With this immigration peaking in the mid 12th dynasties through nearby Second Intermediate Period. It's an examination of religious, architectural deities, burials, practices, food, artifacts such as weapons, toggle pins, all indicate a large population of Western Asian individuals. They say, in fact, many of these elements combine Egyptian practices with that of immigrants, suggesting that Tel Daba was a cultural blending community featured into marriage and peaceful coexistence. Several Western Asian individuals were even officials for the Middle Kingdom kings, overseeing trade in the Near East and lucrative mining expeditions to the Sinai Peninsula. Rather than an invasion, it appears that as the centralized authority of Egyptian kings declined, elites at Tel El Dabar increased their local power until, by a coup or simply a slow, peaceful process, they took the Hekakasu title and became kings in their own right. During their rule, the Hyksos kings were constantly renegotiating their identities. See what I'm saying? I'll say this again. This is important and central to our whole damn conversation. During their rule, right? Just like African Americans, we're constantly renegotiating out there going ethnic identities. The Hyksos kings were constantly renegotiating their identities as the context demanded, emphasizing Egyptian traditions or their Western Asian origins. They adopted elements of Egyptian kingship, including royal titles, throne names, hieroglyphic inscriptions, scribal activities, and worshiping the Egyptian pantheon. Yet they maintained the unusual Hikusu titles with their Semitic Amorite personal names. And the major monuments of their capital city were unmistakably Near Eastern in architectural style. They say they also mingled Egyptian administrative structures with tribal approaches of Amorite groups like those of the Middle Bronze Age sites in Mari and Khotan. It says the recent discovery and fragments of cuneiform tablets in the Palace of Aris indicates that Hyksos remained in diplomatic contact with the highest Amorite networks, right? In this case, the old Babylon dynasties of Hammurabi. Anyway, so that's what it was. These niggas had the goddamn connect, is what it was. They old contacts, nigga, and they could get more work done than the damn Egyptians could because they was in a primary real estate. They right there. That's what they had the damn connect. They had relationships and families there, bro. That's what made they shit so slick. Anyway, let me finish. Later in the second intermediate period, native Egyptian kings ruling the south from Thebes, 17th dynasty, began a campaign to expel the Hyksos. Okay, the mummy of subsequent Torah. You know, they talk about this in like masonry, right? It say was discovered riddled with battle wounds. Get him out of there. It say including a fatal axe strike on his forehead that forensically matches a Western Asian axe style. The next Theban king, Kakmos, etched multiple stelae at Karnak Temple, recording his own campaign, further verifying his goals with propagandistic rhetoric. Y'all know what this is, meaning that the Egyptians, you know, they had official documentation full of rhetoric, right? In their campaigns, they say they did this, say they did that. That doesn't necessarily mean it happened on the land in real time, right? They had their political answers and then they had their on the ground answers, right? Let me finish this. These stelae reference the Egyptian conquests of several cities, including the protracted siege of Arius itself. I'm gonna stop right there, but that's it. That's what that is. So all the extra stuff, and you got recommended reading for you. Here go all the sources right here. We all want it. Take a screenshot of that shit right there.
Yeah, I wanted to say what and that's a great article, and also what Lex was right. Lex, you're right. They were Amorites. They were from Southwest Asia, but the idea of how they described what they did in earlier times wasn't what it really was. A lot of things were exaggerated. Yes, they had an uproar when the Egyptian power declined and they took over, but also the Hyksos, or these people, were also more cooler with the Sudanese Nubians than they were with the people in Egypt or Thebes. Remember, they was writing letters to the Nubians to help destroy the people in Egypt. And Kamos, if it wasn't Kamos, it was Amos or Kamos. He responded and said, "What could I do on my land when I share land with the Hyksos of the north and the Nubian of the south?" So the Nubians and the Hyksos were more cooler than the people in Egypt. Let's not forget that. You know.
And the reason behind that ain't goes.
I would say that the leadership group is from Western Asia. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say what the article said.
Yeah. The leadership of them were from Western Asia. That's what they were. But what I'm saying is that when people say it as if they just came and dominated, no, you see them come in peacefully in the 12th dynasty, at the end of the 12th dynasty, and then they take over in the 15th dynasty into the 18th dynasty because of what was already going on in Egypt. Then they wasn't at war with the Nubians of the south of them. The Nubians in the south were connected, or they were cool.
Yeah, the Kermites.
Yeah, the Kermites was cool with the Hyksos. They was writing letters to each other.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, because Kamos and Amos. Remember they confiscated a letter that the Kermites were trying to get to the Asians, you know, the Delta people.
Yeah, but them was just strategic. Them was just strategic communications, though. I don't know if anything goes beyond that.
No, they were trying to go to the Thebans of the 18th dynasty hated Kermites because Kermit almost destroyed what was left of Egypt.
They embarrassed them.
They embarrassed them,
and not just that. them Kermites and them Hyksos was trying to drill them fucking Egyptians. That's why I'm like,
Yeah, but 221, they didn't join up with him though. That's what we know that
But
didn't
we're
happen.
talking about how the Hyksos are related to the general Egypto-Nubian population, though. Not really like how they get along type shit. Because at the end, they eventually kicked them out.
So hold on. Here's the thing. But
Nah,
hold on,
they didn't
hold on.
kick him out, man.
All of them didn't leave. Hold on. Let me just say this.
No,
Hold
they
on.
didn't
Hold
kick
So
all
they
that.
didn't. I mean, he
Two two
just
one.
read they spread
Bro, that
Two
bro,
two
political
one. Listen.
propaganda.
you think Trump about to kick out all the immigrants?
Listen.
Nah, nope.
221, 221,
Nah,
221,
nah,
221,
not
221,
like
221. Let me ask you a question right quick. All of them wasn't kicked out. The elites was kicked out and the Egyptians took back over, but they all were
Yes.
not kicked out. Not to mention, some of them even went west of the Sahara. This is when you start finding chariots. Not to mention, Ramesses the second father, Seti the first, his ancestors was from those people in the further north. This is why he venerated Set. People don't even remember that Baal and Set, the Canaanite god Baal and Set, was very similar to one another. So when you look at Ramesses the second and Seti the first, look at the earlier predecessors of who they descent from. So all of these people were not kicked out. They got absorbed in the society. They were part of the society of Egypt.
no, like Uncle was saying, the political class.
Yeah,
That's
right here. Look,
the political
look,
class, yes.
look. It says right here. It says, but no solid evidence supports such destruction. Instead, the archaeological material at Tel Dabra indicate that Western Asian populations continue to live there into the New Kingdom. See, they ain't kick them all out, raising questions about how many people were actually expelled. See, regardless, Lady
Exactly.
Just some text continued to malign the Hyksos. It says they were also mocked in literary tales like the tale of Apet and Sequera. It says the goal of these tales seems to be to legitimize the less secure Egyptian reigns. Despite these conflicts between reality and official record, remember we said that? Talked about that, right?
That's
The
right.
rule of Hyksos and the immigrants from which they arose affected New Kingdom culture, language, military, and even conceptions of what it meant to be Egyptian king. Mm.
Exactly.
This notable period was marked by an influx of new technologies into Egypt, from the horse and chariot to
See?
glass manufacturing. It said the
See?
Hyksos influence also set precedents for the international diplomacy that was followed in the Amano letters, and many believe the Hyksos spurred New Kingdom imperial expansion. They sure did. It say further research on the Hyksos and their important contributions will eliminate the broader history of the civilization of ancient Egypt. So think about this, yo. If you get that Hyksos shit wrong, you're gonna really mess up a lot of Egyptian history, yo.
War often brings
And not to mention it, like you said,
Absolutely.
technological advancement.
Absolutely.
like you said, Unc was very important politically. Them dudes
Mm-hmm.
had ties to a lot of West Asia, and in
They had
West
to
Asia there's a
connect.
lot of resources. So why get rid of everybody? Just like they was a power base. That don't even make sense.
Yeah, they had to connect, yo.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the issues with this is that that article you reading is generalizing the Hyksos, right, and the Hyksos history. To understand the
But let me show
Hyksos
you.
period of the 12th
Mm-hmm.
dynasty and coming forward, you got to understand the earlier Hyksos, who these people were, what were their lifestyle practices, because that's really what it is. Even that image you showed of Abishu is his name in the Meadow Netter, right? That
Dramatic.
group is bringing their taxes in. They bringing the animals in, and they're bringing other commodities in, and they're paying their taxes to their governor in their specific nome. Their nome was the Oryx nome, and they're paying taxes to the governor of the nome. Every group, tribe, didn't matter who you were, if you were in the vicinity which to be taxed or to be part of the corvée system, you had to bring your taxes to the governor. You had to bring them in the city, and so that's what this group is doing. That's all that image of that particular Hyksos group is highlighting. You had other Hyksos groups. It's a very complex topic, and that article you is not doing justice to this
I
conversation
think
at
it
all,
is.
bro.
So y'all
It's
see this
really
right
not.
here. Hold
It's
on,
really
hold
not.
on. Remember, we started the show off. We started the show off with the American Research Center in Egypt, right? With Vanessa Davies, right? Great conversation. Now that we bring the same daggone governing body right? Now all of a sudden they don't know what they're talking about. I'm saying I got a $400 book that'll beat the shit out you. Because they talking about different conferences, yo, and the different ideas based around the daggone subject matter, yo. So they not just making this up. Matter of fact, they got archaeological
So does
surveys.
this
Let me
book
finish
speak
my
on the
point.
earlier? Does it
Let me
speak
finish
on the
my point.
earlier Hyksos?
No, I'm saying is
Okay,
there is no
then
earlier Hyksos, not unless you're talking about the Nubians, because they did consider them to be Hyksos too.
oh
It's just
man,
simply
bro.
foreign chieftain. I read it right here. I think it's
Just
important because if you don't get this right, you will. I read it. It was right here. Several.
Yeah,
Hold on.
we gonna have to do a whole show, a separate show, bro, on this
Yeah, we're gonna have
specific
to do
topic.
that. The people who transpire Hyksos people. Period. Misunderstood individuals ruled. These rules were recorded for decades in writings. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, this is this
Destruction.
is this is old information, man. This is a definitely outdated info, bro. Guaranteed.
No,
Man, are
they
you
said they
serious,
said
yo?
they say it on the wiki too. If you look at the wiki
No,
on the
Man,
I
man,
YouTube.
don't even
I
listen to
know,
him, man. I can't believe you
but
said. Did you? Are you serious right
why do
now,
they
yo?
not mention? You know why they don't mention the earlier Hyksos? It's
What
because
you
they want
talking
to.
about, yo? You on the Hebrew shit now? You trying to play that?
What you mean? What you mean Hebrew
What you
shit?
talking about? The earlier
The
Hyksos?
earlier
He's talking.
Hyksos.
What?
He's talking about the earlier time when they were coming from the foreign rulers, or at least that was coming from like
In the 12th
before.
dynasty, yo?
Yeah, and
No,
he
before the
find
12th
he find
dynasty.
he
Before
What?
the
find
12th
You ain't got
dynasty.
no Asiatics in there before the 12th dynasty.
it
Okay,
goes back to what you said.
you stick to
That
that
term was
script. I'm gonna show you
that
different. You
term
stick to that.
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
term
stick there. I'm gonna
the
stay there
term
till you get me wrong.
the
Go get
term
that.
the term was used for any foreign rulers. So in the earlier time, you had people that was crossing through the Libyan desert. This is way before this happening right here, where they was calling them that as well.
Exactly.
They also called the
Exactly.
Nubians that. So
Right,
he
I
was
said
saying,
that. I
So
said
when
it's
I
called
say
foreign rulers. That's it. That's what it mean, bro.
when I say
Hikakasut,
it
foreign
speaks
rulers.
it
Look, bro.
speaks to
Bro,
your
listen,
lifestyle.
listen,
It
listen,
speaks to the
listen.
areas you coming from and
No,
the
it's not.
lifestyle
No,
that
it's
you
not.
practice.
The title,
Okay.
look, the title is Hikakasut, meaning
hmm
rulers of foreign lands or hill countries. That's it.
Okay. Where are foreign lands that around Egypt? Give me the
Everywhere beside Egypt,
everywhere except along the river.
except Egypt.
If you're in the eastern desert, if you're in the western desert, you're a foreigner.
I just said that, bro.
Okay. So
So go get the Egyptian
I'm
text that
living
did
right
that.
on the
Just go get
peripheral,
the.
I could be living right on the peripheral
I'm not
as
gonna
a
be able to get it.
Magi, as a Nahisi, as a Amu, as a whomever, right? And I'm considered a foreigner because I have political sway. I'm an elder. I'm a tribal leader in my specific area, right? And I may have dealings with the Egyptians. These are the people that we were talking about in the desert who got marginalized because of their lifestyle practices. They didn't want to change. They didn't want to become urbanized. And they're called Hyksos, bro. All of them, you know what I'm saying, in totality.
I know, but what
It's
does that
just
got to
that
do with the group we talking
some
about
of
in the
them,
Delta? We're talking about
some
the
of them
Hiscos in the
become
Delta,
a
though.
some of them become a little bit more
Hey,
politicized than
bro,
the
then nah,
others.
you know what you're doing now, right? You're
What you
arguing
mean you know
about
what I'm
something that,
doing?
yeah, we're talking about the group that was in the Delta. Now, do you want to have
Okay,
another conversation, right? Another group?
the
I'm
group,
not getting these people confused with anybody
okay,
because I
what
gave you the time
components?
period. Hold on, I gave you the time period, and I gave you the location, and I gave you their capital. And I've already acknowledged that that term is applied to other foreign rulers. So, what is it that you're saying I'm doing?
Okay, let's go back. When
We ain't
these
got to go
groups,
back. I'm
hold on,
talking about
when these groups with Natufian like affinities.
I ain't. Oh man,
Hold on.
you getting? I
That we
quit.
just
I'm
got done
done.
talking about the
I'm
fam and
done.
Marimdi and
I am done, yo, on
Omari
that.
culture. You don't
I
think these
cannot
people
believe you took
brought
me back to the Tufians,
no,
yo.
no, wait a minute. Because we're talking about who's in the
Look
Delta.
at the picture of the
We're
PTO.
talking about who's in the Delta.
What?
You know, we're
Man, I'm
talking
talking
about
about
who's
the
in the
12th dynasty right here. I ain't talking about no other time period, yo.
okay, the people in the 12th dynasty got there before the 12th dynasty. They just didn't show up.
Never said.
And
I know this says it right here. It said they
okay,
migrated there over
so
time.
we were talking about the people earlier in our bills a couple of weeks ago.
We
We were
wasn't
talking
talking about
about the
that.
fam. We were
So
talking
go
about
get the
Marimdi. We were
Fayum.
talking about yes.
We ain't talking about that time period, though.
Okay, but who is there? These
The
are the
people from
same people
Western
that
Asia.
these are the same people that been there. This is all I'm trying to say. Why we acting like these people weren't
Oh
already
man, yo,
there?
you tripping, man. Go get that. We gotta go get
Okay.
that. Yeah, go get
So,
that.
All
I
right.
don't know what you talking about.
so the later edition of Eurasians, who not earlier groups that
Oh,
came
okay.
in.
There you
So
go.
the later layer is the Chalcolithic period, and these Hyksos or these later groups that came in, the later ones. This one I'm trying to say comes from the Chalcolithic phase, and in the Chalcolithic phase, which is the Copper phase, these people are primarily coming from Iran and Armenia. They're drifting into those areas. They take over the Levant, then they cross into the Egypt at a specific timeline. This is
But
when you
that's the
start to
that's the Ngozi, that's the invasion theory.
it's not really the invasion theory because they came in and they came listen they came in at the end of Mantu at the 12th dynasty. Something happened with the politics of Egypt and they took over in the 15th dynasty and they ruled into the 18th dynasty when they got kicked
That's
out.
not what invasion
Bro,
theory is.
these
Invasion
were
theory is a
these
group
were
of people from outside of Africa invaded and started Egypt. That's not what we're talking about. We're
he
not talking
said
about
that
a
these
group of
groups
people
come in.
invading and making Egypt.
You didn't hear what he just said? He said that these groups come in at the Paleolithic, that's 3000 BCE, at the beginning of the
So,
dynastic period,
so
and
what? They
they
already
slowly take
came into an
and they
existing
slowly
culture, though.
and they slowly take over. That's what he just said. That falls in line with the invasion theory.
But no, but
Even though I
what
know you're not saying that, Ngozi, but it still kind of falls
So
in
why are
line
you
with it
saying
though.
he's saying it? If he ain't
Yeah,
saying it.
because it kind of falls in line with it though. It kind of
How?
they took, but the thing is, Nazi, they took over when the Egyptian elites politically. They took over in the 15th dynasty.
but
They were already. It's like this, for example. I'm just saying. Mexicans have been living in the borders of California and Texas for a very long time. But then we got a later influx of them. Since the inception of the New World, America is what, 247 years old, if I'm not mistaken?
yeah.
And within the United States, Texas and California, Mexicans been there. But now we have a later influx of them. So let's say politically, in the next 10 years, if the Democrats don't get their shit in order, or the Republicans don't get their shit in order, but the Hispanic or the Latino population increase and they start getting more in politics, maybe in the next 10 years we might have a Mexican president. And no longer the old Scottish descents, British descents, what we know as white, but a newer population that starts to have a political view. So
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
So you
but
get
the
what I'm saying?
groups, but I think you missing the groups that were squats earlier during Namer's time, during King Scorpion's time. We forgetting about those
That's what I'm
groups.
saying, yo. Yeah, we forgetting about them because we ain't talking about that.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna forget. So we're gonna forget
Yes, we
about
are.
groups that got
Yeah,
Yes, we're
defeated,
not going to jump
that
around
groups that
and
got
go. I'm not doing it
marginalized and
with Nazi.
defeated.
I'm not
How can you?
jumping damn near 10,000 years, bro,
What you
or
mean? I said
5,000 years.
Narmer. I said Narmer, bro.
That's
That's the
4,000
Paleolithic.
years. Then, yo, I'm not jumping for
That's the Paleolithic.
3,500 years. I'm not
That's
doing it
three
with you tonight.
thousand. That's 3000
Yo,
BCE. What are you talking about?
3,000 BCE and 1,500 BCE is how many years? That's damn near 2,500 years. I'm not messing with
so brother
you.
Nazi, in 1500
Nazi,
BC,
are you serious right now?
Nazi, 1500 BC, this is not the same population. This is people that's coming from the Chalcolithic phase, who's coming from Iran. This is these groups of
I'm
people
not doing that with you, yo. You
who later
just
on
jumping
become.
time periods like a
So you
time
really
jumper.
okay? So Ngozi, if you gonna do that,
Yeah,
if we gonna
you're
play
gonna
that
stay
game, you
right in
gotta
the
show
time
it.
period.
If
It's
we
called
gonna
chronology, Gozy.
if we gonna play that game, then y'all
We're
gotta
gonna play
show
the
it.
chronology
You
game.
gotta
We're gonna
show it.
play
You
that.
gotta show it. Then
I'm gonna
you
send it
gotta
to you right
show it.
now. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Chalcolithic phase. I'm gonna send you the I'm always send you articles.
This should okay. So this should be
Oh wow, I cannot believe
Iranians
your world.
migrating
How long?
into Egypt into the Delta,
So,
right?
here's the thing. No, Nazi. Here's the thing. Hold on. It didn't happen. It wasn't a. It happened in phases. So, for example, in the Chalcolithic phase in the
Yo, funny
Levant,
as hell, yo. I
they
tell you
take
what,
over.
I'm
They
at this.
take over. They take over the pre-potted Neolithic. This is the Copper Age,
You
and this
can't
is
go
where the
back. You can't go back that
no
far.
no no
Ox
no
says
no
you
no
can't go
no
back that far.
no. I'm giving you the timeline. I'm giving you the timeline of before the Amorites and the Canaanites even formed. The base predecessor of these people is when haplogroup J really dominates the Levant. And then later, you start to find them drawing themselves in the Delta. See what I'm saying? They was in the Levant first. They took over the
Yeah,
Levant first.
but I don't agree that Amorites were J markers though. I don't agree with that.
I mean, well, I'll send you. I'll send you. I'm
I
gonna send you
believe
an
that's the
article on it.
remnants of Abu Huraira in Syria.
No. I'm gonna send you an article on it. The leftover remnants of E3B or EM34 that me and you spoke on. That's the
Yeah.
Tufi and the and post Natufi and pre-potted Neolithic. They got shitted on. They got dominated over by a newer population at a certain time period. See what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, but hold on. But where do they go though? That may be part of the reason why they're coming into the Nile Valley.
So I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of those post-Natufian people found themselves back in the continent of Africa, just not the Nile. A lot of them found refuge in the Horn of Africa.
Yeah.
This is why you find EM34 down there in the later clades of EV1515 with the pastoralist groups, and EM34 in the form of EM123. You start to see it drip down there at a certain time. You see what I'm saying? Because something's going on in the Levant before they come over.
You don't really see them moving. You don't see the groups from Mesopotamia moving lower than
Hey, yo, just go get a source,
northern
though,
Syria, northern Syria,
and
that war is that. Okay, I'm gonna give you the war.
Yeah, I'm going 1,650.
You got Hammaker.
To
You got the war.
1,550 BCE.
You got
in the
the
second
war.
intermediate period. What are you talking about? That's
my
what
brother
JD said. 5 minutes to find a source. Matter of fact, get this for next week. Get this work next week.
You ain't pulled up a source yet.
I did. I pulled up the source. You ain't like the source.
You said people from Iran.
I said that.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I said that. I'm gonna send it to you. And my brother JD said it good in the chat. Jay dominated over the Eves that was lingering in the Levant, way before they dominated over the Eves in Africa. But I'm gonna send it to you, Nazi. I said that. I'm gonna send it to you.
Look, man, we didn't reach 4 hours in this piece. Way too daggone long. But it seemed like when you could, man, hit the cash apps. Let me see. We've been here for how long? Did 5 hours up this motherfucker. Hold on. 5 hours.
Let's go 2 more hours, man. Come on.
You got 0 donations. Hell no. You lost and look. Shit, I look crazy.
You doing this out the love of your heart. Let's get it.
I did. The love of my heart was for 2 hours. After that, it was just torture. Well, other shit I need to be doing, like reading and studying and getting it together, man. I know I appreciate everybody in this thing, man. We're going back next week, man. Yeah, Nazili, go prove them Hyksos was there at 3,500 BCE. Maybe you wasn't trying to say that, but I don't know what you thought you was trying to say, man. But look, man, enjoyed everybody coming through, man. Gullah, man, appreciate you, man. 211, yeah, I appreciate your study habits. I see you.
Peace to y'all. Good looking. Appreciate
that. You. So what you been reading? I see you.
211 finna outgrow them other people. He could have
He already did.
Nah, man. We all growing together, man. That's all that is.
Okay, man. I like that. I'm gonna put it that way, but I'm letting you know. I hear you. I got that ear. Got that ear. Goes, you always a pleasure, man. Nazi, man, get out of here with that Hyksos, the chocolate. Man, look. You funny with that, man. Look, man, y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what y'all listening to, man. Appreciate everybody coming through, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all listening to me the hard way, man.
Yeah. We rolling G3 the hard way, legacy we claim. Unlocking Kemet's wisdom, they remember our name. I'm the God killer, from the streets, no shame. Dive in the metal meta, unleash the ancient flame. Pseudos fall back, they can comprehend. Real ones rise up, knowledge never ends. Free the hard way, we break the chains. Unlocking secrets, no more mundane. Kemet's power running through our veins. Pseudo killers fade while we stake our claims.
Man, appreciate the show, man. Appreciate y'all coming through. Appreciate the support, man. Hit that Cash App, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Show some love, man. Cash App coming in, Cash App leaving, man. Hit the store, man. Become a member of the channel, man. Y'all know what the scholarship is, man. It's right here, bro. Sourcing up, doing our thing, man. And with that, man, we out.